Okay. Naona mmeingia. I'm watching you live at Western Kenya region. Rachel, thank you. Nyangate Mike, I'm in. Asante sana Nyangate Mike. Watu 200 na mnao watch, karibuni sana. Buda, eti baba amesema, anasema nini? Di Marun Nyabuto, karibu sana Nyabuto. Aha, hope niko audible. Siti najiongelesha. I hope naongelesha watu. So karibuni sana guys. Wekesa Eric, asante sana. Sema DC Cheramgoi. Oh, hiyo ni salamu. Hello Clinton, Vigite Siden. Oh, hey. I'm good my friend, I'm blessed. Unavyojiita? Ken O'Brien from Kamwana Karimu, baba wa nani? Niko ndani, link please. Yeah, we are moving. Okay. Kwa wale ambao mnaomba link, nawaekea kwa muda usiokuwa mrefu. I think iko hapa kwa invite. So nimeweka link kwa comment section. Ingieni tuone itakuwa kwaje, kwa sababu Peter Kenneth amesema raundi hii ni baba, na baba pia alisema juzi ashapata punda wa kupanda naye mlima Kenya. So what did baba say? Watching you live, Ngetich Kipkemoi. Hiyo sijui maana yake bana. Okay, I'm blessed. Uko Bielefeld. Okay, thank you. Pamoja sana man, kamwana na kuona bro. Asante Wairimu ama Warimu. Tafadhali ukiingia kwa show unaweka picha. Bila picha nitakuwa na kuona tu nyuma ya curtain. Wacha baba auze sera. Boniface Juma, asanteni sana. Naweka link tena kwa mara ya pili. Kama ungependa kujiunga nasi kwenye show live, utatumia hiyo link na moja kwa moja utakuwa umeingia kwa show. So wale ambao mmeingia bana, simweke picha. Okay, huyu ameweka. Dan, unatupigia kelele. Ruto all the way, Enoch Cheriot. Yawa Clinton, uko wapi? Sasa sasa niko nyumbani, masaa ya curfew bana. I'm blessed. Sasa niko Nairobi. Nitakutafuta nikirudi. I'm blessed. We ni ajeni bana.
Poa.
Ruben, sheria inasema kwamba wafaa kuvaa nguo kwa sababu ukija hivyo uchi haileti shangwe bana Ruben.
Sawa.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, Victor Kings, Baba Tosha anaongea akiwa Asumbi, Homa Bay County. Asante. And everyone must know this. Raila will be our president next year. We all know his manifesto since 1997. Okay, DC and Kapchera, ni aje?
Poa.
Karibu bana, karibu. Unatizama ama unashiriki ukiwa wapi? Sikupati bana DC. Log out alafu log in tena. Umelog in na devices kadhaa. So hebu zimeni mic tafadhali. Inatupea. Thank you. Francis Mwembezi, Clinton, you'll be shocked. Baba ni moto kama pasi. Mimi kama mwana bodaboda ninamunga mkono. Hizi handouts hazitusaidii. Mtu mdogo sana anajiita hivyo. Baba tosha Maxwell Otieno Kayole. Anyway, si nimejaribu na hizo comments leo. Kuna waku complain kweli. Mota, si uzime mic. Okay, let me remove you. Wewe uko wapi hapa chini? Alafu ni kureplace na hawa. Okay, thank you guys, thank you guys. Situfanye hii show haraka haraka alafu kila mtu alale. Dun, na umepotea bana. Kumbe unapatikana.
Yes, niko bwana. Mambo?
Sisi pia tuko. Yeah.
Hali tu ya maisha kidogo sometimes unajua. Si mwanaume lazima atafute. Yeah. Wapi rupia chaingia?
Yeah, karibu sana bwana Dun.
Thank you.
Okay, mute Dun. Thank you. So guys, kabla hatujaanza show, mnajua watu husaidiana. Kuna watu wanakujanga hapa wanasema, nataka nijiuze, niko na YouTube channel, wako na vitu kadhaa. So, na watu na waruhusu. Sasa mimi nikijiuza leo, kuna shida kweli? Na watu wa handshake lazima mfanye hiki tunataka kusema. Niko na Facebook account yangu inaitwa The Clint Coredian. Search hiyo page na ulike. Na nimemaliza tu hivyo. Tafadhali search The Clint Coredian. Venye nimeandika tu hapo jina langu The Clint Coredian. Alafu kisha like tu hivi. Nitasema tu asante. Okay. Let's start. Tuanze show. Tunapotegea wengine. So, Makano ni aje? Kama uko busy leo. Hello? Yes, kuna watu wengi wanangojea sana. So kama hauko nasi, I kick you from the studio immediately. Na kureplace. Ruben.
Yes.
Sema nasi bana. Baba amekuwa Kiambu leo. Na ni kama wanasema baba tosha. Inakuwa kwaje?
Wanasema baba tosha. Lakini sisi kama watu wa UDA hiyo tunaona tu kama ni kumsidikisha tu huko kumjoyride. And because most of the masses I think in Mount Kenya, if you look at the posts za juzi, unaona tu watu wengi wako UDA. Yeah.
Sasa unatoka Mount Kenya wewe?
I'm from Mount Kenya. Mimi niko Mount Kenya na huwa nasikiza tu watu. Unapata percentage kubwa hawasikii, hataki kusikia mtu akitaja jina Ruto ikifanya vibaya. Yeah.
Na Moses Kuria alisema jana eti lazima wataform chama si UDA. Hapo wewe kama mkazi wa Mount Kenya unaonaje?
To me that is a good idea. Because kila mtu anastahili run from what Jubilee did to the URP. Sisi kama hapa Mount Kenya tusipojipanga, hata sisi tunaweza fanywa tu vyenye Ruto alifanywa na chama yake na Jubilee. So pia naona hiyo ni a good idea. Watu wanastahili wakuwe na vyama vyao waende nazo kwa uchaguzi. Because in Kenya political parties are vehicles for elections. Na chama ni mtu. So kama ni UDA ni ya Ruto, hiyo ni Ruto. So kama ni ODM ni Raila. So hata Mount Kenya wanastahili wakuwe na yao, waende nayo kwa bargaining negotiations.
Sasa mlilan venye mlifanya Ruto, so mnaona lazima tuwe na chama yenu.
Hapana, from someone mwenye anafuatilia siasa, you just see it the way it is. So unajua hata pia wewe ukiona cha mwenzako chanyolewa, ujue hata chako utie maji. You never know what might happen. So ni vizuri watu kuwa waende wakiwa wamejipanga. Yeah.
Okay. Hiyo ni poa bana Ruben. So mjipange kwa sababu msipojipanga
tutapangwa vyenye huwa tunaambiwa.
Na ni ukweli mko na kura milioni 8?
That is true. Kura ni milioni 8 hapa. Although like saa hizi zinakaa za Western tu. Kila side iko na kule, zinakaa tu za kule Western. Ziko divided by kwa saa hii. Although the majority iko kwa Ruto. But sasa ndio win hiyo kiti. Anastahili sasa apate kama 90% of the votes. Lakini sasa ikiwa divided, lazima atafutilie huko Western, Nyanza, Coast apate kidogo extra from ikuwe mingi kuliko yenye walikuwa wamepata na Ruto 2017. Yeah, because there are some people who don't believe in him somehow.
Now wenye our believe in him, they believe in Raila. Yeah.
Unajua kuna wenye wana believe in Raila. Na kuna wenye still mpaka saa hii wako undecided. Wanagojea kwenye wave itaenda huko ndiko watafuatilia. Because there are some people who votes ndio kula isipotea. Anasema yeye haki atapiga kwenye watu wengi wako.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Mota. Absalom. Sasa nyinyi mmeshindwa kuongea. Let me remove you. Alafu hao wawili
Ruben.
Yes. Replace.
I think Ruben, you can't say that. Najua sahi is too early. You can't decide. You can't sema there are two distinct groups. Sahi it's too early. You can't decide. You may be unaweza pata sahi majority of people are running after Ruto. But come 22, sana Wakikuyu tunajua Wakikuyu. They wanaanza kukufuata up to the last minute. But wanakudanganya coming to now kupiga kura yenyewe, what they do is opposite what people thinking they could do. So don't believe hata Raila amejua chenye yako, lakini what he's thinking ako sure if he'll get 100% vote there. Even now Ruto is thinking the same, because what those people are thinking, they might end up bringing another candidate before 2022 to stand for presidency. So hapo Mount Kenya bado kuna a lot of shida. We can't trust your Mount Kenya. It's not like Nyanza where where those people, if they say it's Raila, it's Raila. If they say it's Ruto, it's Ruto. So in Mount Kenya, there's still something like 50. We can't say that it is 100% or it's for Ruto or it's for Raila. But what I know in Mount Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta is still having a say there. What Uhuru Kenyatta will tell them is what those people will follow.
Absalom.
And that is my take.
Absalom, wewe unatoka province gani?
Clinton.
Unatoka Mount Kenya?
Yes.
Unatoka Mount Kenya?
Mi natoka Mount Kenya. I'm from
Clinton.
Western.
Wait Ledidi, wait. Sasa mtu mwenye ako Mount Kenya amesema mind yake, wewe pia umesema yako. What's the situation in Western?
Yeah, nimesema yangu. In Western, with us, vile alisema our vote, we can cast them in one basket. That is truth to be said. We normally scatter our votes. You can find Musalia get this, Raila get this, but there majority of people are still behind in Raila. Though how wengine you can just say, but majority of people in Western, we still believe in Raila.
But we can say it is still early to determine that watu wa Western still believe in Raila. The same way umesema it is too early.
But
useme kwamba Mount Kenya wana believe in
but
Ruto.
that's Clinton. Let me tell you, Clinton, I can tell you, there are some counties in Western where you can just say, if you just look, for instance, the majority of MPs for where ODM gain are more than even for NC in that province, more than even for the Kenya. So in Western, Raila still has some power there, and that we still believe in him, because you can't say it's Musalia. You see, Musalia is now getting some courage, but that courage still not there. You're not seeing it coming out. You see, there our vote normally scatter. We can't. Hatuwezi sema tunaweka our vote in one basket ama tunaweka vote in this. We normally scatter our vote. Unaweza pata Musalia ametoka na hii from Vihiga County, Raila ametoka na hii from Vihiga County. From coming to Kakamega, Raila normally went there, and that you can come. You can no. If you go to such county like
What will be the situation on the ground wakati William ataamua kusema Mudavadi tosha in 2022? Mtafanya nini kama watu wa Western? Will you still scatter your votes to Raila, Wetangula ama hao wengine? Kama Ruto atasema nimefinywa sana, siwezi nikavai, I therefore say Musalia tosha, what will you do? Okay, amehang. Ledidi, ulikuwa na a very burning issue.
Asante Clinton. First of all, Osanka na Ruben, asanteni, karibuni. Kitu ninataka tu kusema kwa Osanka ni kweli kwamba we can trust Western, but we can trust them to give Baba kura, not usitaje majina mingi. But ni ukweli Osanka umesema we can trust them, but tunawatrust wape Baba kura. But again itategemea ni Western gani. Kuna ile Western iko baba sana, of which sisi wote tunajua. So usiseme
samahani Ledidi, watulize kidogo tu. Watulize watoto kidogo tu.
Okay. So tunaweza kwa hivyo ningependa tu kumcorrect ya kwamba ni kweli tuna trust huko Western, lakini tunawatrust wapee baba. Lakini ningependa tu kushukuru kwa ile courage ambaye Ruto amekuwa naye kuingia Central. Unajua tujakuwa na kiongozi yoyote ambaye amekuwa na hiyo courage ya kutaka kuown Central. Hata leo wakikataa wakigeuka, lakini watakuwa wamejua itakuwa imeonekana kuna mtu mmoja ambaye amekuwa na courage ya kuingia Central na kutaka kuown, of which hata mawazo ingine kama yangu yani yes, hakuna kiongozi mwingine ambaye ameonesha such a courage, na si Central tu, hata hiyo Western badan ako na hiyo courage ya kutaka kuown, of which kuown mpaka huko, of which hiyo si mbaya bana, inatusaidia hata kweli tuweze kama Wakenya tuweze kuona viongozi in a national view, si kama sahi kwa mfano kama Kalonzo. Kama mimi nikiwa Narok, najua tu Kalonzo anategemea Wakamba peke yao, unaona. At least baba yeye amekuwa national at least, but si kwa Central. At least amejaribu kabila zote amejaribu, of which hiyo ni mzuri. Mi napenda hiyo courage yenye Ruto amefanya, ameenda kwa Central na anaenda Western kujaribu kutafuta kura kwa kabila zote, ili sisi wote tuone ya kwamba tunaweza pokea viongozi yoyote. Kama Narok sisi tunakaribisha hata Wetangula, ni vile wamelala huko kungojea endorsement. Unajua sahi watu wengine hata sasa yes hawampatii Ruto kura, lakini can you resist him? He is coming on your way, unaona. So hiyo ni mzuri kabisa, na mimi na congratulate Ruto kabisa, aendelee kufanya hivyo, na hata akina baba watoke kwa akina Mudavadi watoke kwa kujiona tu huko Kakamega. Unajua mimi hata sasa naona tu ni mtu wa Kakamega tu. Sasa wajitokezee Wakenya, tuzoea kwamba kama ni kiongozi wa presidential candidate, that is a national figure which we should all embrace. Mtu atafute kura kwa makabila zote, iache hata ndio tuache hiyo sasa. Kama sasa hiyo tunasema kama hiyo tunasema ati tuna trust region fulani, hiyo itoke sasa. Tusiwatrust, hata wacha wapewe wenye wanataka. We can trust them to decide for their own, unaona, instead of sema ati tuna trust atapea tu kura. Hata Rift Valley inyime Ruto wapee mwingine. Hiyo sasa tunaelekea, mawazo yetu inaelekea kuwa Kenya moja. Hiyo ndio Kenya moja, sio hii ya kusema handshake. Hapana, Kenya moja ni kwamba huyu mwingine akikuja na nampokea na ninampatia kura nikitaka, si ati sasa
Asante. Ledidi, what is the situation in Masai community? Kama election ingekuwa leo ama kesho, ingekuwaje Ledidi?
Sasa unajua sasa ni ngumu kuongea kwa niaba ya watu wote, but kwa sasa sisi we are not decided. Sisi as Masais bado hatuja decide, lakini si unajua route zetu ni baba zamani, ndio tunajaribu kuona ni aje baba anaenda aje. Unajua sasa watu wenye walikuwa wa baba sasa handshake ilikuja, wako confused. So kama sisi we are undecided lot, we are here to decide where we can go.
Can we decide for you?
No, this time round, no. We are yet tutajiita mkutano wacha tu.
Narok iko Rift Valley na Rift Valley ni bedroom ya Ruto. Decision rahisi ka hiyo inawachukua miezi na miaka na mikaka kumake jamani.
Si ndio, kwa sababu itatuchukua kabisa, kwa sababu sisi kama Wamasai tumekuwa tukienda tu bila interest, tunaenda bila interest. So leo tunaweka yetu kwa meza, interest yetu. Si mtu anakuja kutuambia mashamba. Hapana, hata sisi ndio tunataka leo kuweka interest yetu hata sisi kwa table. Kwa huyo jamaa.
Uko na interest gani?
Mingi.
Mbili kati ya hizo mingi.
Mbili, moja, sisi hata naona sisi hata kama mambo ya mashamba tuko na conflicts na serikali juu ya mashamba. Kuna watu wetu wamefungiwa na mashamba za serikali. Na I hope Mwakanwe nisiende kufinywa kama leda. Tuko na interest mingi juu land kwetu, si unajua sisi tumechelewa kwa kila kitu. Tumechelewa masomo, tumechelewa kukata ardhi. So ardhi ni kubwa, kwa hivyo kama ni kubwa unajua sahi wenye walikatua mashamba kama nyinyi mnasemanga Wamasai wako na mashamba. Lakini hatujafika hata kiwango yenu ati ndio museme tuko na kubwa. Hapana, imetosha tu hata sisi tukae huko. Lakini sasa unaona because of that ya kuchelewa mambo mingi mpaka kukata mashamba, hiyo pia inatu affect juu interest ya politicians na government watachukua sehemu ya ardhi ya wananchi. So hiyo ndio tunasema if it can be recovered, if it is not, but at least tuangalie interest kama hizo.
Okay, thank you Ledidi. Hope wametizama na watashughulikia mambo na ardhi, hawatakufinya. Okay, who wants to speak next? Alikuwa Dun ama nani? Imboga, do you have a question?
Not a question as such. Okay, on the issue of, I come from Western Kenya, so maybe on the issue of who wins in Western, I think as it stands now, should an election be conducted today, Raila Odinga is going to win in Western. And the reason is this: when you look at Western Kenya, they've all been, all along, they've been voting for Raila Odinga, and Raila Odinga still commands a large amount of votes from the region. Western Kenya has 4 counties, that is Vihiga, Kakamega, Bungoma, and Busia. And if you try to check on the pattern on which these guys vote, you realize that despite the fact that Western is having Musalia Mudavadi and not Musalia Mudavadi and Wetangula, Raila still commands the voting block from the Busia County. Busia ni wale watu pigia baba man to man, and this block still bado ina support Raila Amolo Odinga. So I don't think kama if at all Raila Amolo Odinga is still enjoying support kutoka Busia, these other candidates can match him. And you know, as you can see, the two candidates from Luhyaland, that is Musalia Mudavadi and Wetangula. For the record, I'm an ANC member, but I came to realize that the two guys were not serious about presidency. They've been in the field for now 5 years. They've been singing about Luhya unity, but we've not seen how far they've come with that narrative of Luhya unity. You can see Musalia Mudavadi has failed. Okay, between Musalia and Wetangula, we know Musalia is an easy sell, but then look at what he's doing. He has failed to bring together all the leaders from Western region. That is why even in his own home county, the governor is an ODM governor, Dr. Otichiro. Then you go to Busia or Jamong, ODM. Kakamega Oparanya, ODM. Himself, he doesn't even have a governor. So, you know, those are the things that determine politics. How many members of parliament?
Ebu kwa serious. ANC hawana governor Kenya yote.
ANC party has no governor, and I think wakona senator ni wa, I think ni wawili. We have the Kakamega Senator Cleophas Malala and Vihiga Senator Khaniri. But you realize currently the only person who is active is Senator Malala, and for the reason that are well known to us, the people of Western. So you look at Mudavadi and really wonder if he's serious with this thing. But then we have to realize that politics is business. That is why you will never see Mudavadi fold his ANC and Wetangula fold his for Kenya to form one party that can unite the region. So because of this division, you will get Jubilee as a portion of votes in Western Kenya, ODM as a portion of votes in Western Kenya, ANC as a portion of votes in Western Kenya, and Ford Kenya too as a portion of votes in Western Kenya. So I don't think the two are serious with the presidency. So should we go to the ballot today, the region is highly likely to vote for Raila Odinga. Although I must also agree that our opponents have also made inroads in Western Kenya. Ruto can still get some votes in Kenya. Raila Odinga will still get some votes in Kenya, in Western Kenya. But tukienda kura sahi, it's Raila Odinga who is going to win in Western Kenya. Let's not lie to ourselves. This is a fact. People can still wanaweza pinga, lakini that is what it is. So issue of Western Kenya, it is just a matter of wait and see. I heard you say if Ruto decides to say Musalia Tosha, what will the region do? I don't think if that is possible as for now, because we know Ruto is not going to stop at anything apart from going for the presidency. But should such a thing happen, then to me, I still think it gives Baba an advantage over Musalia with a Ruto endorsement. I don't think that matrix can really work. But Musalia has a chance to win presidency if Raila Odinga says Mudavadi Tosha, and we have the voters, the central Kenya voters also are backing him. Then we also have the coastal region plus the Ukambani. That is an easy sell. But Mudavadi on his own, or even Mudavadi Kalonzo ticket, I don't think it can go anywhere.
Thank you. Dun.
Habari ya jioni bwana.
Salamu.
Actually nashukuru ndugu zangu hapa wanatoa maoni mazuri, of which I concur with them. Kwa nini niseme hivyo? Ukiangalia zile vyama ambazo zimechukua mizizi kwa siasa, sana sana jama kubwa ni ODM, whereby niko ndani, kwa sababu mimi moja nijisemea niko ndani ya ODM. No. Baba saizi yeye ndiye out of 100%, 80% ni ya baba. Kwa nini? Baba unajua ni mtu amejua siasa kwa miaka mingi. Unaona? Na hata hivyo baba ni mtu akona roho safi. Hata kama watu wanamuita mchawi nini, unajua siasa ni karata nyingine ambayo unaweza tumia majina yote, mradi tu upate kenye unataka. Lakini in the region kama ile maneno imefanyika leo, ukiangalia sana Raila will win the election in 2022. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu unajua Uhuru Kenyatta, ama niseme watu wote 7 walikuwa Mombasa kuongea maneno, hawakuwa naingia kuongea ama kupinga Ruto. The only thing is unity. They were finding unity because kila mtu anataka kiti ya urais. Sijui kama mnafahamu kwamba hata Robert Kigame, huyu mwimbaji pia amejitokeza anasema anataka kuwa president in the next 2022. So I think that all people who want to be the president in 2022, they need to be focused ahead. Unajua watu wakianza kufutana hapa na pale like Musalia, like Kalonzo, unajua saizi hata wakifanya coalition haina shida, lakini the only thing ni kwamba hii coalition wave yao inaenda wapi? Wakifanya coalition waachiwe, wapingane na Ruto, Raila akae kando, wataona kifumbi, kwa sababu Ruto akona tactics mingi na ni mtu wa siasa, anajua kufanya siasa. Huwezi niambia Kalonzo na Ruto ukiwaweka kwa race, Kalonzo atakuwa na ile tactics ya kudanganya ama kuconvince watu ndiye apate kuwa president. No, the only big fish who can win this man, hata kama wanasema watu 7 wanapinga mtu mmoja, hapo mimi sijaungana na wao kusema kwamba walienda kuungana ili wamwangushe Ruto. No, the only thing ni mfutano, kila mtu anataka kiti, kila mtu anataka kuwa president. Walienda tu wasikizane, wakuwe kitu, yani ule wachague mtu mmoja. Wakikimbizana hapa na pale, kila mtu anataka kiti, kila mtu anataka kuwa famous kutoka his own region. Unajua kiongozi sio unasimama unataka kusimama, hauna ile roho ya kusema, ama uangalie background, ama uangalie tunasemaje, uangalie records. So kwangu binafsi, on my region, watu wako nyuma ya baba, and I want to concur with the Ledidi and my brother who has spoken that chama cha ODM which is imesimamiwa na bwana Raila Odinga, he will be the president of Kenya. Coming to my friend here Ruben, there is something said that wao ni watu wa UDA. Atukatai, atupingana mambo ya UDA bro, but the only thing UDA saizi hata aina miezi 2, ni chama kidogo sana. Hata kama ikiwa chama kidogo haijapeleka misisi mbali sana. Uwezi saa mtoto leo uanze kumpea uji, lazima mtoto umempea maji moto hivyo kwenda kidogo kidogo ndianze kutembea. So chama cha UDA ambayo inaongozwa na bwana Raila Odinga na bwana Ruto ni chama imeundwa juzi. Wakati imeundwa juzi, hata kama imeshinda hapo Kiamba, kuna mambo hatutaki kujaweka wasi kwa sababu mlijua Kenya kiliendelea. So we accept.
Nini kiliendelea? Wewe ni mkazi wa Kiamba. Ulipiga kura Kiamba?
Yeah. Mimi? Wacha Clint, wacha nikupe siri kidogo.
Hata kama ni sikai, kabla unipe siri, unatoka province gani?
No, sikai Kiamba. No, sikai Kiamba. Lakini mimi binafsi kama wewe Clint unapenda kufuatilia siasa sana. I like it. The people on the ground, ile picture inakuja wakati election ama kura zinahesabiwa ama election inaendelea. The picture itself ina portray what's going on in the ground. You understand? So you cannot come up useme mtu fulani Moses Kuria amefanya hiki na kile that of which hakufanya. Like what they said Moses Kuria, what they did and Kinjuri. That's a public figure inakuja too openly.
No man. No, acha kunizungusha. Ushafika kwa Kinjuri press conference ya leo. Nini ili happen Kiamba? Uda hawakuwin, walirig. What happened?
Okay, what happened Kiamba?
Do you want to use today's press conference to tell me what happened in Kiamba?
What happened Kiamba? Yeah? Ukora mingi ilifanyika. Na watu walipewa pesa. Wakati ukiniuliza nitakuambia. Lakini those are the matters siko kwa government. I don't want to disclose here. And you know that. I don't disclose because money.
Uda walitumia the chiefs, the assistant chiefs kupeana pesa.
Yes. Hata uliona hata chief mwenye alishikwa pale na pikipiki akisambaza pesa. So that's what
hiyo ni propaganda, waache kupeana propaganda.
No.
Hiyo ni propaganda.
No propaganda.
Thank you.
Chiefs and the rest receive command from the county commissioners.
Ruben, thank you for putting him online. When you come in this platform, talk of facts, what you know, not that what you heard
Clinton.
or you hear. My brother, here is a
Clinton.
panel and it's being watched with so many people.
Wait, guys.
Clinton. Clinton.
Hapa si propaganda bana.
Wait,
Clinton.
guys. Mbona mnamwingilia hivyo kwa pamoja?
No, let someone table the facts. Hatutaki mambo ya
Sarah.
propaganda. Tunataka facts. Unasikia? Hakuna haja ya mtu asema ati chiefs wenye walitumika ni wenye walikuwa kwa serikali, that is Jubilee people. So hakuna haja, afadhali to table the facts.
Don't kama mstuni.
Hold on guys.
Ajui.
Tusipite mstuni, let us talk
Kwani chiefs,
so many people are watching us.
We my friend, Don, yani kwani UDA ina chiefs? Haina serikali? What are you talking about?
Sasa serikali ni Jubilee na walikuwa na chiefs yao.
This guy coming from the
Kuna jamaa anasema watu walitumia pesa. Kwa hivyo Jubilee walikuwa wanatumia the leaf. Walikuwa wanatumia matawa.
Kwani serikali haina pesa?
Wacha kuwa na feelings. Wacha kuwa na feelings
because hakuna feelings, wasema ukweli.
Hakuna feelings Doni. Wewe haujishi unasema ati chiefs. Kwani kuna serikali ngapi Kenya?
Sema ukweli, usikuja kututisha hapa ati feelings.
Wacha kutisha sisi. Ati UDA ati feelings.
UDA tunataka chama ya jana. Mbona ilitoa MP?
Kama hauna kitu ya kusema, Don, nyamaza.
Na mnasema hapa
serikali ni moja Kenya.
Wewe wa you
Don, nyamaza.
Na mnasema hapa serikali ni moja Kenya. Wewe wa you.
Thank you.
Yes. Omalo.
Omalo mute.
Thank you.
Omalo mute.
Thank you guys. Sasa guys, nyinyi ni watu intelligent sana. Wakati Duna alikuwa na make point, niliwaona kwa umbali mkismile. Ndio nikampea swali, I explain hiyo intelligence ako nayo, what happened. Akaruka mpaka today's press conference. Nikamwambia, you want to use today's press conference to explain the by-election. Nikaona bado ananipigisha kona. Nikamletea story na youths. UDA walitumia youths kurig eti na hapo ndipo mkamvamia. Sasa tushajua ametudanganya nasi. We have to accept and move on.
Yes.
So Dun, hapo kwa chiefs umetudanganya. Maybe next time utuambie what exactly happened, yeah? Lakini kwa chiefs we know who commands the chiefs. Yeah.
Clint, let me be brief.
You had your time, Don. You have to give a chance to other people to speak, my friend.
Dun,
summarize, please.
Okay, let me give it.
Clint, whose time is this, Clinton?
Wamalwa, it is Dun to finish what he was saying in 1 minute.
It's okay. It's okay.
Then we move on.
Okay, what I was saying, kitu kifanyika, we have phones, we have satellites that can capture everything. That there is nobody who can come on the ground akupige picha that ama uipe kwa CCTV and this thing posted online claiming no, unajua wewe siwekelewa kitu na mtu mmoja 2 3 and then wants to go. I don't want to go into further details on what, because I see people in my feelings wingi wanataka kuniua, but it's all right. Clint, thank you.
Okay, thank you Dun. Asante sana kwa maoni yako. Mtu next alikuwa nani? Maybe Wamalwa, then Ruben, umeongea ya?
Nimechaongea.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, so, Clinton,
Wamalwa, then Sarah. Then Ayaka.
Clinton, nilikuwa nataka kusema sisi Western, the ground has really changed. Ukiangalia from 2013, 2017, the ground was for Baba. But as we are talking, because Ruto knew ya kwamba he had to come to the people, to the ground. Ametembea Western mara nyingi sana. And actually, ameunda urafiki na watu wa chini. Like in Bungoma, where I come from, he has come to do fundraising for organized group for more than 5 times. Of which, like our own sons, that's Wetangula and Mudavadi. I don't remember the day Mudavadi left Vihiga and left the hotels in Nairobi to come to the ground to look for votes. So when you look at what's happening on the ground, you realize ya kwamba people are leaning towards the hustler nation. Whatever the hustler nation is selling to the people, they are agreeing and are buying the idea. So when you compare the ground that Baba had prior to 2013 and 2017, people have realized that Baba has been a perpetual liar. He has not been helping the community. When you realize ya kwamba alikuwa kwa serikali na Kibaki, wakati alipata serikali nusu, hatuoni ile mkono alileta Western kabisa. So Baba has been selfish. And for a long time, people have come to realize that Baba does not mean well to Western people. That's why they are moving close to Ruto. And whoever is saying, like Mbaka said, ya kwamba Ruto is commanding Western, to me, like he has not been the ground. Maybe he comes from Western, yes, but for a long time, maybe he's been Nairobi. So, anakumbuka ya kwamba ile ground ambayo ilikuwa bado iko. Nataka kumwambia ya kwamba the ground has changed. People are looking for somebody who can articulate, who can spearhead what they feel. Like Ruto is giving people what they want. So Baba has lost the ground. Na wakati tuseme ya kwamba kura ikipigwa mara hii ama ingepigwa leo hii, like where I come from, Bungoma, Ruto has like 70. That's the truth of the matter. On the street, even a young child, mtoto wa miaka 5, mtoto wa miaka 12 anajua who is Ruto. Baba ni lazima akuwe na mwosho mwingine. Unaangalia ya kwamba they are confused. The NASA team, the NASA people are confused. Watu wote, wanaume wengi hawana agenda. Agenda yao ni kuhakikisha ya kwamba the hustler guy hawezi kupata presidency. So na people wa Kenya si wajinga, because they have no objective. They have no reason as to why to want to be in leadership. Reason yao kubwa, hawataki Ruto akuwe president. So nataka kusema ya kwamba Wakenya wameerevuka. Sisi Western and majority of the people, when you walk on the street, opinions zikifanyika katika mijadala katika radio, I listen to like Sule wakifanya opinions, like 90% they feel ya kwamba Ruto is their man. So we are very sorry to say ya kwamba hata vijana wetu wenyewe like Mudavadi is not in the picture. People have accepted Ruto because yeye has been consistent and is courageous. They have saying, walikuwa wanasema ya kwamba Ruto ni mwizi. But watu wakiangalia serikali, who is not a thief? So watu wameamua ya kwamba ule uongo na machinery yenye imekuwa inatumiwa na serikali na hii watu yanaza yote wakipinga Ruto haina umuhimu wote kwa maisha yao. Wameamua they want change, and the change they want is William Samoei Ruto. I rest my case.
We, unamaanisha nini ukisema Baba hakurudisha mkono 2007? Si kulikuwa na mawaziri kutoka Western Kenya, kina Paul Otuoma, Fred Gumo, Babu na Mwamba, walikuwa wengi sana. Hata nashuku walikuwa wengi kushinda Wajaluo. So maybe kurudisha mkono ulikuwa unataka afanye nini? Ndipo ujue alirudisha mkono.
Namaanisha hivi, kuna ile sehemu ya serikali, that's the national cake. Ukirealize ya kwamba watu wote wenye alikuwa na pick that his close friends. Na Baba tunajua ya kwamba yeye kuna ile akipatiana kitu, kuna ile kiti inarudishwa. Sawa, vijana walipopewa nafasi, kuna sehemu ilikuwa inarudishwa kwake. Lakini haku single out project akasema ya kwamba he didn't support them to implement the projects that could have benefited the community. So to me, yeye hakuwa na malengo mema na watu wetu. Watu wenye ongefanya kazi mzuri hakuweka katika nafasi. Ile hali alichukua psychophants. Yani yeye ikiwa anasema kitu kimoja kiwe kuje kwake na usifanye na amekupa nafasi, unaona kwamba hangekuacha katika ile nafasi. Unaona Babu na Mwamba alipojaribu kusimama, ni kijana ambaye alikuwa anajitokeza. Baba hakumpatia nafasi. So wale watu ambao yeye alikuwa anafikiana na wao ni watu ambao anaona ya kwamba wangerudisha mkono. So yeye hakupatiana watu ambao wanastahili kufanya kazi. So hivi ndio nasema ya kwamba yeye hakuwa na malengo mazuri na watu wa Western.
Okay, thank you. But for your information, on the side of Raila tuliwapa ministries kadhaa. Tuliwapa Ministry of Regional Development Authorities ya Fred Gumo. Tukawapa Ministry of Forestry and Wildlife Noah Wekesa. Tukawapa Ministry of Fisheries Paul Otuoma. Ministry of Housing Soita Shitanda. Na pengine mlitosheka na hayo. Na Attorney General pia alikuwa Amos wako. So you are fairly represented in that 207 government. Anyway, thanks for your opinion.
I don't know if I got you well, huh? Clayton?
Can I talk?
Like you said,
Ayaga mute.
Huh?
Or from which position?
Uko na echo, mute. Yeah, thank you. So proceed, Wamalwa.
I was saying, if I heard you right, you said tuliwapa. You know, I was referring to Raila as a person. Tuliwapa means you, Clinton, and Baba. Is that what you mean?
But hiyo serikali yetu, ilikuwa serikali yetu, sasa tuliwapa. Hiyo tuliwapa bado inaingiana.
So, Clinton, sorry to cut you short. So, Wamalo, you wanted that because Baba was going to have that cake, you only have to give all the lawyer people. You don't know that this cake, Kenya is bigger than only lawyer people. When the ministers that he has already been, they have already taken their share. They leave other shares. Not all because all the lawyers they voted for him. Now he has to only to concentrate on them. We have almost 44 different types of tribes. They have to take each and every single piece. We cannot give. How many ministers were there? You are talking over Babu na Mwamba who repelled. And do you know what about Namwamba, the place where he is? You talk because he came out and start talking. These are politics. The people who got the highest ministry were from your side. Please, just go back to the Google, then Google you'll understand what we are trying to tell you. But to ask a question that tuliwapea, kama sahi unauliza, Clinton was not giving the cake. It was those Raila, they have their structure of giving. When they take one Kikuyu, one lawyer, one Kalenjin, it cannot only give all the lawyers the way you want it. Kurudisha mkono ni kusema, oh, mmenisaidia. At least let me take 1, 2 people from this side, 1, 2 from this side, because everybody, the whole Kenya, different tribes, kama wanaweza taka eti Raila warudishie mkono, awarudishie mkono, will he even give his place? So turudisha mkono, unachukua tu the only that you can, not everybody, because each and everybody also want. Thank you.
Oh, in fact hata Mudavadi alikuwa waziri at the same time alikuwa deputy PM. Bana, tulirudisha mkono wa Malwa. Kubali yaishe.
It's okay.
Ayaga, you wanted to react on the same, maybe in 1 minute, alafu Sara apewe time yake.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to make my point. Are you getting me?
Yes.
Is it all clear? Clinton, you can hear me?
Ayaga, are you doubting yourself?
Ayaga,
We are getting you, my brother.
Okay.
We are getting you, my brother.
Okay, thank you very much. You know, you don't blame don't blame my good friend Wamalwa. Wamalwa is a character of a good Kenya who is playing tumbocrat politics. Akipewa yake akule 1,000 anasema Waluya wote wamerudishiwa mkono, which is very true by the way, according to him. Because when he is speaking of Raila, look from the speaker, not even Marendo is from Luya. Deputy Prime Minister was from Luyaland. Minister for Planning was from Luyaland. Minister for Sport was from Luyaland. They have like 5 and other positions. So I don't know what, according to him, he can tell us that in 9 years, Ruto has been a vice president. How many lawyers have held ministries apart from those handouts? My friend, politics of handouts was left long time ago for people like, I don't know, maybe in Uganda, not in Kenya. Uganda, I watched a clip where a guy was embracing how you cannot win without giving people money, but you don't give them policy. I want to also go straight to a point I had Dan was talking about UDA was giving the chiefs whatever. My friend, UDA is PDR. That's the only party with the legal arrangement with Jubilee. So there is no, you cannot differentiate Jubilee and the UDA. Those two parties, they were working together. Both parties, they are in government. Pre-election part, because even before the name was changed, it has 4 members of parliament and 1 senator. So they have been working with the Jubilee. So if bad thing happens in this government, it is upon them. Propaganda has come home to eat its own kids. Today they don't want propaganda. The other day they were selling propaganda. Ole wao. Baba ako Mount Kenya. Baba is going to Mount Kenya, and the people who have been selling Baba in Mount Kenya is like selling pork in Saudi Arabia. I'm very sorry. Mrade said yesterday, the people who don't like Baba start like him because he will be the president. All the signs and indications, Baba is moving to Mount Kenya. Today's meeting between Kiunjuri, Martha Karua, and Moses Kuria, and they will join forces with the likes of the speaker, Muturi. My friend, those 4 guys cannot work with UDE. That one take to the bank. They will rather work with Baba. And that's how Baba will approach the mountain. And this time round, what we need in mountain, not so many, like 40% from the mountain. We can give Ruto 70% from the mountain.
Ayaga, but the percentage keeps on growing.
The percentage keeps on growing.
Last month you told us only 10%.
Last month you told us only 10%. Now
the percentage is
30%.
growing because we are
30%.
You know, in 2017 they told us Uhuru got 98%, so Baba got only 2% with other candidates. So of which maybe Baba got 1.5 or 0 point something from the mountain. The other day they told us it is 10. We are now aiming. Look at what Wanjigi is doing in central Kenya. Today, the party that has all the branches in all counties, the office is ODM. It has office in Kirinyaga. It was opened the other day. Muranga, Nyeri, Kiambu, all. So they are doing a good job. And they are laying a ground for Baba to come. Because, you know, before, the ODM had no office. They had no county chairman. Nobody will receive you there. But those guys are laying a ground so that by September, because I told you people, wait be up to September. You can see the likes of Moses Kuria, which has been saying they are Asla nation. You can see the language they are speaking. Manyora said the other day that UDA will be a lone challenging party. He's moving there. Because if you have removed Moses Kuria's party, the service party, Kiambu, you have minus Rigate Gachagua.
Wait, Ayaga.
Wait, Ayaga.
Ebu mute nikuambie kitu.
Nikuambie
Uko na kelele sana. Uko na echo.
Kuna echo.
Nilikuwa namaanisha kwamba nikisema the percentage keeps growing. Last month ulituambia Baba only needs 10% in Mount Kenya to be president. Early last week ukatuambia 20% to be president. Today it is 30%. Come next year, how many percentage will you need from Mount Kenya to be president? Secondly, about the UDA being the Kalenjin party, umetuambia tu sasa hivi kwamba we cannot separate Jubilee from UDA because they are in an official agreement. Je, PEP na hiyo TSP, are they in an official agreement with UDA the same way UDA is in an agreement with Jubilee? Tuweke sawa. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. What I'm saying is this. UDA will go it alone, and it will be a challenging. But Jubilee will not be in 2022. Whoever is talking about Jubilee, the other day I watched like 10 parties are being registered at the political party register. Yeah, one of them, Muturi, is going to use that. So Jubilee is dead. Whoever is talking about Jubilee, there will be no party called Jubilee. What we are going to have is other parties and UDA. UDA is going to exist beyond 2022. About percentage, you know, when you are starting a race, you measure your energy. And when you get encouraged on the way, you keep going. We wanted 10% because 10% we knew by calculation, only 10% have ratified for Ruto from Mount Kenya. Even if he got 80, Raila got 10% is enough. But as time goes by, as we are seeing, now we are going to face the mountain. We will even be targeting 50 because they went to Kiambu, they campaigned, they told us at yule mtu wa Jubilee, Kariri Njama, was an ODM candidate, an ASA candidate, and they campaigned all whatever they did. And the guy got 49%. Why can't we project at 40%? Yet ODM never campaigned there. It is only Kanini Kega and few people who went to campaign for that guy. While Jubilee Oda put
hiyo 49% walipata kwa sababu from your statement Jubilee na UDA are twins, they are connected. So hao wenye walivotia 49% hakuna kitu walilose. They still voted for their mother party, but the sister party won. So ODM haiwezi ingia hapo eti hizo 49 ni zao. They were not in the race completely. Yeah. So malizia man.
Okay. Clinton, politics is perception, not reality. What we do in politics is perception.
Mmekazia huyu dude aseme ukweli.
No, siasa, there is no reality.
I think
if you are
Clinton,
waiting for reality, even what William Ruto is telling you, what Wamalo is telling you, that William Ruto has ground in Bungoma, there was a by-election right inside Bungoma, and UDA was competing with one party called Ford Kenya. And it was beaten hands down. Now you ask yourself, which side of Bungoma Wamalwa is? Yeah. If UDA could have got 50%, or 49, we could have said now ground is moving. Wetangula single-handed with MCAs beat all the brigade you saw there by a margin that they can never imagine, and they will still tell you know the ground is still with UDA. Maybe alilamba kapitu hapo 5,000 hapo kwa hizi harambee ndogo ndogo. So according to him, because it is perception, it is not reality. Reality, if you call election by election in his constituency, UDA itakuwa namba kama 10 peke yake na wana compete na bado ata insist the ground has changed.
Okay, thank you.
I think Clinton Ayaga is confusing. It's like he's not being sincere with himself.
Okay,
He said,
before you ask Ayaga a question.
Yes.
It is true you said the ground in Western imeshift. Tungekuwa na election kesho asubuhi, the percentage of the shift ingekuwa kama ngapi hivi? Wewe kama mkazi wa Bungoma.
By election, ilikuwa some time back. Nimesema today as we talk, the opinion, because you use the social media, the radio, the magazine, the feeling on the street. I was basing on that one. That's why I was saying that UDA, when we had that election, it was like a month old, and you saw what happened. It was a new party. The strong party like ODM, the strong party like Jubilee, failed to show interest. But a new and a younger party like UDA was very impressive. So today, as we are talking, people are continuing to appreciate and accept UDA. The feeling is changing. Actually, by then, it
Okay, umehang ama?
Well, Clint.
As we are talking, things happen. Hello?
Yes,
I was saying, if elections were held today, let's say we have the NASA, which has conflicted in a different formation against UDA. I want to assure you that UDA will have 50+1. So what I say, that UDA will carry the day. Yes.
Well, Clint.
So before you interjected, Clinton, before you interjected, I was interested with the comments by my brother Ayaga, when you told him, when he was saying ya kwamba, we said ya kwamba UDA and Jubilee is like the Rasista party. But he said now, the Kariri Njama, the votes he got is equivalent to what ODM could have got. So I think he is not clear with his truth or his facts. So he has not come out clearly. So I wanted, through you, Clinton, that Ayaga comes out very clearly. Because now this is a very serious platform. And whatever we say, people should get the real picture.
Sasa Wamalwa mkianza kujibizana come out clearly. Ayaga anataka come out clearly, wewe pia unataka come out. Hamtatoka nje, wote mtajifungia tu kwa nyumba.
Clinton.
Yes, Ruben, uko na issue gani?
Nataka Ayaga aniambie. Because anasema nani Raila Odinga anataka kura kidogo kutoka Mount Kenya. Yes, what have they done? Ndio kura zenye zilienda na Nanok, zenye zitaenda na Kilifi, governor wa Kilifi, how watalikava hizo kura aje? Because wana focus tu na Mount Kenya, na kwao still wanarusi. Nanok alihamia UDA, Kilifi ametoka hiyo ODM.
Sasa hizo kura ndogo ndogo kina Nanok wameenda nazo, ndio tunakujia Central Kenya.
It can't add up.
Leo tulikuwa Kiambu, kesho ni Kirinyaga.
Clinton,
Lazima tuwakujie bana.
Clinton,
Yes.
whatever you are doing as a party, as ODM, is not different from what you did 10 years ago. Like the euphoria you purported to be having today is the euphoria that we saw in 2007, 2013, 2017. But it didn't add up to. So like Baba is a perennial loser. So what you are doing is the tune that has been happening. So when you say you are going to Kiambu, this is not the first and the last time. You've been there. So you better have reserved that energy and looked for somebody else, not Baba. Maybe Wanjigi, maybe Kalonzo.
Thank you, Bwana Wamalwa.
Also, by taking Raila to Mount Kenya, that is like campaigning for Ruto, for sure.
Nyinyi watu wa Mount Kenya pia mnasumbua. Tukiwacha na hizo kura zenyu.
Bringing Raila to Mount Kenya, hizi generation dogo youth ni kama kucampaign for Ruto. Because wamepewa Raila form ya hataki kusikia hadithi zake.
Sasa kama leo, they really campaigned for Ruto, according to you.
Yeah, that's campaigning for Ruto. Because hasa si unasikia hadithi yenye Ruto anauza ni Hasra Nation na Raila anakutana na business community. Yeah, tycoons. So the rest, unajua hiyo ni smallest percentage. So the rest unaashia nani? It remains with Ruto. Yeah.
Hustlers hawapatikani 5-star hotels Clinton.
Yeah.
Mount Kenya hata kama mtakuwa na presidential candidate. Umeka bei.
Tutawasumbua sana.
Okay, Absalom, malizia what you are saying, show ikianza. Achilia mic one, Absalom. Okay, Obadia.
Thank you so much. Are you getting?
Who is talking? Kizito. Make your submission.
I'm just happy today because at least we have made a very big step to go and meet businessmen in Kiambu. And Kiambu, Kiambu is what makes Central. And the way Baba is pushing on, is doing it very maturely. And is making the Central people to understand. There's something that we don't understand. The Central people, they have got, Central is connected with money. If you want Central, you have to give them what they want. Central, they don't depend the way people always think that they are running for power or they are running. So long as you've shown them how their money will be there, how they will make that money, they will listen to you. And as per today, the conversation that I was hearing today, I think Baba is going the right direction. And even they are coming to realize he put some sense into them. So to anybody who feels that every year in and out, we are going to stand outside with Corona, we start to campaign, it will be a door-to-door campaign like what Baba is doing now. It's just luncheon, it's just meeting the people, it's meet and tour. And if you may look where Kenneth Matiba was, Peter Kenneth, sorry, and Mtua. And here, when we started, I was hearing somebody was talking. When they went to Raila met with Uhuru Kenyatta in State House, it was like this. I want to assure you people that the way Ayaga said, from let's give it up to December, you will see the real movement in Kenya. It's a movement of not joking or insult or provoking, because people have been used to this kind of calling other people's names. You call them bad names, you insult here and there, you provoke here and there. That is the what Raila is trying to change. And I just wish him a good move. And our vote are intact. Me, I'm going to vote as Baba's personally in the ballot box. Thank you.
Kizito. Let me just add something to your
I
comment.
don't see you. I don't see you. And I like to talk with the people I'm seeing their faces, because I hate to talk with somebody I don't see, please. I just beg for your information.
Okay. Today I don't know what happened. But let me just add something to. And the fact is that selling Baba in Mount Kenya is like selling pork in the neck. It is just like, and those who are trying
No,
to tell.
you know, it's very funny. If it's too dark, you know, with us we are old people. We use even macho. So when you are talking, it disturbs my mind so much. Please just forgive me. Just log out, log in. I'm there up to 1 o'clock. We are always here. You'll ask me the question. I will write. I will wait for you. But I hate, because it's disrespect to people who are watching us. We talk like devils inside the dark. It's
Okay,
not
thank you,
good.
Kizito. Thank you, Kizito.
Yeah.
Mute your mic. Ruben, make your point.
Okay. On my point is, selling Baba in Mount Kenya is the hardest thing someone can joke with. And then, if you look people who are allowed Baba, Murave, Hatuoli, and I think and the Akina Kenneth who fail even in Mount Kenya in Nairobi gubernatorial seat with all his PhD and what was defeated by Mike Sonko. Surely, who are these people he is associated with? Who are these people who are giving him hope that he will win Mount Kenya? Surely. And if you look Ruto's strategy and the creation of narrative, that guy is a genius. Look, who in Kenya today is not talking about hustler nation? These guys, they are relying on community, on tribal basis. But what Dr. Ruto has been insisting, he is relying and he is supporting and he is talking about hustler. All 90%, if you do your mathematics correct, 80% or 90% of Kenya, most of them are hustlers. Economy is bad.
Most of them are hustlers.
Our
Economy is
business.
bad.
Kindly, someone mute.
Someone
Economy is bad. We are not. Our business is not productive. You open your business, you sell nothing, and then Ruto is coming with that idea of hustler. We are hustling. Most of you are educated. They are hustling. There is no job, and then Baba is there relying with the business mogul who have accumulated wealth since independent, and that one is trickled down. Those who have been remaining with those money on a back in a pesa huko juu, sasa that is people Baba is associated with. But Ruto is insisting on me hustler. I don't have why defeating Ruto and comparing Bamba and comparing Ruto with their ideas and their strategy of campaigning, it is very difficult and it is very different. And if you go to Kisumu, ask who is the owner of Hassan. And Baba and his team has spent a lot of time discussing Ruto ideas. So anybody in Kenya know the idea of Hasura is from Mr. Ruto, and that one is what Ruto will use to defeat Baba thoroughly in the morning. Ruto will have 57 plus 1 in the morning come 2022. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ruben Kariuki, for your point. Wamalwa, umeongea, si ndio? Kuna mtu tunamfungia nje kweli, kama si hao wenye wamejoin sahii.
Tuwaulize maswali.
Yeah, wait, Eric. Gilbis Wekesa, make your point in 3 minutes. Kuna redio mahali. Okay, ni huyo jamaa ako na redio. Let me kick from studio. So Wekesa, proceed.
Yeah, I've heard, was it Ruben who was saying that hustler, whatever it's like a patented idea for Ruto, and so Baba should not even talk about it. I think that is a shallow way of thinking, because when you look at political manifestos, by the way, most of them, they copy paste from one manifesto to another one. When you look at the economic blueprint, in fact, it is David D, who was plucked from NASA. He's the one who argued that why are you guys against bottom up, and it was plagiarized from NASA manifesto. So what we are saying is that there's not a new idea under the sun. People just pick here one idea, another one, they put together, and they give it a baptismal name and call it bottom up. But when you look at it through it, when you ask them now, give details of what is bottom up, you start saying the things that Uhuru is already doing that are already in the government. So it's only somebody who doesn't know what is going on who will be excited by semantics about bottom up, about hustler. Now, when you talk about hustler, the founding fathers identified 4 things that Kenya suffers from. 1 ni umaskini, 2 ni ugonjwa, 3 ni ujinga, and 4 ufisadi. Those 4 things, we have never run away from them. So when we're talking about hustler, we're just still talking about umasikini yenye Kenyatta aliongelea, but he only used a different name. Now we are calling them hustlers. And you think like Ruto has invented something new. Far from it. There's nothing new that he has invented. He has only rebaptized our problem into something that looks different. When you talk about bottom up, it's the same Jubilee that has been having kazi kwa vijana. It's the same Jubilee that has been having projects for upgrading our mama mboka, coming up with the urbanization of their markets. Look at the Muthurwa before Uhuru came to power. The Muthurwa that was and the Muthurwa market that is, it was upgraded by them. And so that is supporting Mama Mboka with a structured way of doing business. So let's not just be excited by semantics. When you go through the details, you realize these things are happening. It's only once somebody wants to repackage it to look like it's different. They have been arguing that we are changing Mjadala. And you ask them, okay, even 2013, you guys changed Mjadala. You told us that we are moving from analog to digital. And so we waited to arrive at the country where everything is digital. And instead of providing the laptops and whatever, you failed to provide those things you are calling digital. Now you are returning us to the wheelbarrow of 19th century, and you are telling us you are changing mjadala. You are only reversing the gear of the things you had told us you are going to do. So let's not be swayed there. Now I go straight to Wamalo. I come from Western, I come from Bungoma, specifically Kapchai, 5 kilometers to Wetangula's home. And I understand what goes on there. So let him not come here and begin to give us stories that don't add up. First, Yuda stayed in Bungoma for exactly 3 weeks, and they had rented hotels. Kina this assistant secretary of Yuda anaitwa nani? They had rented hotels to stay there and campaign seriously for their guy, and he only managed 6,000 votes against the 19,000 votes of the Fort Kenya. What does that ring into your mind? That they haven't changed the trajectory of how people.
Umejimute.
Nimejimute. So they haven't changed the trajectory of how people vote, but they only inherited a few votes that were for Jubilee. Now that Jubilee was not fielding a candidate, they transferred them to UDA. And so don't tell us that Ruto has made inroads. As far as I'm concerned, the roads are still narrow. And that's why you haven't seen the team handshake being so very much visiting that area to overturn what Ruto has done. Because they know whatever he has done is very little and it's very minimal. You can't tell us that it's only Ruto who is visiting us and coming up with the projects for youth. The things that he has already proposed, those are just they talk about youth come together, then pull up this amount of money, and then we will support you. These pyramid schemes have been there, and we know them. And some of them use them to swindle youths from the money from the youths. You will come up with those mikandas, chamas, and collect money, and hoping that somebody will top up for you so that you can do meaningful projects. Only that those money to disappear. These guys are perfect from the days of Moi. They have perfected that art where you go to people you look like you want to help them, but in the process you go away with the money. Even the harambes that used to happen in the days of Moi, they come and then you do a church fundraising, you raise like 1 million, but you only hear the figures. But the money they tell you they are going to bank, and you'll never see that money again. So I think people need to be very open. They need to open their eyes, because this has happened even to Ayadin, the Turkish investor, who knew that he has gotten people who are going to help him do investment in East Africa, and it ended up in tears. So kindly open your eyes.
Clinton, allow me light of reply, please. Okay, one thing, Mr. Eric, you should know, politics does not require a math science or anything. You can come up with a very simple narrative or anything, and you rush it up to State House in the first round. And I will give you a very good example. Let's come 2013. 2013, Jubilee came up with a narrative of digital versus analog. Before the Raila signed, they realized there was something like digital versus analog. Uhuru and Ruto have already won and were in State House. Second, come 2017, they came up with...
Before you go to second, let me rebut on that. Huh?
Reason.
No,
reason,
that's a different case. I want to handle the digital thing. You see, you can only certify that when maybe if the large population of the people who voted are coming from this demography in a population. But in a country where people vote to a man in a tribal block, you can't tell me that there is a tribe that bought the idea of digital and another tribe didn't want to embrace digital. So Kenya, the only thing that was whipped up in 2013 was the issue of Hague, where they came up and said, let's protect our sons from going to Hague. And that's why the tribes voted to a man to protect their sons. When you look at the voting patterns, you understand what we are saying. But when you tell us digital, tell us what was different between 2007 elections and 2013 that will tell you that this was because of a digital idea. No, we ended up with the same tribal demographic voting patterns where all Luos voted for Raila. So do you want to tell me that Luos don't want digital and they were all analog? Do you want to tell me that all the Mount Kenya are the people who are pro-digital? It doesn't make sense. So you look at the demographic voting patterns and you tell us whether that idea added value or not.
Okay, thank you. Joyce.
Thank you, Clinton. I think we didn't, for Eric, he didn't even allow the person who was contributed to finish on what he wanted to drive the point. And I think I also wanted to drive such a point to refer him to for example, like Obama. Obama came up with "Yes, we can" a slogan, and it went back at White House. So I think the person who, because I didn't see the name, the person who was trying to tell Eric that somebody can come out with a slogan and then it goes until people can buy it. It doesn't need to be substantial, like when they were saying digital doesn't mean really what we all know digital is, and doesn't really mean like what kenye inamaanisha digital na kenye ni vile tu wanataka kusisimua, wanataka tu kuonesha watu they are taking us from here to there, and if people can buy it's well and good. So politics si kitu tunashindanilia ati ikue so natural ati itafanyika hivyo, and that's why us as Kenyans we should know our line. Our line should not only be
Your sound is a bit low.
Haya. So line yetu kama Wakenya isiwe ati sasa huyu mwenye amekuja ameleta sera. Hapana, hata tuangalie zaidi ya hiyo, kwa sababu unajua hata kuna mwenye ataleta hiyo sera moja na hata asemi amaanishi hivyo vile anasema. Wanaweza tu kuja kusisimuka. So ni vizuri hata si tusome between the lines na tusifikiria ati kuna yani kitu kubwa ati wanaweza tuchenjia. Sisi hata ndio tunaweza change maisha yetu. Sisi ndio tunaweza badilisha hali ya maisha yetu kulingana na mimi. Kwa sababu so far kwa Kenya huwezi pata mtu ati kama ni kitu atafanya vile alisema, kwa sababu already in Kenya kuna hata watu wamekalia hata viti ambayo hata president akikuja kuingia atafuata vile watasema na watamconfuse hata, unaona. So already Kenya kuna mambo ambayo si mzuri, so hata mwenye atakuja tu hata yeye aconvincewe nini ashindwe hata kuendesha mambo ingine. Asante Clinton.
Okay. Clinton, I comment something or I just leave?
And then again, Clinton, when Eric was
Clinton
saying
yasikike.
about Clinton, when Eric was saying about 6,000 votes, that's a good number of votes for Ruto there. We should not ignore 6,000 votes. Atuseme bado tu nini. That was a good trial. That was a good trial for such a small party. So when you
Yeah, I was
anakaa huko
not ignoring. I was not
no,
ignoring. I was telling. I was reversing what he was saying that ukienda Western wanaimba tu Ruto, and so I was giving the right figures. You see me, I talk with
okay.
figures. I don't just talk here. Say I use figures. So I was
Yes,
telling
I'm
him
also
this is what happened. The same guys had told us vitu kwa ground is different, but when we tested with the by-elections, they realized they haven't penetrated as they thought. So they were supposed to go back to the drawing board. And there's something they are avoiding that, but they need to do it. They're trying to avoid what we call the tribal chief or kingpins. But ideally, that's how Kenyans vote. If you have to change it, then it takes time. So if it's going to affect them, is when they realize that these tribal kings are still have a say in politics. That is what the by-elections were telling us. So if you are planning to win 2022, kindly don't ignore them.
Eric.
Okay, sir. When you
Eric.
talk about tribal
Clinton,
kings,
just a minute. Huh? I wanted to answer Eric on a particular point that maybe he said he comes from Kapuchai. I don't know if it's the one who said when you realize
Yes,
that the
I am.
candidates, when you realize the candidates that were contesting, particularly the one who won, and Kakai, Machimbo Kalasinga is a hustler. Is a guy who has been on the ground for a long time. So the votes that Kalasinga got did not portray the true position of Wetangula on the ground. If you are so sincere and you understand the dynamics of Bungoma County and in particularly Kapuchai constituency, people didn't vote Kalasinga as a Ford Kenya candidate. People voted Kalasinga because he's like them. He's a small person. He's a hustler. And you realize
my
he
friend,
didn't have
I
even
traveled from Nairobi. I went even the first meeting that Kalasinga had kwa sub chief. I was there.
Eric.
So we crafted
I think you better
designed a candidate. We crafted and designed a candidate that is going to win.
Eric,
So don't tell us.
Eric, you better give people time to say. Nobody's interjecting whatever you are saying. You wait, I submit whatever I have so that you come to respond. What I was saying,
finish.
The votes that I will finish. You don't tell me to finish. What I was saying, the votes that Kalasinga got are not votes for Voti Kenya. He got those votes as a person. Wetangula was an opportunistic. That was not his candidate. And at the moment, Wetangula has no ground in Bungoma County. You have to know that. I rest my case.
Can I now respond?
Okay, Clinton. Yes, I also had a point which I didn't finish with about the Ruto and the rest of candidates. You see now, it's like the sooner they can realize that sasa wanaongelelea kila kitu Ruto ameanza, the sooner they can earn themselves vote. Lakini sasa ni kama akianza kusema Wilbaro, mnaongelelea hiyo bottom up. Akianza kusema kitu wanasema. So mi kama ningekuwa hizo meza zao, I will just tell Wetangula, Mudavadi, alafu tena hebu sikia vile Kalonzo anasema ati the only priority, yani ile kitu ni kupinga Ruto. Unaona sasa, na wanafanya sasa yani mpaka karibu Ruto ndiye ana drive politics za saa hii. Labda hatujui hapo mbele, lakini kwa sasa bottom up ikikuja, bottom up ikikuja, akiimba wimbo ni hivyo hivyo. So kama mnaweza wa advise, let them be the first to make press statements za new ideas, lakini wakiendelea kuibaiba statements za Ruto, ideas za Ruto, it is not good for their politics, it is downsizing them. So anafaa kujua mtu anajitokelezea, kitambo mwingine atoke, tushashika yake. Anyway, that was just an advice for those people who can reach them.
Thank you. We can now hear from Sarah. Sarah, tulikupoteza hapo awali. Sorry.
Good evening, guys.
Good evening.
Good evening, guys. Yes. Now, let me talk about this nini. People are saying, oh, wheelbarrow, oh, nini. This wheelbarrow is a slogan. The same slogan that is also the ODM are using are the oranges. So tukifuatilia kusema, oh, hii wheelbarrow, kila mtu wako na slogan yake. Na the same slogan yenye mnadharau, hiyo ndio ile inabeba machungwa. So hii slogan ya nani ya Ruto ndio inabeba ile machungwa yenu, hii mnasema ni ODM. So what we need now, we need unity. Na si ati ile watu wanaenda kukutana State House wanasema how can we do our own nini to fight Ruto. Go and do some ideas. Si mambo ya kusema tutafanyaje tumalize Ruto, tutafanyaje tushinde Ruto. Sasa hata kama ni kushinda Ruto, kila mwanaume kati ya hiyo wanaume wote wasita, kila mtu asimame kivyake na kusema mimi napingana na Ruto. Kwani Ruto amekuwa mwanaume kiasi gani yenye wanaume sita wanang'ang'ania? Si kila mtu asimame laini yake na aseme hapa, sisi leo mimi ninaamuka kama Kalonzo napingana na Ruto, naamuka kama Raila napingana na Ruto, naamuka kama Gideon napingana na Ruto. Huyu jamaa Ruto ameingia systems ya watu na ameingia mpaka grassroots. I heard nani, there is someone called Wamalwa. Wamalwa ameongea some things na sijui, I can even ask Eric, wewe ulikuja lini Bungoma? Bungoma ile mnaongea hata ukisema ati oh, Ruto alipata 6000 votes, hiyo ni si kama shilingi moja ile unaokota hapo chini. Hata kama waligomboa malodging, those people
By the way,
mpaka kwa bedroom.
Jubilee got more votes than UDA. So what are you telling us?
UDA, how many months?
They reduced.
How many?
A party is as
Eric,
old as its party leader, not the months. UDA has been in
what
parliament. It
Eric,
has
can you
4
give me time I talk?
MPs.
You've been talking. What is wrong with that? You've been talking.
You're asking question. A question follows the answer.
Then you just wait. I wait. Write your question, your answers down. Then reply to me afterwards. Can you stop this thing of interfering what someone is talking about?
Okay, don't mention my name then. Just
No problem of
contribute.
mentioning my name. So what is there? Wacha tuambiana hapa ukweli, tusikuja hapa kudanganyana. That 6000 hizo votes sio kidogo. Hata kama Jubilee ilikuwa huko na tukifuata. How many months old is UDA? Orange ODM ni how many years old? Jubilee is how many years old? So 6000 na hiyo imeshindania wapi? Just to give a space. This in 2022 kuna watu watavimbiwa matumbo hapa. One, hata mtoto mdogo ule mwenye ako Nasare sasa anaimba UDA. Kuna mtu anakumbuka kitu ati Jubilee sijui tuko pamoja. Hiyo iliisha kitambo sana. Orange hata sasa watu hawakuli machungwa because machungwa imekuwa kali, imekuwa chungu sana na uchumi ya sasa. So what is there? Can we have sensible discussion that how can we do to this country of ours. Si mambo na kusema mimi niko UDA na najua wengine hapa kina Eric wako ulisema juzi automatic this thing sisi tuko kwa baba na mimi niko kwa Ruto hasla. Wacha tuambiane ukweli. I do commute every now and then from Eldoret to Bungoma. I work there. Na ninasikia ground vile inasema. Ninaingia community, ninasikia. Naingia pale naambia hapa siasa inasemaje? Western Bungoma County sahi si vivi. Yes.
Ngoja jamaa malize bana.
I work there. So Western, specifically the place where I work is Bungoma County. Ninafika huko ground, and even today I was there. Na unakutana na mashosho. Shosho anakuambia wacha mimi nitembee na wheelbarrow. Na si ati kusema hiyo wheelbarrow ni kubeba wheelbarrow. That is a slogan. Wacha niende na hiyo wheelbarrow. So please, can we say how can we do and how can we help it us, because sisi ndio tuna feel that pinch. Hawa wazee saizi wako kwa mahoteli kubwa kubwa. Wanakula raha zao. Na sisi hapa jini tunapigana kama kuku ile inataka inakimbizana na mahindi hapa nje. So how can we help even that small person ground there? Saizi Bwana Clint, there are some students wenye wajawai enda shule. Of which even now atungekuwa tunaongea mambo na politics. Clint, you could be here kusema these children wenye wajaenda shule, how can we help them? Hawa watoto wafike shule. Lakini sasa tuko siasa, mimi naimba Ruto huko, huyu mwingine anaimba baba huko. Na kuna watoto hapa wameisha hapa ground. Watoto wamepita. People with 370s to 400, they are lacking school fees to enter those schools they were called. Surely, which Kenya are we? Are we in the correct nini? Somebody, kuna watu hapa mimi, in fact, even yesterday, I took one of the Luo child to a school here in Eldoret. She is not my relative. I'm a Kalenjin, she's a Luo. That is the thing we need in this Republic of Kenya. Si mambo ya
congratulations.
Kuimba ati Raila, Ruto. Nani anajua hapa? Angalia ground na clean. Can you look for these students tuone vile tutachanga? Kama ni kuchanga 1,500 waende shule. That is the program yenye watu watasema hii ya Mutembei inasaidia. And that is the ponga points that you will get. But hii siasa pia pesa nane sahi haitusaidii. We have those people who are suffering ground there. Tuende mambo ya project na hii ya Mutembei.
Hatuwezi enda mambo ya project. This is not an NGO.
If you don't have
no, you cannot shut us up because we also have to talk. This channel is.
We are not quarreling, Kizito.
We are not quarreling, yes.
Kizito, we are not quarreling.
No, you know the only.
I'm holding your mic.
Kizito mute. Kuna
wait. You have to wait, Kizito. Everybody is entitled to an opinion.
Yes.
Na kama group wote watakubali tuende hiyo direction, tutaenda na tukuache wewe ambaye unapinga. Kama group ita decide we are not going there, we will not go. Lakini huwezi zuia mtu kusema kitu ambacho alikuwa anataka kusema. Tafadhali. Let us respect each and everyone's opinion. Then
but can you also give us chance also to rebut, because there's nothing to say something then we leave you as if we all agreed. It's better you talk it out, we finish it then, because this is not the first project. There was also another project that is there before. All these projects are there, but remember the channel is not an NGO. What we can do, your topic is good, but take it to the WhatsApp group or messenger group. Then after you people discuss it, you come here for politics. Thank you. Just my opinion. So.
Yeah. Let's dispel this notion. There are people who think that when you are discussing politics, you are idle. No. We purposely created this topic to discuss national issues. So we cannot divert it that we should be helping people. It doesn't mean that we never visit children's home. We never take our children to school. When we are discussing politics, we are shaping the governance of our country. And that's why even when you go to Citizen, when you go to KTN, they do it because governance is very important. And just because our ideas are not accepted, we cannot now say, let's run away from that, let's go to do charity. We can do that. We can chew the calm and scale the stairs. We can still be helping students go to school, yet have a candid conversation, because this idea, if you are coming up with an idea called bottom up, and it comes and collapses our economy, we will all suffer. The children who have taken to school, they will come back home. So we have to stand and say, what are the national issues that what are the national leaders we are going to elect, and what are the policies towards education, their policies towards, let's have a conversation around it. And the fact that I disagree with Ruto, it doesn't make me an enemy to Ruto. The fact that I disagree with Raila doesn't make me an enemy. Or the fact that I disagree with Clinton, who is a supporter of maybe Obado, doesn't make me an enemy to Clinton. After we have finished,
not maybe.
yes,
Say
after we have
correctly. I am
exchanged,
Obado's supporter.
yes, me, by the way, I make my contribution passionately, but I also listen the feedback from what you are saying. I want to hear how does these people view Raila, and how I also want you to see how does the rest of Kenyans view Ruto, so that we are just, the Bible says that iron sharpens another one. That's how man learns from another person. The people who are criticizing Ruto are the ones who are making him a better leader, not those who are just clapping for him. The people who are criticizing Raila are the ones who make him a better leader than those who are just clapping that, oh, Raila is this Superman. So kindly, let's criticize any idea that is going to rule this nation must go through criticism, just as the judges or any other panel going to IPC. Have you ever seen them being vetted? They are asked tough questions, and even some, their certificates are disqualified. You tell us that you have a PhD. How did you get a PhD in 6 months? Can we say that he is targeting that person? No. We want a leader who stands the test of time. So we criticize their CV, we criticize their ideas, their models. If it stands the test of time, when Ruto is sworn in, we all say this is our president, because we know that the ideas he came up stood the test of time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So guys, kitu Sara amesema pia ni kitu cha muhimu. Na Sara, kama ulikuwa hapa jana, kuna jamaa alikuwa late midnight huko kwa show, akawa ana comment tu hapo kwa comment section, ameinsist asha graduate, anaomba kazi. Mpaka kuna mtu alikuwa kwa show venye tuko hapa sasa hivi, na niko sure alipata kazi jana. Yule jamaa alisema tu nipeeni namba ya huyo mtu mwenye anatafuta kazi. Maybe ameanza kazi leo ama ataanza kesho. So kama kuna mwanafunzi anahitaji help, si lazima sisi wenye tuko hapa kwa screen ndio tusaidiane ama tumsaidie. Akicomment hapa anataka usaidizi ama akitumia link kuingia, then kuna wenye wana watch, hatuwaoni, hatujui ni kina nani, but maybe ni mtu ako tayari kusaidia. So mtu akiingia hapa aseme shida yake, mtu hapo atatuambia contact me ama nipe contact ya huyo mtu anataka usaidizi, then atasaidika. So we should not rule out this thing completely, kwa sababu we don't know what tomorrow may carry for all of us. So I think kama kuna mtu anataka usaidizi, si lazima mimi ndio nikusaidie, but ukiingia hapa hatutakunyima nafasi, sema. Alafu kama kuna wenye wana watch, wale ambao wako na uwezo, utapata usaidizi. Kwa wale ambao mna watch pia, Kizito zima mic tafadhali. Kwa wale ambao mna watch pia, kama uko na kazi ama unaomba kazi, una post tu kwa comment section. Someone who is interested akifuatilia, utakuwa umemsaidia. Okay. Thank you very much. Joyce, you have one.
Okay, before Joyce, just 1 minute, please. Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. I know I will leave. Joyce, please, just give me 1 minute. Your 1 minute. Thank you. Please, just 1 minute. I just want to help.
Kizito,
What
you
does
moderate
Sarah
aside to give us
I just want to help.
Wait,
Sarah came with a good idea, but I know where she can get help. Can I not also contribute? Or only to give chance? I can also go because it's my internet, there's no problem. But she asked for help. We can give one another idea. Only what I was criticizing that here is a platform for politics, but when she has a very good thing like that, we can help because we also know people, we know where we can send her. Tomorrow she can get that help with our contacts. So don't always say that, give moderator. That's why I beg for 1 minute. Jedida, it's your chance, please. Ledidi.
But you've not said anything.
So wait.
Have you helped Kizito? Why you bring confusion in the platform?
Wamalwa, you are contradicting. You never wanted me to help. So leave me alone. Ledidi, it's your chance.
And I think it was my turn. I have finished.
Ledidi, wait. Ledidi, wait. Mute your microphone, Joyce. So, Sarah, you finish in 2 minutes' time. What you are saying.
Yes.
Completely.
So please, I was finishing. Then I can thank you, Kizito, for that. I have seen you've understood what I was talking, and you have that heart of doing it. Thank you so much. So next thing, I think we should have that heart that former president said, peace, love, and unity. We need to stand by that thing in this country of mine. I can't check that, for example, I'm looking for Kizito, na nasema Kizito is a Luo. The other lady is a Maasai. Nani Wamalwa is a Mluya. We need to have one Kenya. And that is where we will go. If Ruto has a problem, I am in his support. I'm one of his supporters. But if there is a problem, I think Mr. Nani, my Nani was there the other day. I was saying, Ruto has a problem because kila kitu huwezi kimbia saa yote kwa studio kusema. Sometimes you need to shut up for your enemies. You showcase to your enemies. Si ati kitu yote kisemwa unakimbia. I differ with that one. So please, we are here for one country. And I cannot even I cannot say I'm not supporting who and who. But if you have something good, I will be in support with you. So guys, thank you for that. I will need later.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Anaitwa nani? Toa hii kitu kwa screen. Sarah. Thank you, Sarah. Kuna mtu tunamfungia. Ruben ashaongea. Huyo system. System John, ni aje?
Salama sana, habari ya leo?
Naona umeshiba sana. Ndio unatoka Kiambu ama ushafika kwa nyumba?
Mimi Kiambu nilikuwa napanga
Mike.
huko.
Sijaongea.
Sawa, tunakuja kwako Mike. No need to shout. So, Mugambi, I was just confirming whether you are there kwa sababu wewe ni Giza.
Yes, I was just the protocol officer to see that the things run well. And finally, what I told you last week, and I was beaten by death on the rest, is coming to be. I told you, you know.
Nani ameuliza hii yote bana system?
Goja, it is my time. I will not state how I'm going to deliver everything.
System, wait. Nani amekuuliza kama ulikuwa protocol officer kitu mmekula?
So Goja, I must
Dynasty.
System, sasa kuna huyu Joyce Ledidi ako tu na point kwa dakika moja tu. Maybe ni just a reaction. Then we come back to. So, Joyce.
Thank you, guys.
Joyce, acha kuwa Giza, nitakutoa. Okay.
Kizito sasa. Thank you, Eric, for a very good point. And you know we are here because, and there are so many people who cannot be in this Mutembei. So we are also shaping on the political worldview of so many people. So I think we must admit that we must be higher, even in the worldview of this politics of this country, so that other people could also follow us in that way. Otherwise, we cannot hatuwezi rudi standards chini na sisi ndio tunaangaliwa na watu wengi. Lazima tuweke standard juu, na pia kama kuna shida yoyote inaweza wekwa hapa, tunaweza solve. Kama mi niko na mashida mingi, niko na wasichana wamedrop, niko na wenye hawataenda shule juu ya early marriage, FGM. So hapo mtanipata Kizito, hapo mtanisaidia na Eric. Lakini sasa lazima to raise standard ya political conversation in this country.
Umesema
So lazima
ingia inbox ndio tunapatana.
So ndio nasema Kizito, lazima tuinue kiwango yetu kama sisi wenye watu wa kuingia kwa Mtembei hii stream yard, ili ya kwamba watu wenye wanatufuata waweze kuinua standard zao, waache kuconverse tu huko chini, lakini tuinuke kiwango ya
Ni ukweli hiyo FGM ina existing?
Ni ukweli ina exist. Hiyo FGM ina exist kabisa na inaharibu, kwa sababu msichana akitairiwa, akikatwa, sasa ni kuolewa. Sasa unaona sisi tunabakingi kila siku, kila mwaka tunabaki maskini nyuma, tunabaki hatujasoma nyuma, kwa sababu kuna wasichana kuolewa mapema. Sasa ndio unaona hata saa hii ni Wamasai wangapi wako kwa Mtembei? Si ni moja. Lakini akina Kizito ni wengi, kina Mwangi. So that's we need to, lazima tuangalie mambo ambayo inatu affect sisi. So munisaidie kabisa. Thank you.
Hiyo FGM nasikianga tu. Anyway, kama ina exist
even that one we'll talk more, because so many of us we don't understand it. You will explain to us.
I'll explain the way it happened and how it happened.
Joyce, we will organize with Mtembei. There is a day he holds a personal discussion, just one-on-one.
Okay.
So that it can just be a topic on its own, that people understand, and then they can see how do they come in terms of help.
I appreciate.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, so you will leave your contacts in the private.
Thank you. System. Ni nani anaongea? Mwangi.
Watu wa nyumba kubwa.
Hello.
Yes, relax sasa. Sema.
Hello, can you hear me?
Who is talking, jameni?
Mwangi talking.
Sema.
Is it Mwangi?
Na ametoka. Huyu system angoje Mike amalize. Mike, huyu mwenye alikuwa chief protocol, sijui amebeba red carpet, sijui akafanya nini na nini, huyu atulie. Mike, kuna kitu inaitwa Mike. Achilia Mike na useme nasi.
Yes. Hello, are you getting me? Clinton?
Yes.
Hello. Yeah, there is this something called people are saying that Ruto is on the ground, huh? And there is something people are imposing, which I totally disagree with it. You know, when you go on the ground, somebody is telling you Ruto is down there, UDA, Jubilee, ODM. Oh, okay. Let me say this. Like now, Niko Mombasa. I mean, not in the camera because the nature of the work I'm doing. So msijali nae. Yeah, you can see right now, like UDA in Mombasa. Yeah, UDA in Mombasa, in Kilifi. Right now, you see Amason Kingi, he left ODM. Amason Kingi aliacha ODM because of what? You know, right now, he has finished the governorship. He can't contest again. Amason Kingi wanted
to be a kingpin of coast, of which whereby angeweza Joe, you see Joe has on the ground, he has people, Joho. You know Joe from Kwale to Lamu. Joe is the kingpin in Mombasa. And I'm on the ground, I can tell you this. Let's say, for example, in Kilifi County, when you go out of ODM, that is the fact. You can see, you can ask like the former, there's an MP called Kazungu. It was Kazungu Kambi. When he left ODM, you are being voted out with coast people. That is the fact. You can't tell me. Right now, like now, tungoje like Aisha Juma, you will be out. You will be out. So the ground in coast is ODM. That's one I can say for the fact. Second, Raila, where is Raila is beating us down, please. Raila, he has to come out. Right now, he has to come
Are you supporting,
and say he's going to contest. You know, ako chini pale ya maji.
Mike.
No, I'm supporting. I'm on ODM.
But umesema Raila is beating you people hands down. Ni
Right?
kama uko UDA.
So where I'm saying, yeah, no, because nasema kwa sababu inafaa by now au ametoka out atuambie mimi I'm going to contest. So ako pale chini ya maji. So we are waiting. Second, when you see Ruto, like from Kisii, Ruto is having, you know, you are saying Ruto has a ground. Let's say, for example, in Kisii, he's having Omingo Magara. Omingo Magara, if even today can asimame kama kutaka kuwa governor in Kisii, how many votes can he bring to UDA? How many votes can he bring to UDA? Let's say like Momanyi, the likes of
Mike.
Momanyi. Yes.
Mike, can you hear me?
Yes.
I always being
I'm getting
sincere.
you.
Dakika ngapi umake
Yes,
point
I'm
yako?
hearing you.
Unataka kama dakika ngapi?
Okay. Just 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Sema tu ukweli yenye unataka juu haujaongelea point ya leo.
Are you getting me?
Bado. Okay, proceed. In 2 minutes, please.
Yeah. Mi nasema ile there's that narrative size. Yeah, there's that narrative sahi mnasema Ruto ameshika ground. Tusidanganyane, let's be very honest. You know, this imposing kusema ati on the ground. When we reach in the election, people will say ameibiwa and he was on the ground. So, like who? Let's wait. Like today, I heard when Baba was in Kiambu. Even I remember nani akisema Peter Kennedy. People are saying Central is UD. You are saying for who? For who? So let's be very honest. Ruto has, I think he is speaking just those people who are just they were down. Thank you.
Mike, wewe unatoka Coast. Peter Kenneth amesema kwamba watu wanasema Mount Kenya ni UDA. Na hiyo iko sawa. Alafu wewe unasema UDA haiko Coast. Na umetuuliza swali nzuri. Wanasema kama nani? Na wewe unasema UDA haiko Coast kama nani?
You know, that is a very good question. Nakupata ndio. You know, mimi I'm saying this because I'm on the ground. Chini ya maji. That's why hata picha yangu unaona nini? Yes.
Wait.
Yeah.
Umesema hivyo kwa sababu uko ground Coast. Si ni kweli? Kuna Omingo Magara kwa ground Kisii.
Yes.
Anaambia Ruto Kisii ni Ruto. Mbona unakata? Na hauko Kisii?
Okay.
Ama
Okay,
wakisema kwa
you are
candidate wengi
now you are
iko
coming in
sawa.
personal.
Okay, I'm not personal man. Okay, pole kama nimekuongelea sana.
Yeah,
Naomba
you are coming personal because okay, now I can say this, I come from Kisii. Are you getting me? I come from Kisii, but okay, we stay in Mombasa. Unalipata? So I know this is the year of politics. So we are down there. We are doing everything we can.
down in
So
Kisii.
I think Baba is
Okay,
on the right course, and he has followers.
So kwa
all over the country.
All over the country. Active Coast ama Kisii.
Kama Mount Kenya.
Uko Mount Kenya.
Me, I normally go around Kenya. Around Kenya.
Okay, thank you. You are doing a good job.
Natembea Kenya nzima. Natembea Kenya nzima.
Nafurahia umeshika Kenya
thank you.
nzima.
Thank you.
So uko ground zote. Uko ground zote. Uko ground zote.
Exactly.
Leave my mic alone.
Kabisa. Hata saizi
Anyway, kwenye siasa imefika, itabidi tuanze kuambiana ukweli, kwa sababu propaganda ikisemwa kwa Raila iko sawa kwa watu wa Tangatanga, lakini watu wa Tangatanga wakiulizwa the same question, pengine inakuwa ni personal ama inakuwa eti no, let me explain, alafu we start beating around the bush. So tutaambiana ukweli ikifika next year, kila mtu atakuwa ametii. Guys, I beg for your 3 minutes. Tusikie wana Kiambu in 2017 walikuwa wanataka nini kwa Raila? Mambo na wheelbarrow, sijui inaitwa nini.
In terms of expectations, yet to get the views of minutes into a major rally KTNU final story.
Let me just
Karaya ama Mkorino. Mimi mkaaji hapa Limuru na pia tunapenda Raila. Manake ni Mkenya kama Wakenya wenzetu. Nimesikia kwa Kalonzo Musyoka na Mudavadi. Nimesikia kwa ataongea kuhusu mambo ya bodaboda, kuongezwa kwa mshahara kwa askari, kitu kama hiyo. Kulingana na vile nimesikia mtarajiwa leo.
Umeshapata muktasari wake, umepata aje muktasari na mambo ambayo tutazungumzia bwana Mkorino?
Kulingana na maripoti yake tayari ametupasa kidogo ile mambo ambayo yatahusu kuja kutaja hapa Limuru town. Yeah.
Kwa hivyo tayari wakazi wa Limuru mmeshaambiwa kuja kwake ni nini na atakuwa anazungumzia nini?
Tuna matarajio, maana yake sisi kama watu wa bodaboda, akijaongea mambo ya bodaboda tutakuwa sawa.
Hebu tueleze, Raila Odinga kila uchaguzi kuna vile yeye hupata kura eneo la si tu hapa Kiambu, Central Kenya, huwa hatoki mkono mtupu ikilinganishwa na zile kura ambazo viongozi wengine hupata kwa ngome yake. Unaweza kutueleza Raila Odinga unamfahamu kama kiongozi upi wa kisiasa, na mbali na sera ambazo umesema umesikia kwamba atakuja kuzungumzia, ni nini kingine ambacho kinakufanya, unaweza tuelezea Raila Odinga ni mtu aina gani?
Manake sijai kumuona, nitafurahi leo siku ya leo, manake nitamuona sura kwa sura. Pia nataka kusikiza vile maoni yake. Vile ni Mkenya pia aje kutueleza maoni yake. Tunasikia ataongea mambo ya security. Kama hapa kwetu tunataka security, ndio inafaa watu wa Limuru.
Peter Waweru Mkorino. Asante sana boss, unaweza kutuambia kwa kifupi majina yako, na je, wewe unatarajia NASA wanapofika hapa waguzie nini, hoja zipi ambazo unataka wagusie wanapofika hapa?
Kwa majina naitwa Francis Jane. Mimi tunagojea kina anaitwa Raila Omolo Odinga akuje atuambie mema na tutarajie mema.
Hasa ni nini unataka aguzie? Hayo mema ni kipi ambacho unatarajia azungumzie? Hayo mema ni yapi ambayo unataka aguze usikie umeridhika?
Akiguza ufisadi, security, na hii tunasikia shule toka January tusikie vile anasemaga kwa news. Tuwe tumuone live. Tunamtarajia sana.
Lakini si wewe ungojei usikie mpira ama kitendawili?
Mpira ama kitendawili mimi nangojea atende mema. Aseme mema na vile inaweza kuwa.
Na akikosa kutangaza mchuano
kivipi?
Asiposema mpira vile wamaliza, anasema Jubilee pande hii, NASA pande hii, utataka agusie hiyo ama wewe unataka tu sera?
Hata akipiga mpira tunashangilia tu.
Asante sana Bwana Njani. Betty, maybe a last one here. Mzee, majina yako na utuambie wewe ni nani na unatarajia azungumzie nini hapa?
Mimi naitwa Francis Adidi Luvai. Mheshimiwa anakuja na tarajia ataleta mambo mazuri, na ninaelewa kuna mabadiliko ataleta. Ndivyo. Yeah.
Mabadiliko gani wewe binafsi unataka agusie? Sera zipi ambazo sana sana unataka agusie?
Ya kulingana na manifesto yake yenye alitangaza ile wakati, ninaona ni kutakuwa na mambo mazuri by the way.
So sorry guys for those 3 minutes. Kumbe ground Kiambu inaweza shift anytime. Msiseme sikuambia. Wao pia wanataka si wheelbarrow, boda, security.
Clinton.
Oe, system. Si relax system.
Susan Kihika alienda wapi? Susan Kihika alienda wapi? Susan Kihika the Nakuru Senate alienda wapi? Siku hizi aonekanangi bwana kwa tanga.
Sasa huyo ni governor mtarajiwa, maybe anapanga kabineti yake kwa sababu ni governor mtarajiwa. So, guys, I think with me now, mtu mute microphone. Mwangi mute your mic. Okay, thank you. So, huyu Richard hajaongea, Wamalo ameongea na system. So guys, mimi I have to call it a day. Na Bwana Wekesa, si uko na key, ukimaliza utafunga. Mimi I beg to say
mimi
bye
nitaomba.
bye.
Clinton, mimi nitaomba kabla hatujaenda.
Hatuendi, mimi ndio naenda.
Utaomba saa 10. Utangoja mpaka saa 10.
Clinton, unajua mimi ni mzazi. Wacha hata mimi niombe niende. Naonekana watu hapa
kuomba kiaje? You want to pray or you want to ask? You have a ask or you want to pray?
No, I thought the stream yard was ending. So I wanted to pray and then I leave.
We are here at 4 AM.
Mimi ni Mjaluo Kiswahili.
Unajua Clinton anaongea Kiswahili ya Tanzania. Naomba niondoke. Naomba nikusalamie. Naomba niongee.
Sasa mimi hivi ni acholi. Kiswahili yangu bwana. Hiyo kuomba naona tu you have a ask. You want to request something.
So mimi naomba pia.
Ilikuwa ni maombi serious.
Ni serious na pia ninaomba niende, mimi ni mzazi.
Clinton.
Okay,
nitaamka
Joyce.
The panel will decide what to do. Okay, thank you Wamalwa. You are a senior member na ukisema nani wa kupinga? Acha niingize huyu Nelson tuombewe pamoja. Nelson yaje? Okay. Tatupata kwenye maombi. So, bwana nani? Anaitwa nani? System. Tunaombewa na maybe unaweza ukaokoka. So amini na tuombewe.
Swali ya kwanza, maombi bora tuombe katikati ya debate. Siangoje tu mpaka asubuhi alafu tuombe tukimaliza. Hapana, tukianzia au tukimaliza.
Hatuwezi kuta maombi jamani. Hata kama imekuja.
Ni sawa sikali lakini bora tuombe saa hii.
Joyce.
Anyway, go ahead. Omba Lily. Joyce.
These are call hatuwezi kata. Joyce, sema nasi na utuombe in that process.
Sawa, asanti. Niombe kwa lugha gani? Eric,
Ongea UDA.
Kiombe na
Ama Kimasai.
Homa na Kimasai.
Ongea UDA.
Kikale.
Tubia Masai ama Kalenjin.
Kimasai,
sawa,
Kimasai, homa na
tuombe.
Kimasai.
Aya, tuombe. Walaitoria ni Enkai. Mungu tunakushukuru kwa sababu wewe ni Mungu wetu. Umetusaidia, hata Mungu umetupatia uhai Mungu. Tunakushukuru kwa afya, tunakushukuru kwa nchi yetu Mungu. Tunasema ni asante kwa hii platform ya Mtembei. Mungu zidi kutusaidia na hata kutuonesha mkono wako tunapoelekea katika election. Tunaomba Mungu, tunakataa mambo yote ambaye ni ya kifo, mwagikaji wa damu. Mambo yote Mungu ambaye haifai tumekataa katika jina la Yesu. Tunaomba Mungu tusaidie hata usiku wa leo Bwana, wenzetu wanapoendelea na hii mkutano Mungu, na wengine wetu kwenda kulala, tujitayarishe kwa sababu ya mambo ya kesho Mungu. Tunakuomba Mwokozi utusaidie Mungu wetu. Tusamee hata makosa yetu kwa yale Mungu ambayo tumekukosea kama wanadamu na kama Wakenya. Mungu tunaomba utusamee, usituhesabie makosa yetu, makosa ya viongozi wetu, makosa ya rafiki zetu, makosa ya ndugu zetu. Mungu tunaomba Mungu utusamee. Tunaomba hata Mungu kwa sababu ya viongozi wetu kutoka president mpaka viongozi wadogo mpaka chiefs. Mungu tunakuomba Mungu uwasaidie na wote uwapee hekima Mungu. I just want to thank you because of Kenyans who are outside this country. My God, I pray that you are going to bless them. You are going to protect them from any harm, especially those in Saudi Arabia, those in very pathetic countries. Father, I pray that you are going to remember them, and even those who are in other countries that they are facing a lot of problems, and those that are not even having difficulties, we pray that you be with them, Jehovah God. We want to trust you for the next election, that Lord, it's going to be peaceful and it's going to be controlled by you. We thank you for the discussion we've been having, and we pray that God, it's going to be well with us and our country. We thank you for everything. I pray for the sick, those that are going through hard time during this time of COVID. Father, I pray for healing. I pray that you are going to comfort the families that have lost their loved ones because of COVID. My God, I pray that you are going to give them an easy time. God, we pray that you save us from COVID, Lord. We pray that you're going to heal us from COVID. We pray that COVID is going to end, because you are a powerful God and there is nothing impossible with you. We glorify and honor your name, for in Jesus' name we pray and believe. Amen.
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 Thank you, our sister Ledidi. Ulikuanga umetuambia kabla tuanze tuwe tukiomba. From today I promise. Brother Eric atakuwa naomba kabla hajaanzisha show. Na kama ni mimi pia nitakuwa naomba. Thank you very much. We appreciate your presence here.
Yeah.
Clinton,
Thank you.
Clinton,
I'll take my leave.
Okay, thank you Eric. Thank you Ledidi, na Mungu awe nawe popote ulipo. Thank you.
Amen.
Have a good night. So kuna mtu hajaongea hapa chini, ama sasa ni time ya system. Tuambie hiyo red carpet umelala nayo kwa nyumba ama imerudi Nairobi, na mlitupea mbuzi ngapi?
Hii maneno ni polepole ndugu yangu. Leo nataka kuongelesha rafiki yangu anaitwa Ruben Kariuki. Nataka kumpeleka class tu lesson moja peke yake. Kariuki, there is a difference between voting for an MCA, MP, governor, senator and women rep and the president. Ukisema story na hashtags, taglines, those are meant for the governor going down. For an MP, tunakuanga na very high stakes from local community, that is business community, not the hustlers, but the business community and the international community. Any person who wants to be the president must meet the needs and the demands for the international community and the business community. Nikisema business community, I respect the hustlers and watu wa wheelbarrow, lakini kuna wale watu wenye wanaletanga wheelbarrow, watu wa wheelbarrow. Those are the people that should be protected so that our country can at least be stable. Today, last week, I think I said something here that is unfolding slowly by slowly, that we are changing the narrative in Mount Kenya and we are meeting the right people. Watu wakaniambia sijui we need to have sijui the hustler meet the mama mboga. Nikasema mama mboga they are good. They make the base of our pyramid, the economic pyramid, but they depend directly from the people who are in the middle income, and the people in the middle income depend on the topmost people. So for any economy to stabilize, you need to stabilize at the top, middle, then automatically at the base it will be stable. Many of us think that we must start at the bottom. For example, Ruben, if you have never had 10 million, I give it today to you, sio pesa itakumaliza. Hiyo pesa itakumaliza, juu utajua venye utatumia. So lazima kwanza tukufunze, tukutrain pole pole venye utatumia pesa, grow in your system. That's why the people who are today fighting for the presidency, they didn't start with the bottom up. They began with the top bottom. The hustler that you are saying, talking about, uliambiwa alikuwa anauza kuku. Unafaa kunjiuliza aliuza kuku lini? I'm sure Ruben, Eric, Clinton, Demba, at one point or another when you were in primary school, you ran something like a chicken or a rabbit. But that should not define whom you are today. For example, like deputy president. Why it's not for Moi, who identified him when he was in the choir at the University of Nairobi, welcomed him in State House, held his hand, bought him the first plot, bought him the first car, empowered him, he could not be where he is. So the thing I would demand from our deputy president is, now let us have right systems, let us have right structures, let us kill the thuggery of our resources, the corruption, the stealing, the nepotism. And if we kill those three vices, even the person who is born today, in 20 years time, atakuwa ako sawa. Juu ukipata 50 bob yako, utafanya ile kazi unataka. Si ati nimekupatia boda leo, lakini asubuhi ukifanya budget, ukibudget about your milk in the house, you budget about the policeman on the road, you budget about all those problems that you face. Let us kill that vice first. If we kill that one, the rest shall come into play. About Baba's visit to Kiambu today, that's a welcome thing. Before he visited Kiambu, he had a meeting with Kiraito Morongi and another man known as Titus Iboy. Titus Iboy, if any of us know him here, he is the chairman of the Mount Kenya Foundation. If you don't know anything about Mount Kenya Foundation, go and read about it. And those are the people who have the heart of the people in Mount Kenya, and those are the people whom we follow. Where are we going? On meeting the people in Kiambu today, I think they were discussing about the business, about the policies that they are going to put in place. And that is what is going to bring our common man on the ground to be strong. Sikuita watu Karen wa kutoka Murang'a wape wheelbarrow. No, go to Murang'a and see where those people are. Go and meet with their leaders at their place. Go and meet with the opinion shapers at that place. And at the end of the day, you'll be able to get what you want. So leo staki kubash Clinton sana. I want to be in the same floor. I heard yesterday Clinton is almost changing, but I will fine tune him mpaka change. Asante.
Okay. Thank you, system. Thank you, system.
Let me answer him, please. Okay,
wait
Mugambi.
a moment. You're gonna wait a moment, Ruben Kariuki. Bwana Wekesa, huh? Oh, ama Eric, I beg to leave. Na hao watu wanatutizama hapa. Nimewaambia kuna page nimecomment nayo hapo inaitwa The Clint Coredian. Jina langu tu hivi. Please click on that page. Ukifollow tu hiyo page hivi. Nitakuja kwa inbox yako nikwambie asante. So click that thing, follow, hautalipishwa chochote. And otherwise, to the panelists, thank you very much. It was nice debating with you people, and have a nice time continuing with the same. Tutaonana kesho ama Saturday na Sunday. Asanteni sana. Wekesa.
Yeah, I think we are continuing with the topic Raila in Kiambu, and I see there are new people who have joined in, and it's good that we give them opportunity to make their contribution, even as we proceed with our cross-examination of the same topic. Kuna Ruben had talked, isn't it? So we go to Demba, then Obi Robert.
Allow me to reply to Mugambi, please.
Yeah?
Allow me to reply to Mugambi.
Who is that talking?
Allow me.
Ruben.
Yes.
Ruben.
Yes.
Yeah, in 1 minute reply.
Okay. Mugambi, the reason why Baba have been failing and he never cringed into power, it's like I think the advisor, his advisor, and if you are one of them, please stop. And there is a time I see Baba in Kibla one day, and there was a guy was kneeling beside him. That guy, I was sure he wanted a job. So accompanying Baba to Kiambu and everywhere in Mount Kenya, I think you are misusing Baba. Tell him the truth. There is something those who allowed him want there. Kuna kitu wanataka ndani yake. You know, Baba is very good to mold a person and become a leader. That one I really agree with him. So if I'm sure there is something you want, or the kind of people allowed him want, but they are not telling him the truth. And this one will reflect come 2022. Thank you.
Ruben, when did you first vote? Ulipiga kura mara kwanza lini? Usidanganye. Ruben, where did you first vote?
That is personal.
Okay, it's going to be personal, but I guess if you voted earlier, it is 2013 or 2017. If you have studied the Baba's trend in campaign from 2007, 2013, and 2017, you realize that Baba has never failed in any presidential contest, but the system has always been against him. That is why he commands most areas in Kenya, most provinces actually. For who will command central and part of eastern and part of the Rift Valley, but the Baba will command the rest. How do you tell me a person who commands 7 provinces is a failure? And they're telling me to advise Baba that what we are doing is wrong. I think you have seen a clip about the people in Limuru. They are saying they want Baba to come so that he can help them solve their problems, because they have realized this Wilibaro guy who can make a phone call for an investment in Uganda, but when he comes to Limuru and give them Wilibaro, he is not a good friend. Thank you. Wekesa, carry on.
The biggest crime is to write to Baba that he has been winning. Mbona hajai kuwa in an election? Hakuna tumeshinda.
I think let's not go to argument, because that's an issue that is always in court. So if it was aligned, then the court could not have annulled the election. So I think that you use just common sense, unless the court was bribed to nullify election. You see? Obi, is Obi around?
Yes, I'm around.
Yeah, kindly make your submission. Baba was in Kiambu. Is
Okay,
he
thank you.
making inroads or is just joyriding?
Thank you so much, Eric. This is my first time to join the studio, and I'm so happy.
Yeah.
Although I've joined a bit
I
recently.
wish we see your.
Oh, you want to see my face?
Yes.
Okay.
Remove the curtain, yeah, so that next time when you come, people here come with different identity. Tomorrow you will come and have named yourself Patrick, so I don't know whether it's the OP of yesterday. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. This is OP, yeah. Sorry, I'm still in the office. I was just winding up on something. I'll be leaving in a few minutes.
It's
So,
okay.
Baba was in Kiambu today. I think I tend to agree with what Mugambi has said. Baba doesn't need any permission to visit any part of this country. I think in fact, if Baba goes to election without the support of even His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, Baba will still get votes in Kikuyu land, or rather in Mount Kenya region. So, and one thing I still support Baba up to now. I think I've voted for Baba 3 times in the past elections, and I'm still voting for him if he'll be contesting these elections. I'm doing that because of one thing. Baba has an ideology for this country. Baba is straightforward. He's trying to fight corruption in this country, of which we as young people, we can't move forward if we hear 2 billion being lost every day because of corruption. And Baba is really against this thing of corruption. Another thing I want to put forward is that of late, so many young people have gone into business. After campus, they go into business. And we have a trend in this country. After every 5 years, we usually get there's a lot of chaos. People are fighting. This person has won. This one has lost. So we usually get so much interruption, especially the first year after election, whereby we lose so many businesses. Young people have deposited so much in their business and they lose that business. And Baba, we saw it in 2002 when Baba said Kibaki Tosha. The country ran very well for those 5 years. After the handshake with the His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, the country has been so peaceful. So I think it's a right. That time we said the Mandela moment. We still need Baba to give us that Mandela moment. That's my submission for now.
Just one question. During the meeting in Kiambu, Tigoni, there's a comment that James Orengo made, and he said, each time the lake meets the mountain, something happens.
Yeah.
Are you comment on that?
I heard about what Orengo said, and I think that thing is coming from way back from the late Jaramogi Odinga and the late Jomo Kenyatta. When the late Odinga said we need, before we are given the independence, we need the late Kenyatta to be out of prison. When Kenyatta was released from prison, we saw how the country started running very well on a very high trajectory. The same thing happened again in 2002 when Baba said Kibaki Tosha. The country ran very well when the Luos met with the Kikuyus. We have seen it. The country was, after the last election, we had so much tension. Mara Monday, Machozi Monday. Every Monday was a tear gas in the country, in the city of Nairobi. But when the handshake took place, apart from the COVID thing, which has slowed us down, the country has been very peaceful. So when James Orengo said that point, I think this is a time again we need to have the mountain meeting with the lake. And I think in the next year election will be so much peaceful, and we shall move on very well for the next 5 years.
Okay, thank you. Robert?
Wekesa, you were to give me time, then Evans jumped in.
Oh, you are them and then Robert. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I was to come to you, then Robert. Robert, thank you. Wait, just wait for Themba to make his submission, then you come in.
Okay, thank you, Wekesa, for this time. I like the discussion today. I want to address myself to three key things. First of all, I want to highlight on what Sarah Cobon said a while earlier. She was so passionate about talking about Ruto being on the ground. I mean, everybody in the ground talking about Ruto, and that is likely to be a narrative you'll hear from everyone who thinks they are on the ground, and it's okay. You know, the people from ODM, the people from Jubilee, everybody will say they're on the ground, and being a political time, it plays a psychological effect to the extent that it tries to portray your candidate as being more popular than the other, and it also works out to try and gain support for your candidate, because nobody goes to politics to lose. So you're right. If you say your candidate is popular in the ground, sometimes you just want to hear what pleases you, and that works out. Now, if you go to a crowd, you and I know during political campaigning, you'll go to the same village and different people, politicians will be coming there, and all of them will be having a crowd. So the same people will be changing their t-shirts for everybody, and they'll be telling those politicians what they want to hear. So I agree with what Sarah is saying. It is not an indication of what will be happening in 2022. It is a good thing psychologically right now, but it doesn't indicate anything in terms of what results will be there. On the other thing that you're talking about the business, Raila meeting the business community, like we have said, everybody is in this political scene to win. And any steps that someone is going to make is going to be directed them towards getting the big prize. Now, some political philosophers say that in leadership, they are what he called the power elite. And in the power elite, he says that they are the business people, the political class, and the security. Now, the business people, basically, their work is to fund the political campaigns. Now, the political class, its work is to create policies that favor the business community. And the security elite, their work is to protect those who are in power. So those go together. Now, when you start negotiating with the business community of any particular mass or organization or region, you're trying to show them that their businesses are going to be secure, and each region is interested in that. So I think it's a good move to try and negotiate. And those people see that as a political leader, you are going to bring in policies that are going to favor their businesses, because they have invested over time. We cannot ignore that mass, as opposed to what is being, I think, I don't know how the other side, especially the UDA side, is calculating in terms of coming, saying that they do not want policies that favor the upper. Those people have invested for a long time, and anything and any policy that's going to threaten them is not going to work for them. And then, of course, finally, I want to insist again, it's okay for us to hold whatever position that we hold. And it's okay for us to respect whichever position someone comes from. Our idea, like I think Wekesa said earlier, is that we are going to interrogate each policy and each person. When Sarah said that we are talking about Ruto, I don't think it is wrong to interrogate him and his policies. When he talks about a wheelbarrow and we are asking, he is already seated in a seat that we are paying. What is he doing about the position he has right now? And what has he delivered with that position right now, that now we can believe in a promise, yet he cannot deliver it right now? So those are the questions we are asking. But interrogating does not have any direction. I mean, it does not determine who will become president next year. Because if the masses we like the sloganeering and they vote for him, that's okay. But it doesn't make us not interrogate those processes. So it's not wrong, even if we'll come out here and say, okay, let's say Raila, we interrogate that. But are we saying he'll not be president? Are we saying he will be? No, the vote and the voter will decide if they are convinced by lies. There are people who are convinced by lies, and sloganeering can win people votes, but doesn't mean that it has anything tangible and associated to what they're going to achieve. So as much as we interrogate the policies that are brought to us, I think that's a way of a level of awareness that the electorate has arrived at, that we can interrogate our leaders and their policies. And then by the time you're going to vote, you have an informed decision. So if you choose to go with whatever it is, that's okay. At the end of the day, it is the voter and the voting that will give us the leaders. Thank you.
Okay. Let me ask you, and one of the issues that I think one of the issues that surfaces in politics is stereotype. When you look, it happened even in the war front in the Bible times when David was facing Goliath. Do you know what he said? There is a slogan he used just to demean his opponent. And David talked about uncircumcised Philistine, isn't it? I think today Papa confronted that stereotype while he was in Kiambu. If you followed, he said that some people have been against us, and they were using the slogan Kihi. Kihi means somebody not circumcised. I think in Kikuyu language. Mugambi, and he may correct me if I'm wrong. And he made it to look like fun, but he was driving a point. He said that why should men complain about our uncircumcision and our wives are not complaining? What interest do they have in that? Okay, what is the place of stereotype in politics? I think that's my question.
Let me give at it. Now, the nature of politics is in such a way that it's about the price. They say Machiavellianism is the end justifies the means. And politics is about perception. So your opponent is going as many times as possible to look at the weakest point that you have. What is it that can shape the masses? So if, for example, the stereotype or whatever it is that I'm going to come up with is going to convince my people to vote for me, I'm going to use it. Now, for the voter block that you're targeting, you look at what is it that they have against the other tribe or the other person. What is it that can be easily propagated? Because propaganda that does not come close to truth will not fly, will be shot down. So you got to look for a propaganda that is coming close to truth. And stereotypical ideas have a way of shaping the way people view the other person. And you're likely to see that a lot. That's why if you are going to be in a position of looking for leadership, I think someone said yesterday, when you stand up at a position of leadership, you should hope and wait for all manner of dirt that will be thrown to you. Because it's not a church place. You're not coming to pray. You're not be treated with the kid's glove that, Ruto wants to be president. He has helped Uhuru to be president. So he should just be given a free pass. And even Baba, however much he's going to these other places, he will be abused. He will be told all manner of things. But as a politician, you need to have the metal that whatever it is that you hold, if used against you, you can stand the test of time. So this thing that stereotype, Wekesa, back to your point, there are ideas that are used specifically by your opponent sometimes to shape propaganda against you. And in some situations, it works. So you must have a counter to that so that you are able to keep up to it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody with a question? Or we proceed to the next person. George, make your contribution. George, Robert, not George. Robert.
Thank you, Ekesa, for the opportunity and fellow panelists. Straight to why Raila was in Kiambu today. Raila seems to understand the politics of Central. And I think he must have been properly advised by his brother on how to go about things in that region. And if you look at the way he's approaching politics in that region, he has consolidated and understood that there are people that actually you must have a sit down with. And these people in that region are the business community. It's just one group, and tomorrow we will see Raila Odinga also meeting the clergy from that region, because these are some of the groups that are shaping our politics in this country, and they are perceived to be people, a group or a clique that moves the crowd actually towards a certain group or a certain candidate. So I see Baba as a candidate that is well advised and is touching one button after the other in terms of ensuring that he has or he got Central Kenya on his bag come 2022. Now, there is one aspect that also is coming up in Central, and you've seen Moses Kuria, the Injuri, the Iron Lady, Martha Karua, having a press conference. And we are going to see more of that from Central region, because you see Uhuru as their king has actually not given them a clear indication that in his absence, who is going to lead the community. So you will see a lot of troops warming up, maybe just waiting for that whisk to be thrown at them. So we are going to see maybe in Central a lot of groups coming up, maybe forming teams. And I saw also Waiguru sometimes back, and Kanini Kega trying also to come up with some unity group so that they decide where that region will be focusing on. Politically, that is expected, and going forward, we do not anticipate what will be there, but we already see so many leaders from that region trooping a certain direction, which we can all see. And I see Central Kenya this time round demystifying the myth that has been there for years, and maybe correcting some wrongs that and perceptions that has been there for some time. I know Ekesa understands what I mean by that. in terms of our brother William, started campaigning much earlier than the other candidates. Therefore, the narrative that William has been spreading by now must be resonating with a lot of people on the ground, as indicated by our sister Sarah Kabon. But I want to tell her that so many players are still not in the field. So it's not time to celebrate yet. There's a lot that will play when we have all the players on the ground. And this also should be a warning to William Ruto, so that he doesn't have that feeling that already he has done much that he can to actually win the presidency in 2022. And I know he knows that being in politics for now, is one of the people that we can now consider that has been in politics more than 20 years. So he understands that. But again, I must also commend leaders who have spoken here that we actually need to reconstruct some of our conversations here so that we identify areas to focus. Areas of governance is a very important area, and we cannot wish it away. We must speak about it. We must also criticize it, because that is the only way we will ensure that we have a country that all of us enjoy. Wekesa, maybe just to talk about yesterday. Sorry, I lost power yesterday before commenting on this. The IBC issue. And I must say the IBC is again letting us down. Sorry to get back to this, but I feel there is something I need to comment about that. And IBC haven't been in this country and run about 2 elections now with the current chairman. He must have mastered how politicians behave and know how to craft his way out. Right now, bringing such a regularity and expect parliamentarians to approve it in parliament is a fallacy. Actually, it can't even see the light of the day. So it must have maybe, and I wonder what he has been doing since 2017 election up to now to come up with a regulation at this time when people are reignited. People are beginning to feel the election moods. People have started campaigning, and you expect them to actually accept and pass that kind of regulation. I don't think that can happen in this country. And I think we still have a problem with our election management. Our election management has got a serious problem. I don't know how we'll overcome this, but I believe there is some day that we shall overcome this. We need someone who understands our politicians. We need someone who understands our structures, how they work, so that he knows when to hit and when not to hit. Because right now we are going to miss a very, very important thing in our political atmosphere that we ought to have maybe had it in place by now. Because we must also ask our question. This is the time that the public coffers, the money that has been sent to our country, are being siphoned to finance campaigns and the rest. This is the time that the misplaced priorities now are being given priorities so that people can get ways of having this money back to their pocket so that they can campaign. So this regulation actually was very important for us. And by now, we blame IBC because they ought to have had this immediately after 2017 election or even in between. before people were in the electioneering mood. In case as I finish, this country is at a state where we need a lot of sobriety, especially in the young people, so that we also make choices that we will not regret in the next 2 or 3 years to come. Because we are in this leadership too, and we must also help where we can to ensure we have a country that we all love to see and we all love to live in. And this because we are the majority voters, according to the statistics. Therefore, we hold a huge chance in terms of making or shaping the direction this country will take in terms of our election. So it is up to us to actually understand what do we really want for this country, so that going into 2022 election, we help our brothers and sisters, our elderly parents, our grandfathers make that important direction decision. I mean, so that we have a country that even if someone
Robert,
asks you
can I
from
return you to Robert?
yes,
Can I return you to Kiambu through a question?
yes, Wekesa.
Yeah, so we have seen each time like when Baba and Kalonzo were in Mombasa, they didn't greet each other. But we have seen each time there looks like there's a friction between Baba and Kalonzo. In the next event, you see Baba and Alfred Mutua. What do you make of that? They were both in Kiambu.
Yes, Baba must be looking for other options, because we know what the interest of Kalonzo and Mudavadi are, because you see, they talk of a pact and a deal that was made in 2013 and 2017 by supporting Baba. And indeed, at some point, they are right, because you see, when we make a deal with you, Ekesa, and say, I'll support you this time and you support me next time, then it will only be honorable enough to honor that deal. The only thing that we discreetly not understand is that, was it that if you, for example, I would use to Ekesa, was it that if you clinch the power, or if Baba clinched the power for this matter, and then that is when now he will actually support the rest, or maybe the agreement is also maybe silent on what happens when he doesn't clinch that same power. What happens? Back to your question, we've seen Baba with Mutua a lot. Even in Kibera by-election, Mutua was around Baba. We've seen him going to visit Baba so many times, even in his office, and even Professor Kibuta Kibwana. So in this sense, Raila is looking for options. In an event that he doesn't win Kalonzo, who else would he bag on in that region? Same to Mudavadi. You've seen Baba in that meeting in Mombasa with Oparanya, and he's weighing his options. If at all he doesn't get the backings of Mudavadi, what options does he have? So I think that is what Baba's plans are. And again, Baba is considering new faces around him. Baba eh, uh, 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 is Baba always metamorphosized in so many ways, and according to the moods of Kenyans like resonating well with a young parliamentarian. So Baba is also trying to look for young people who can also surround him so that it doesn't his side doesn't look like you only have a certain group of politicians around him. So that's where
Thank you.
Mutua comes in. That is where Dr. Kenneth comes in.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for your substantive contribution. George, are you around? You are mute. You are on mute, George.
Yeah, I'm around, eh?
Yes,
And
George, I want you to make your submission.
Mm.
And as you submit, consider this question. Is it viable for Baba to get a running mate from Central as he makes inroads? Kindly make your submission and you can consider answering that.
Well, what I wanted to say has been said by Robert, most of it, and I think I really support what he's saying, especially on the way Baba is resonating with other politicians. If I may comment on the way he went to Kiambu today, I think that's the way to go. We can see a progressive because he was in Moranga the other time, and maybe they have weighed the option and they have seen that it's positive. So they're building on that. That's why today he was in Kiambu. Maybe next time he's going to Nyeri. So I think he's building on that and he's making his way inroads into Mount Kenya. The perception that Baba cannot go to Mount Kenya, I think it is not right. It was a perception by mostly the people who belongs to UDA. And they were doing this in the absence of other contenders. Now that the other contenders are coming out slowly, we have seen Mudavadi going to Central severally, I think twice or thrice. Raila has been there. Mutua also went there, although he was not successful. We are soon to see also Kalonzo moving to Central Province. Actually, Central Province is now the woman that everybody wants to quote. And then on this issue, what was your question again?
I'm saying that now that Baba is focused on courting in Central, can he court and even entice them with a vice president's issue, or it's not a good block to gamble with the vice presidency issue, the deputy president's issue?
I think that's an option. That's an option, and it's actually a good option. Because if you compare the two, the front runners, that is, it's a two-horse race, Ruto and Baba. If Ruto was to choose a Kikuyu, it will not resonate well with the Kenyans because we have been having Kikuyu, Kalenjin. But if Baba was to choose a Kikuyu, it will be far much better. It will resonate with the Kenyans, and then the Kikuyus have the numbers. So I think most likely he will. Because if you look at other places, like the Western is already divided. For some time, Pranya was not stable. Mudavadi is insisted he's going to be on the ballot. If he goes to Eastern, Kalonzo says he's not working with Raila, so that is out. If you look at Rift Valley, they only have Gideon Moi, and Gideon Moi, he's still weak in his region. You could see what happened at his county. So he cannot get it that easily. So which other areas? We look at Northeastern, no, they don't have the numbers. So the only option is Central. And centrally, I can see that he's now getting quite a number of influential people who can actually influence the ground. We have Wanjigi. Wanjigi is now out, opening offices in all counties in Central. And the Kikuyus, if they realize that Raila has appointed a Kikuyu, they'll calculate. These people are calculators. They'll calculate and they say, okay, Baba is a one term. If we get a vice president, if we vote Baba in with the a Kikuyu vice president, then the presidency will come back to Central. This one can happen because, okay, like we had Kibaki, who was a Kikuyu, was followed by President Uhuru, who is a Kikuyu. So it can still happen. Raila could be a one-stop for them, and then they come back to the government as the president. So that's my answer. I don't know if there's any questions or if anybody who have got another opinion.
And maybe, Wekesa, I want to support George on that, if you may allow me. Just a quick one.
Briefly, yeah.
Yeah, actually, what I'm foreseeing Baba doing is having a running mate from Central. The only thing that I don't know is that who is that person. But I think things are shaping up. And this is again being pushed by the defiant of the two other leaders from NASA. That is Honorable Mudavadi and Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka. And you see, Baba is a person, if you're not careful, he will pick someone that maybe people do not think, and he make him some very important persons. Like in those regions that he is facing a lot of difficulty, I know he's going to pick a leader from those two communities, and he will build them to become leaders that even in 2027, they will give either Mudavadi or Kalonzo a run for their money. Thank you.
Brother Ndeto, are you around?
Ndeto, are you
Ndeto? Oh, Ndeto,
Ndeto,
are you
ayuko.
We will call to community ancestor. Yes. Community ancestor. Anyway, contribute first. I wanted to give you something to think about it as you could make a contribution.
Yeah,
But you haven't told me your stand very well, so I don't know which question to give you. But let me ask you this question, even as you make your contribution.
Yeah.
Our friends from UDA have always been saying Baba Anacheso. Up to this end, is it still true Baba Anacheso na Uhuru? So you can think about that question as you make your comment. Although I wanted to ask that question Ndeto directly, lakini ni chai anatengeneza.
Yeah, asante in fact kwa nafasi. So in fact hata mimi initially I had thought that His Excellency President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, whom I love so much, the hardworking president. In fact, I was thinking that it seems that he is playing Raila Amolo Odinga, but let me assure all the panelists and Kenyans at large that President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, in fact, he is not playing Raila Amolo Odinga. Reason being, you've seen how the deputy president, in fact, he has been so much defying orders that he should not continue campaigning, whereas the president is making sure that his four big agendas, which was his manifesto, is achieved. But you know, if Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, in fact, through maybe the National Intelligence Service, that is NIS, in fact, they have informed him very well that if you try to play William Samoei Ruto, at the same time you play Raila Amolo Odinga, these people will come together, and then whosoever you will be able to pick to succeed you can't make it, because in fact they will strangle him on the way, because these two individuals, if they are in one camp, they are very, very dangerous people in terms of as far as politics is concerned. Because I always say that these are the two goats, and also these two goats, in fact, the problem for them is that all of them, they want to run. So Uhuru, Ruto, and Raila Amolo Odinga being in one camp, it will not be able to resonate well, because deputy president, he cannot be the second, because already he has served as the deputy president. So for him, his eye is fixed on the house on top of the hill. And Raila Amolo Odinga, you know, by next year he will be turning 77. So 77 add for Raila Amolo Odinga to wait for 5 years. 77 plus 5, that is 82 years. Already Raila will be off. So that is why Raila Amolo Odinga, this might be the last bullet he has in order to be able, in fact, to show us truly what he has been advocating for, that he wants to ensure that Kenya is being lifted from third world country to middle class country, can be able to be achieved. So, by the way, Mr. Eric, yesterday, Ndeto was not present. I don't know where he was, but I know maybe he was he was busy building the economy. Yeah, in fact, I've been following Ndeto so much because he has been advocating for the UDA affairs. And then when I tried, when he was asked one day, what is wrong with Baba? And then I had him beating over the bush. So I found that truly Raila Amolo Odinga is not a bad man as people portray him. So in fact, Ndeto, because he did not convince me well of what is wrong with Baba, so I've decided that now I'm officially a Baba supporter until date 9. That is my stand, because you know I've been following also the UDA camp to come out clear and say, because for them already they have given us good information about William Samoei Ruto. So I was weighing in between Baba and in between Ruto, who is who. To me, I've made my decision. Now, today, Raila Amolo Odinga was on the mountain. In fact, what I want to assure you that Raila Amolo Odinga is going to give, or he has started to give William Samoei Ruto sleepless nights, because in fact, William Samoei Ruto, he has been running alone, all alone, in looking for sorry.
Hello, his microphone has gone off.
Okay, maybe his network. Let's.
Data is back. Why don't you give Data a chance?
Yeah, Deto, you have even been mentioned in the process, so you can begin from there. As he comes back, maybe we will give him 2 minutes to finish his submission, but you can pick from there. And I still ask you the question that I had asked him. It was yours before, but you are looking for something to lubricate your. Okay. So, up to now, still Baba anacheza na Uhuru.
Okay, thank you so much, Wekesa, for the chance. I also thank other people who are gathered on this platform at this late hour. You know, when we are about for a revolution, you see majority of young people spending sleepless nights. So, and I think we are on the right track because soon we shall bypass maybe the politics of tribalism, politics of division, politics of balkanization, whatever it is. Because if we are the tomorrow's leaders, then I'm very much assured that I will not label Wekesa as this tribe, neither shall I label Mugambi from this tribe, but I will just call you by your name. If it is an opportunity, we discuss basing on your qualifications. On today's message, I think let me start with your question, Wekesa. If Baba till today ni kama anachezwa, what I would say is this. There is this narrative that Ruto has been campaigning alone. And the guy has spread like bushfire. You know, the only problem these guys did is to underestimate this young, ambitious leader. And they have come to discover the guy can bring a revolution even before.
Who is young?
I mean, 50 something years is young in Kenya to a person who is vying for presidency. That's Ruto. So he is a young person. He is not an old man. So what I mean is Raila and his team could be, they have seen some light and they are trying to amend some of the ignorance they have been placing on this man called Ruto. But I have a lot of questions to ask, which are rhetoric. For instance, today I like also the politics that Tanga has also adopted. You can imagine if today the newsroom was all about Raila in Kiambu. I saw something to do with the Kuria and also Mother Karua and Kionjori. As we think maybe they are against Ruto or what, something new is forming, let us know that we also need a deputy president, maybe from Mount Kenya. And if these guys keeps on delaying, and they can only be found in platforms where Ruto is, or in those political kind of campaigns, then they have discovered it will not work because it's so hard for Ruto to decide who will be his running mate from the region if he has to pick from Mount Kenya. So I really liked the politics behind that. I saw Kuria, Mother Karua, and Kionjori trying to stabilize what was happening with Raila and Akina Mutua, Peter Kenneth, and the group. What I will say, I know Kikuyu is coming out of tribal politics. You know, Kikuyu community consists of most investors in this nation. Now, there are some characteristics that maybe give you a good environment for you to invest or to expand your business. One is security and also political stability. You can imagine you are investing somewhere in Kisumu and you are from Mount Kenya, you have a supermarket there, then the tribal chiefs keeps on preaching about the gospel of their tribes. I mean, that's a factor to consider. So politics is getting a new direction. And I'm happy to see also Raila convincing Kikuyus why they should vote for him. But this issue of nullifying one's economic model to show that it belonged to you, you are the one who came up with it during your government with Kibaki, but when you are given a chance as a prime minister, Uhuru told us that that is the time during his the second tenure of Moi Kibaki. That's when economics started aching, when this man was given the half-bread something government. So why should we have a written document for that long when someone is discovering, hey, we have this on shelf, let us try to see how it can help Kenyans. That's the time you are realizing I had left a precious baby box somewhere. So even if these guys join, someone mentioned in the group that even when Samuel was sent in Jesse's home to select one among the 7 brothers or one among the sons of Jesse, when he met those who were strong, those who were handsome, those who had all the attributes that you could relate to the kingship of the days, but Samuel saw no one. He asked if there was another one left in the field. And that's when he discovered, I have this son who is forgotten. So we should ask ourselves this political question. Why do you think everyone is coming together against this one man? Maybe he is too bad, or maybe he is too competitive. Maybe he is a threat. Maybe he can bring a revolution or economic changes in this nation. What is this that is so unique with Ruto that all the other leaders are uniting together? Kwani, we have seen the other day in Tokyo, in Tokyo Athletics in Japan, we were represented so well by those Kalejins. Let me use that tribal extract because they were the one who won. They did us proud as Kenyans. Then why then should we keep so and so is from this tribe, then we cannot vote for him? Because if I ask you Wekesa and the team, give me 3 reasons without mentioning something to do with corruption, why Ruto does not fit to be the next CEO of this nation. Don't mention corruption because someone indicated that that's a denominator factor to all leaders.
Eric, we need to stop this Ndeto guy. Corruption is one thing that is killing this country. How can you tell us we don't say about corruption and defend Ruto on other things?
You have asked me in very many instances, many reasons that I should not vote for Raila. Why? I'm telling you, yes, you are saying he is corrupt. Give us 3 other more why you will not vote for him.
I can give you the 3 of them.
Yeah, George is ready to give you the 3.
I can give you the 3.
And I'm very disappointed with a young man like you saying that we should judge Ruto against any other thing apart from corruption. Surely?
Just we know because this platform we have really discussed that matter a lot. I want you to tell me 2 other things or 3 other things why you should not let this OP tell us.
Do you
let
want
me be
3?
Specific. Let us hear them from OP.
No, George is ready to give you. Unless you give me time, I file my case.
So you are this is the time you are now thinking about them. This is the time OP you are thinking about them. So you did not have them. Other than corruption, then you are done. Let us evade from such political discussions.
Beto, you have asked a question.
Ndeto, to start with,
Ndeto,
to
let me
start
ask
with,
you.
Ndeto,
Let me ask you.
has not,
Answer me
Ndeto,
first,
you have not,
Wekesa.
Okay, let
you have
George
not
answer
answered.
you, then I can proceed.
Ndeto, one thing, you are just like most of the UDA guys who can't explain bottom up. Because you are asked a very simple question by the moderator that unafikiri bado Raila anachezwa. You have beaten around the bush all the time and you have not answered that question. That is one. Two, you mentioned about Kibaki's second term. Kibaki's second term, Raila was not in the government. So don't mention
What are
that
you saying? What are you saying? Who was the prime minister? Or which
he was
government are you talking about?
Kibaki's presidency. The first term they were with Raila. During the second term, already the deep state was settled.
Wait. The first time
No.
Kibaki was alone.
George, umejitanganya.
Kibaki was alone.
The first time
Do
Raila
your
was
research
a
well,
minister.
Bana.
Yeah, the
The
second
first time
term.
Raila was a minister of transport.
Exactly.
Then towards the end he defected. He resigned.
Yeah, you're right.
So the second term is when he contested and he became.
You see, Olich, you see, George, you are already confused, and you are about to tell me why.
Can I give you 3 other reasons?
The 3 reasons. Ruto has been one of the longest people serving in the parliament or in the government. What has he done? That is one.
We have seen.
2,
should I answer you?
No, let me finish. 2, Ruto is the same guy that he has told us the same things that he's telling us now. I know most of you know them, the stadium, internship, employment, laptops. And even this bottom up, he spoke it at one time. He has never done anything about it. So how can we believe that he is going to do them now? Tell me anything national thing that Ruto has done in this government, apart from YK92. That was negative. Up to now.
Let me add you something. George. George, you have said that I have not answered Wekesa. If Raila, up to now, is being played upon, I will tell you this. Uhuru is very smart. And he knows he started the Building Bridges initiative. At the beginning, he had pledged to support Ruto. And he discovered if he continues with the same, people may label him as a tribal chief. And that's the time he started desisting from this narrative of yangu kumi ya Ruto kumi. By then, he had a handshake with Raila. So it is after this handshake that now he has extended his gratitude and olive branch to Raila Odinga so that he can create that friendship, and also he show people that he is not sparing anyone, so that come 2022 and we bet on this platform here, if Uhuru will open his mouth and say Baba Tosha, you will wait for that, you will never hear it from Uhuru Kenyatta. And we can bet that one for free.
Deto, have you read today's newspaper? Deto, have you read today's newspaper? In fact, it was almost... Now wait. Wait, I am just want to build on what you can respond. There are many ways of saying Tosha. In fact, Raila said Kibaki Tosha under duress because he saw there was no time and there were many people, they could not sit down and calculate. But look at this. You know, this is a president who has a monopoly of power over others. And that's why he could call them in State House, awakalishe chini. Now, Abie, based on the statistics and the opinion polls that are around, this guy is ahead. Why don't we solve this problem and we move on? What endorsement do you want? Because in fact, let me tell you why Uhuru will not say it in the public, because of the attitude you guys have. For him, he wants to fulfill his duty by giving him the opportunity. He has already given him, all his people are already underground. They are working on the systems are working on how Raila should penetrate Mount Kenya. Which other endorsement do you want? Because this shouting in a public rally doesn't have. It's just like the same way Uhuru told Ruto that yangu kumi, yako kumi. Did it work? So making it in public, supposing he never told Ruto yako kumi, but implemented it, it could be even much more stronger than standing in a public rally and saying yako kumi, and then you don't implement it.
Wekesa, I have this analogy before Dembo. Dembo combined with this.
I want to
combine
just add
with
something.
this, please. Then you come up. Wekesa, I have this one analogy to give. Let us say today I am attracted by your sister, and you are my friend. Then I just need your connection with your sister. There is one thing I know that you may never do. You can call me maybe in home gatherings as a friend so that to give me more time. You can try to expose me maybe to this your sister, but finally, if it doesn't work, I will walk away despite our friendship, and I will have nothing to ask you about because I was given a chance, then it never materialized. And I think that the psychology Uhuru is playing to Raila Odinga. Because I do not say that Kikuyu we are that tribal that we are not going to give Raila, but this issue ya Raila kushida akisema deni, wacha nikwambie inaisha 2022 na hata pata hiyo uraisi. He has been given a chance if you do not know.
Deto, other than George gave you one, can I give?
Wait, kidogo.
I want to give two others. Okay.
Debo, wait just kidogo. He had given a very good analogy, but failed to interpret it. When you face a lady, isn't it? You know, sometimes, and mostly in African setup, most ladies will not tell you anakutaka, but will show you by sight. And there is a level of confidence as a man, you go and make a proposal and you know 90% atasema yes. So Uhuru has not publicly declared, but 90% of the confidence is there that he has given in this marriage. He's ready for the proposal.
Exactly, I totally agree with you. And actually, in Deto, what you're saying, the brother proposed you by inviting you to the house. That was a proposal. I mean,
My question was,
Deto,
if I do not make it to end up with Wekesa's sister, will I blame Wekesa?
Deto,
answer me that question first.
Let me first add to
Wekesa is Uhuru. Uhuru has endorsed you. Wekesa has endorsed you by inviting you to the house, giving you time. That's an endorsement. It's now up to you.
But you are not guaranteed that I'm not guaranteed if the sister will agree will accept me. We have a lady in the room.
Now,
do we hear from this lady?
Deto, you are jumping into the conclusion and the steps are just beginning. We have been told even there will be another Limuru 3. We have been told the process is just beginning. You are jumping into a conclusion. In fact, somebody mentioned it when they were. I know you didn't watch the whole program here, Kiambu. Somebody mentioned it. At last, Uhuru will come with his brother on the mountain. If you listen to the speech of Peter Kenneth, and Peter Kenneth has been
Those are dreams. Those are dreaming.
Okay.
That's dreaming.
Okay, Deba, make your submission, then we go to the next person.
Okay, hold on. Deto, there's these two things. George has mentioned one. I want to give you two other reasons why I think Ruto other than corruption. George mentioned one. I want to mention the other two, if you allow me. And before I mention the other two, there's nowhere that Uhuru has stood up and said that I won't support Ruto. But you guys have implied that you won't support Ruto. So from his behaviors, you have implied he won't support Ruto. I'm just finding it a little confusing that because he won't say that Raila Tosha, then he is not supporting Raila. Can you have some consistency in the reasoning so that if you're using this reasoning to imply this, then use the same reasoning to imply another?
Yes,
Now,
by the way,
finally,
why did Ruto run away? Did
I
Uhuru
was
chase
very
him?
clear,
It was
Wekesa.
an
Wekesa, I was
implication.
very clear. When I
Yeah.
have said Uhuru is playing it safe, such that
Yes.
in 2022 he will not be blamed by anyone, I think that is clear enough. Why Ruto
And
even should?
even
We
Raila
are
does not want a direct endorsement. He only wants that room. Umeelewa? Because
that's the language of political brokers.
a direct endorsement is always backfire. A direct standing on the podium and pronouncing that I'm endorsing this, it always backfire. So what happens, you only give, the same way Kibaki supported Kinaruto, by the way, indirectly. He did not announce. But behind the scene, he pushed for their presidency. Ruto and
Neto, action speaks louder than words, huh?
Okay, my
Yes.
final two words. 2 points. One is Ruto is, I think, for lack of better word, indisciplined. I mean, look at. I want you to pick an example of maybe the U.S. Pence, who was deputizing Trump. He didn't necessarily agree with Trump all the time, but at no point did he go and contradict him. Right? So for me, I pick that as an indisciplined person. I wouldn't like such a person. I don't know. There was another day here, the question was being asked, do you want a deputy who has the same behavior like Ruto to deputize him come 2022? So that's something that is neither here nor there. Now, the second thing, because I said George had given one, I'm giving you two. So in discipline, and the second one is he's the most tribal person that I've seen. And this was indicated when he was given his side of the half of the cabinet to choose. He only chose people from his Kalenjins only. I mean, this country has many people. He would have chosen from all those other people he's calling hustlers. But he never chose from all those others, to the extent that now you guys are busy saying, oh, those the upper class are choosing their brothers and sisters. His daughter is the ambassador. Nobody's talking about that. So that's a card you cannot use. So for me, if you ask me why I think Ruto, that you said three, there are many other reasons I can give you numerous, but at least those ones stand out for now.
Let me counter something, Themba. Please, 1 minute, 1 minute, please, Wekesa. 1 minute, please. You know, Themba has said that Ruto is tribal. Let me understand who is most tribal between Ruto and Uhuru. Tell me who is the Speaker of National Assembly.
Uhuru is not
Tell
running.
me who is the AG.
Uhuru is not running.
Just wait.
Uhuru is not a candidate.
You know, we emulate our bosses in most
but he's
cases.
not a candidate. Don't excuse a wrong with another wrong.
He is because he is supporting someone. So, and that's what he is supporting.
What Themba is saying, right now you don't campaign against Uhuru, you campaign against other candidates. If they go in the ring and you are talking about an outgoing, you don't get value. That is what
you know. You know, Wekesa, this
if
is my
bring
point.
Here Raila and Ruto, the comparison should be between.
Wekesa, you know, you guys, when matter gets sensitive, you people start diverting. And I am saying this: the government, the Jubilee government, was made by Uhuru and Ruto, and whatever the decisions they made by then, to them they felt it was good. Not until now, we are realizing someone because he has some political future that he did a mess. Look who is the CJ of this nation. Tell me
Deto,
who is the Speaker of National Assembly.
Deto,
Tell me who is the AG. Tell
if you
me
go
who
that
is
direction, hold on.
Leba,
If you go that
let him
direction,
finish. Let him finish, Leba.
if
Leba,
you go
let
that
him finish.
direction, it's going to work against Jubilee and even Ruto and everybody, even your candidate.
Exactly.
So,
Exactly.
I mean,
That's the
your
point.
candidate.
That's the point
So,
I'm trying to drive them back.
or you're working against your
That's the
candidate?
point.
Eric, can I speak now a bit?
Wait. My point is, that's the point I'm trying to derive. Those are the characteristics of Jubilee as a party. And that's why Ruto is coming out. Because maybe he has also discovered it is not working.
Eric, around me, please.
What is Ndeto telling us?
Eric,
In
around
fact, he has disqualified
Can I speak
both
now?
Uhuru and now you are the next. I'm giving you the time you make your submission. You are the next
I want to
person. We
give.
are finalizing Ndeto, then you are the next person to make your submission.
Wekesa,
Yes.
I want to tell Deto this. Maybe you don't know where. Before the year ends, Uhuru will be accompanied by Raila in Central Kenya to launch and commission the project around Mount Kenya. So if you think Uhuru will never accompany Raila in Mount Kenya, give them 2 months. They are going to come to your doorstep, wherever you are.
But Mugambi, that is not new. Seeing Uhuru and Raila, we have seen them launching a lot of projects. What will be new if it is project?
I mean Mount Kenya.
I'm saying
Mount Kenya.
Not campaign. It is project launching. What is new?
What is our campaign?
Anyway,
launching a project.
Anyway, that I think that discussion can't end. But the idea is the guys have been shifting goals, huh?
No, Wekesa. When you are talking about success of someone,
I asked you
also
a
talk
very
about
direct
their weakness.
question. I asked you a direct question, kama anachezwa. That question you have not answered it correctly.
Nimesha kuelezea. Raila anachezwa.
Sawa, okay. Aya, next is Tolos.
I almost slept, man.
Yeah, you know your guy is very wordy, and anaitwa Ndeto. Like I have to give him enough time to exhaust his points.
No, there's no problem. There's something about what Temba was trying to say that.
Wewe umelala boss.
Mimi nimeamka.
Changamka.
Kunywa chai.
What I'm saying is this, Temba is trying to say something which is trying to paint our UDA candidate in a very bad light. When he was given a chance to do what, to bring ministers or something, he's trying to say. In the first term, I think it is wrong to say that he only brought people from his community. It is not right, because we know somebody like the former Minister of Finance, Rotich, was brought by Uhuru himself. They were friends from when he was the Minister for Finance and the Deputy Prime Minister. In fact, and that is in public domain. People know that Rotich was brought in by Uhuru. Somebody like Kunjuri were friends with Ruto, and that's why he made it to the cabinet. So this issue of looking at names and thinking that it's just the same way as the way people perceive those who are in Tokyo from UDA. That is why nobody was there in the airport to welcome them. To welcome them. So, on the issue of Raila being supported in Mount Kenya, anything is possible, but for now, I think he's a bit late. And
Boss, can
Yes.
I give you somebody else and then you come in? We need
Yes,
some
guys,
energy.
actually.
You know, people are watching. People are watching.
Mtoe kwa studio.
Are you watching?
Amelala.
Are you
Now
watching
there are
or you are
people
listening?
are following, so they need some energy in your contribution.
Okay, give
Kindly
Warie.
just wake up,
Should you
wake up.
extend some nini? I conclude what Tolos is talking about.
Yes,
Ndeto
and,
ngoja, kuna
and
watu hawajaongea.
Ndeto,
Ndeto,
wait.
kuna watu hawajaongea, please.
nataka tu in your same camp, wacha nipatie Wairia kwanza, alafu nani Tolos aamuke akunywe maji kwanza kidogo. We want some energy.
Wacha kitambo anakunywa chai, wacha mimi niongee kidogo. Nilikuwa nasikia
Yes, nimekupatia wewe, nimekupatia.
Temba akiongea na Temba anaongea kama mtu, yani tuseme anamkazia yani Ruto kwa mambo mingi sana, lakini one thing for sure is 2022 itakuwa ni the year of the hustler, whether you are Luo, whether you are Somali, whether you are Kikuyu, whether you are Kostian, or whether you are Kalenjin or whatever. Hustlers wako kila kabila, na watu wengine watashangaa sana hiyo mambo ya tribal, walikuwa nasukuma hiyo mambo ya tribal, walikuwa nasukuma. Sisi tunajua chicken seller, he was a chicken seller and he knows our problems and he can be able to solve our problems. Hii watu wengine sisi watataka kujua. Kama mlikuwa mnataka kufanya kitu Kenya, mngefanya zamani sana. Chicken seller anajua, na anajua alikuwa chicken seller na amefika pale, anajua vile ya kupenetrate na amefika huko.
I have a question.
Yes.
You are saying you know the chicken seller. This chicken seller has been in government for over 20 years. What has he done for you that is going to do for you for the next coming years?
Okay, that is what he said himself. He said everybody will be judged according to his profile. Huyu jamaa alikuwa chicken seller. If seven bulls who have been in the government combined together for 60 years hawakufanya kitu.
Wewe jamaa tumia majina mazuri. Unaangaliwa hapa, tumia majina mazuri. Wacha kuita watu.
We need also to be decent on our discussions.
Be decent in your ones.
Okay. Basi you mean like
give this guy time to express himself.
You are avoiding the word bulls, eh?
Nakwambia uchunge ulimi yako baba.
Okay, wacha nitumie niseme 7 principles. Wamekutana na wako na 50 years or 60 years combined time in the government, hawakuwezi kufanya kitu yote for all those years. Don't look at Ruto. Ruto ako na ana credentials zake. Kama ni uwizi au watu ile pesa waliiba ni more than 400 billion. Kama ni wakati kwa serikali, kama ni anything wanamshinda Ruto, na Ruto atawa squeeze up 2022. That is why they are running up and down. They are running up and down. They are running Mombasa. They are running everywhere.
Temba. When somebody comes up with specific figures, atuambie ametoa
you need to give us the figures. Where did you get those figures?
400 billion from
this 400 billion
just share with us.
Inamaanisha the days walikuwa kwa serikali from 1963 up to today. Ruto tunahesabu kutoka 1992 mpaka leo. Hao tunayehesabia kutoka 1963 mpaka leo.
Warie, let me ask you a question.
Share what you know.
Wacha nikuambie kitu. Unasema wajafanya kitu. We had a one party state, eh? I think among the people that you are unasema, some of them really fought for multi-party, and it came. Then we had the 2010 constitution. Some of them fought for that new constitution, and it came. It came actually with devolution that the county governments are now benefiting from. So I don't see why you should say that they have done nothing at all.
They have done nothing. Somebody like Raila has never done anything in Kibera. So what are you doing?
Can you tell me, Ruto been there for over 20 years in the government?
Ruto did something. We know that he did something in higher education. He did something in Eldoret. Lakini Raila alikuwa MP wa Kibera for 20 years.
Tell us what he has done in Kiambu.
Now, George, wait.
You people, you are not understanding.
Mtu akitaka kuongea maneno ya Ruto nyinyi mnaita.
Hamuelewi point ya Waria he.
Kwa nini
You're not
mnakataza
understanding the point
mtu
of
aongee
Wariahe.
mkisikia kitu
You
kila saa
know
ni
the
maswali?
problem with this
Yaani mtu
forum, the
hawezi
problem with
akaongea
this
kila saa
forum
tu
is
ni
when
maswali.
somebody talks about Ruto, watu wanakasirika. Sijui ni nini.
Wariahe,
Kwa nini hamtaki kupatia mtu akiongea
guys,
maneno ya
can
Ruto
we
mnaanza
No,
kuingilia hata maswali saa hiyo?
Wariahe, Ndeto has
Let's
talked
not
here very
discuss
well. He
them.
has discussed issues to do with Ruto. Nobody interrupted him. But if you come here and you start
Sasa
talking
nyinyi
about
mbona mnani-interrupt? Wacha niweke maneno mzuri ndio msikize vizuri.
na unataka kuongea mbaya, tutakujibu.
Mimi nimesema kutoka from scratch, from the first time I said the guy is a chicken seller and he knows our problem and he can solve our problem. These people wamelelewa na Cerelac, hawajui shida zetu kwa ufupi.
Wariahe,
Ngoja.
Let me ask a question.
Sasa George anakaa hapo anacheka. George anakaa hapo anacheka anafurahi na anasikia hiyo maneno inamuingia vizuri.
Why don't you give time for us to discuss the issues first, and then we
He's talking with emotion.
Why don't I finish? Why don't I finish and then muulize maswali, mupange maswali zenyu.
That is it.
Now guys, okay.
Endelea Ruben.
Nani Wariahe, wacha ni
mimi sijaanza hiyo ilikuwa tu ni overview. Bado
Wacha ni
sijaanza.
kuguide, hawa wanakusumbua. Wacha ni kuguide. The topic is Raila was in Kiambu. Kindly make your comments on that because every time tunarudi kwa route. Now you guys
topic ni Raila. Topic ni Raila.
Wait, I say first. Nasema every time we talk about Ruto, mnasema tunarudishanga topic kwa Ruto. Today tumeweka topic kwa Raila. Kindly let's focus there. Why do we have to keep on talking about Ruto? And the topic
So
is
what
Raila.
is the topic now?
So that you also see that we are balancing the discussion. Our audience was fikiria to see tunalemeanga Ruto every day. Today the topic
what is
was
the topic
Raila.
now?
The topic is Raila was in Kiambu. You can comment anything on Raila, whatever, we allow you.
My friend, we don't have any business with Raila. Raila anaenda ni 80 years old, amechoka mzee, amechoka bana, wacheni kutusumbua na Raila.
You see,
now
this
it's not a must
this
to
guy is not.
contribute. That is the
Eric,
topic, my friend.
we are wasting time with this guy. You see, you have
No, not wasting time, my friend. GP, yeah, wacha nikwambie kitu moja. Mnatuuliza mambo ya Raila na Raila.
Wariahe, wacha nikuulize swali.
Wacha imeenda, wacha iende hivyo.
Guys, can
wacha
we have
nimuulize swali, Ndeto atajibu. Wacha nimuulize swali, Ndeto atajibu. I think in this forum, it's okay. We cannot just come and say mi na support Ruto ama na support Raila, nyinyi watu wa Ruto mmeshindwa nini. This is not a campaign rally in the streets.
Yeah.
Why do you waste time putting the topics, guys? If we don't want to follow, guys.
Yeah, this is a place.
So that we don't be discussing one thing the whole day. Kesho tena tunarudia Ruto. Then another day tunarudia. Yes.
Eric, let me answer them. But you know, I have always maintained my sobriety.
Sijamaliza ndio jibu. What I'm saying is, it's okay for you to hold. I know you are sober. I've listened to you. I've listened to Sarah. Sarah is fairly controlled. I know Tolos is very controlled. I mean, we hold our positions, but let's not come and heckle. You know, we are not coming to call people names. We are not coming to do this. We give you the points. You have the right to a rebuttal. You know.
Well,
you say, okay. So nikimalizia nisema hivi.
Let me
kindly we are done with that. Hold on first.
Eric, only 1 minute, please. Let me tender the apology because you know, I really understand the rules of this platform, and for sure we are here to enlighten Kenyans. There are those who know, there are those who do not know. But what I would like also to request from you guys, when someone is popping up a sensitive point, why don't you just let this person finish? Then you ask questions, because sometimes you invite the heckling you are talking about. So let us give one another fair time, fair chance.
It's true. Let people, you keep quiet, even write. I normally say, if you write down your question, when you talk, there will be some substance. But the moment you react, it is always more emotional, but you don't have the content. And that's why sometimes when somebody reacts and you ask him another question, he gets confused. You just write down and say he has said this. I think you can build up your case like that, so that we have an objective discussion. So I want Tolos now is sober ameamuka. Tolos, the topic is Raila was in Kiambu. I know, okay, I don't restrict people mentioning Ruto, but he should not be the topic today because wanaona kama tunamhit sana. Can we focus on the topic? You can bring him in, but the main topic should be this one so that we become objective.
But Eric,
Okay, let me go a little bit. Let me
just yes.
Eric.
Yes.
I think these old people, like the likes of Ruto and Nani Raila, are all the candidates of 2022.
Yes.
So we cannot exclude one. Let us talk about them, all of them. And they are all our
They are the same people. Look here, they are the same people who complain that each day we come here, we are talking about Ruto. Why don't we talk about other candidates? And then we change the topic, then they come back. Let me tell you, if you don't regulate this debate, these guys wakianza kuongea kwa Ruto, they will talk the whole day. They will even go to bottom up. So it looks like we don't have, and we can talk. You know, we normally have these sessions almost daily. We cannot have the same topic every day. It becomes boring. And that's why we try to diversify. I'm not restricting somebody from talking Ogen Ruto, but don't make him the topic so that we also become objective. Isn't it?
So can I?
Okay.
Now it's Tolos now. It was Tolos.
Okay. Okay, I hope you are hearing me loud and sound now.
Yes.
Eric, anyway, you see, let me just touch a little bit about some family history. Even as before I enter Raila, you remember the father, Jaramogi. He was, according to Wazungus, he was supposed to be the one who could have been the president of this country after independence. I think everybody remembers that in history. This guy threw away that chance and said, I cannot, because until and everybody else has been released from prison. Me, if it was me, I could have taken the mantle and go to Turkana and release those guys. What was wrong with him becoming the president and going back to release those people from detention? Now let's come to Raila. Raila had a chance of becoming the president before Kibaki. So what did he do? He said Kibaki tosha. Now as they continue saying this, I'll not take this because Kibaki has been injured. For whatever. He had a chance to become the president. Now suddenly he has realized these guys, the young thugs have now come up. Now he's relying on the head of state to make inroads in Central. As we speak, they were in Mombasa. And even Wekasa has also has really ratified what was in the papers today, that Uhuru is supporting Raila. It's not a secret anymore. He's trying to lay ground for him in Central. Even before that, he has tried to talk to these other guys who are in NASA. Kwa muunge mkono. Out of that meeting, you just see how Raila gave a cold shoulder to Kalonzo Musyoka. He didn't greet him as he was going out. And so I don't know whether Raila going to Central will make things for him will make things better for him. And you know, that is not the first time Raila has been meeting people from Central. The other day he was in Masharia's place in Muranga. Then after that, he met with some business guys in Nairobi. Today, he was also meeting business people from the same region. And he talked about the narrative and whatever the other opponent is talking about, because you have said you should not talk about the other guy. He said hizo zote ni takataka. So somebody has told you here that I think Raila is still aloof, and he has not realized that in order for you to touch base with the voters, it's not about meeting those guys who have money in these big hotels, talking about businesses and whatever. As we speak, businesses in Central is at its knees. Several businesses are being owned by one family, and major business like milk, coffee, and whatever. The people in the ground are not feeling it. When it comes to businesses, people are now relying on small businesses. In fact, the earlier Raila realized he should go to the ground, not people on hotels, the better. Because at the end of the day, this guy is having, as somebody had said, the last bullet. Although the other day he said the nini is full. Let me go back to what Malala was saying. Malala just the other day was telling us, just behind Musalia, he just told Musalia, if you are going to support somebody else for free, we are going to support Ruto. You see? And Oka, as we speak, is not even, in fact, the problem with Raila is not even about Ruto now. The problem Raila is having is OKA. That is now the stumbling block. It's not Ruto anymore. It is OKA. OKA, they are determined, one of them are determined to be in the ballot. What we don't know is whether at the end of the day, nobody will garner the 50+1 vote. Because as we speak, Raila even can go with Uhuru to Central Province. It doesn't matter. But will that have any relation with votes? Still, it is still a bit. It's still a bit hectic in the mountain. So today, Raila, who was in somewhere with those businessmen, for me, at the moment, not yet, unless we are still going to see some realignments and other things which will come up. And as always, I've always said, my candidate is UDA. Thank you.
Okay, Bwana Eric, I have a question for Tolos. Maybe just before you move to someone else.
Who is talking?
This OP.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
OP. Okay.
Yeah. So keep talking. I have a question for Tolos. Tolos, I think I've heard you very loud and clear. My question is, you mentioned a thing to do with the 202, whereby you are saying Raila had a chance of becoming a president. Maybe you can just expand on that so that maybe I get, because what I can remember with the 202, Raila saw a lot of confusion and he came up and said Kibaki Tosha. All these guys who are trying to get that ticket had similar chances, but now you're putting the blame on Raila. He had the chance. I don't know which chance he had against any other candidate.
Obi, let me add him something so that he can also respond on that. In fact, it is 2002 that Simeon Nyachaya blamed, was angry about Raila. That why did he endorse Kibaki? He would have supported him. That's where they differed. So the choice was, there was everybody. Saitoti wanted that presidency. Kibaki wanted that presidency. Nyachaya wanted that presidency. Raila saw that there was no time, and that's why he saw settling on Kibaki was the issue. So kindly comment which chance did Raila have in 2002 that he spoiled. It's like people wanted maybe him to be president and he declined. Comment on that.
You see, I don't know who that was talking, but the last person who has just talked is like he was in Raila's mind that he was not going to. Who knew who was? They were all the same. They were all the same. If somebody else could have proposed Raila, could he have been the president?
Political arithmetic. Do you know why they chose on Kibaki? It's because they wanted to neutralize the central vote. You know, if there is no time and there is a big voting block, they knew already Moi was controlling the Rift Valley, and then he has proposed this central vote. If they combine that and that, you know what has been happening. And you see, he was a president. So that's why sometimes you blame Raila, but he's very sharp. So he saw that the only way we can do this is to make it like a referendum. We have two candidates from the same area, they battle it from that, and then we give them the other regions. And that's why even right now, the battlefield has been taken to Mount Kenya, because those guys are very sharp. They know if you make one region a referendum, then you will battle with other areas. So don't think like he's not a politically smart. He is. A person who has been putting 40 out of 42 tribes, almost 40 in one basket, you cannot underestimate him, my friend. Pulling those small tribes together, you can't underestimate him.
Can I tell you, there is one analogy by my tribe, which is a Kipsigis. My tribe is Kipsigis. I don't know what. So there's one analogy that if you have a bow and arrow, you want to shoot an arrow. If you pull for long, continue pulling, you'll not shoot far. You'll just shoot very near. So this guy has been pulling since 1982. That the reason why I told you that this guy is a bit late is because
you're missed on your analogy. He has not been pulling. He has been shooting. Maybe it has not succeeded. He has not been pulling. He has been shooting. He had many arrows, and that's why he says, "I have the last arrow."
What do you mean by he has the last? What do you mean by he has the last arrow? In the other time, he said he has a full magazine. So this guy has been shooting. He has not shot it. You know, when you talk about shooting, it is a target. If you don't hit the target, the target, that means you have been shooting for long.
Maybe
what if the target is removed? What if you aim at the target and the person controlling the target removes the target?
Wekesa, let us stop weaponizing politics.
No, I just that was just, we are just reasoning. In fact, I said our ideas, they are not recorded anywhere. We are just here to reason, then we leave it like that. We are just reasoning through the analogies. I'm not attacking him. I'm just asking him to reason through what he's saying. You can see it from a different perspective also.
Okay.
I like the analogy he's bringing. He's bringing, but I'm also saying you can see
the use of arrows and bullets is becoming so much, and we know what they have potential to do.
It's dangerous.
Very dangerous. Very dangerous. Let's use another example.
Wekesa.
Okay.
Wekesa. What I'm saying is I think I told
finish to end kwa Sarah.
Let me finish. Yes. Let me just one word, even as you contribute. The elephant in the room now is Oka. Let us be frank.
But I don't, Carlos, I don't think Raila has realized one thing, maybe just something small before Sarah comes in. Raila has realized one thing. This Oka thing, let me tell you, this Oka thing is going to break. And it's going to break in a very simple way.
Can I say this? Yeah.
One thing that will make Oka break, who is going to be their presidential candidate?
Okay, OP.
Kambas have decided it's Kalonzo's time. Lawyers are pushing Musalia to be the presidential candidate. I'm sure there's no way Kalonzo will agree to be a running mate to Musalia. So this Oka thing, give it a few months, this thing is going to break. And the first person who's going to run out from Oka, I can assure you that, first
Kalonzo.
person will be Wetangula, followed by Kalonzo Musyoka. Oka will remain with only one person, who will be Musalia Mudavadi. He will go into 2022. He'll get 300,000 votes and he won't go anywhere. That one I agree.
There can never be three horse. In fact, when you have two strong candidates like Raila and Ruto, the third force will be neutralized. You just watch. And that's how, when Kalonzo ran around, he got almost only 800, 1 million. When Mudavadi ran alone, he only got
300,000.
300,000.
Yeah.
So they are running against two powerful candidates. The middle part will be neutralized. So don't think about that for now. Let's go to Sarah.
Wekesa.
Yes.
To add on what on the Oka thing, I think as we speak, Oka has only Mudavadi. In Ukambani is divided. We have Magilo, we have Kibwana, and we have Mutua. These are the governors who have grassroots maneuvers. So Kalonzo has nothing to do with Ukambani. So Oka belongs to Mudavadi alone.
You also have Mudama.
Let me tell you, Mudavadi, Wetangula, and Kalonzo are safe either when they are with Ruto or Raila. But alone, they will be neutralized. Alone, they will be neutralized. They are safe either to be with the Ruto side or with Raila. But in between, they will be neutralized. Okay, Sarah. Sarah, as you make your contribution, I want to ask you a question. Do you think there is a correlation between the events that happened at Serena and the events that happened at Kiambu? Do you think there is a correlation as you make your submission?
To me, I think so. There is. Are you getting me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes. You are done, huh?
No. See, I'm done without the question you've told me.
Okay. I thought maybe you will add some flesh, but it's okay.
So can I add something else?
Can Sarah explain further?
Just try to explain why do you think they have a correlation? Like, okay, was somebody pulling the same strings to have one event at Serena and another one in Kiambu? Or it was by coincidence they happened the same day?
There was someone behind it.
Okay. So I know you're playing safe. Can you proceed with your submission?
Yeah. Eric, you know me very well.
I'm expecting you to continue. You talk about it freely. Talk about it. By the way, sometimes let me tell you here it's a hypothesis. You can make a hypothesis. Yeah.
Let me tell you one thing, and I've been, I'm very frank to speak about my stand.
Yes.
Me, I'm totally Uda. And I've been telling you where I'm coming from.
Yes.
People are they think that with people of Baringo are for Kanu. We are not for Kanu. We are in Uda. Secondly, I was following someone here who was saying that about the relationship of Nini. I think you men, you know very well. And I think I'm the only lady inside here. You men, you know about polygamist family. Oh, the first wife, maybe someone marries about 4 wives, first, second, third. So the first wife was William Ruto. Now the second wife is there. Na unajua mwanaume akishaenda second wife, mapenzi yote inaenda kwa second wife. First wife anapewa mali, kuchunga tu mali. Sasa mzee saizi bado anapembeleza the second wife. Hajui huyu second wife amempatia roho ama ako na bado na wengine huko nje. So the marriage for Uhuru and Raila right now iko kwa top clip. Ruto amewachwa kuchunga boma huko chini na kuchunga mpaka wajukuu. Of which I'm telling you, this narrative that it is the race of 2 horses, and that is Raila and Ruto. About Wetangula, those other guys, wachana now, those are flower girls. So the horse is between the 2 guys. And I'm telling you, you people mnasema ati oh, sijui tunaimba hapa UDA. Afadhali tuseme ukweli ya roho mali iko. This narrative sahi ya hustler iko mpaka ground. Mpaka watoto wanaimba hustler. Yenye hata ukiuliza hustler ni nini, anakuambia ni Ruto. And you people mnadharau mnasema ni wheelbarrow. Wheelbarrow is our symbol of UDA. The same way you have your own symbol of orange in ODM. So what is wrong with hata tukiweka ya matawi? So long as we have a symbol. So guys, we need to talk we need to speak something tangible that people, we are teaching so many people. And that is why I was telling Eric the other time, oh, not Eric, Bernard. I think we need to have civic education tueleze hawa watu wetu ukweli. Saa hizi si mahara ya kwenda kukunywa chai kwa mahoteli kubwa kubwa. Hustlers wanataka huko chini ground ukuje upatana na sisi. Some of the hustlers hata viatu hawajui ni pesa ngapi. So tunahitaji wakuje ground, wakuje waongee. Huwezi kuniambia like me where I'm in Eldoret right now. You cannot tell me I go to a very big hotel here in town ati naenda kukaa chini kukunywa chai na hawa. I cannot afford a tea of even because this hotel is the lowest price of tea. That is 500 shillings. Now, if you give that 500 to an hustler, ameenda kubudget shopping yote ya nyumba. So we cannot cheat ourselves. That this narrative of hustler.
But Sarah, let me ask you. You see, you can't force me if I'm planning to run for a seat. You decided you want to use the hustler narrative or whatever you want to use. You can't also force me. If I decide I want to use the billionaire narrative.
Who is this? Yeah, who is this? The person I'm talking is who? The OB.
This OP. Yeah.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If you decided you want to use the hustler narrative to get your votes, and me, I'm running for my seat, I want to use the billionaire narrative to get my seat. You see, the scenarios are different. You use your hustler, let me use my billionaire narrative.
And that is it. That is it. We want to explain to people on ground. If you use your millionaire thing, it is good and well and good. If it will benefit you, it is well and good. We've got no problem. Yeah. But with me, I will go with mine.
Yeah, Sarah.
You know,
now, this is where the problem began. Sarah. Sarah,
yes.
Yeah,
what's
the
problem began?
Yeah, because you are taking this thing of hustler as is, it has to be hustler.
OBH. This is where it began, Sarah. When when the other side came up with BBI, it was labeled names. In fact, it was Beba Baba Ikulu, Blue Band Initiative. So someone was asking a question. When Handshake comes up with something, you label it bad. Okay, even Raila anaitwa Muganga. But when now the other side inaitwa the same funny names, they play victim. Because I've never seen even Raila complain why they call him Muganga. In fact, he makes it fun. So I don't know why you guys play victim. And when you feel nice when you say Beba Baba Ikulu, when you say Blue Band Initiative.
I think, Eric.
Let's just be fair. In politics, people brand. Yes.
Even Ruto, people have branded him a lot of names. but he doesn't
Yeah,
care.
that's what I'm
He's
saying.
still
Yeah,
moving
that's
on.
what I'm saying.
Yes.
Nobody should catch
That
catch
is it.
emotions over those things. They are there in politics,
They are
but
there.
you brush them off and you move.
Of course.
Yeah, you continue explaining, even if somebody says wheelbarrow, what you continue explaining. This is what it means until it sinks in the people's head. Yeah, so it's okay that way. I think one person. Yeah.
I think
Okay.
it is you, Eric, who was saying about the wheelbarrow. And then, so I came to that narrative of wheelbarrow and tell you,
Yes.
you also, ODM, you also have your symbol of an orange, on of which the same wheelbarrow is carrying the oranges.
Yes. It's okay. Then we go to Sam. I think he has not.
I think
We go to
there's a
Sam.
question.
Then after Sam, we make everybody will make their final submissions.
Yeah, there's a
They,
question that Eric
there's
asks
somebody
us
who had a question.
if there's a connection between the Kiambu thing and the Serena thing. And Sarah
Yeah, I
did.
had asked. Yeah, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I wanted to help Sarah. Yeah, I think I totally agree with that. There's some connection. You know, these politicians monitor each and every other person's move. So sometimes you want to capture the news. So if you think somebody has gone somewhere that will capture news, you also do something that might also maybe pull a mat from under the other people's the mat from the other people's activity. So if they knew Raila going to Kiambu will make a headline, then you have to do something to counter it, so that you also be part of that headline, or you be the headline yourself. So I think there's some connection. They monitor each other every minute. That's my response.
Okay.
Maybe I'm
Any
behind
other
it. Who was in Serena?
Oh, Serena, there was 3 party leaders. I think it's Moses Kuria, Mother Karua, and yes, and who? Mwangi Kiunjuri. They were just talking about Mount Kenya unity and whatever. Yes.
And I think these all parties, I think there are spies in each and every party, because these people communicate that,
Yes, malls, yes.
Tomorrow Uda is going somewhere. Tomorrow ODM is going somewhere. The other guys are going somewhere. So they have their own spies. So this thing.
Do you know, even right now, even if Uhuru and Ruto don't talk eye to eye, but if Ruto wanted to dress the same way Uhuru is dressing, he will, because he gets information. Yes. Today the boss is looking like this, so
very good.
They have
they are
information.
spies in the cycle.
Yeah. Okay, so we make someone to make a comment as I put a final submission up. And to put something we comment on it, and then
maybe Eric, this one is outside the scope a little bit, but on the meeting that happened in Serena today, if I heard very well, Martha Karua, I think on the closing remarks, she said that they are going to have the Limuru 3. I think in 2 months' time, in 2 months' time or 3 months' time. Maybe Ndeto.
Even me, I heard it.
Yeah, and if someone, maybe as you prepare for the closing remarks, maybe someone can chip in something to do with that. What will happen is Mount Kenya now deciding to move on their own. We've seen Moses Kuria now is not attending those UDA meeting anymore. He said now he's formed his own party. I don't know. Maybe someone can chip in something.
Okay. Let me come in and explain something small. Thank you for giving that question. I think the aim of Serena meeting today was very clear, that these people would like to bring Mount Kenya dwellers together, because what is happening right now, if we are not very keen. Our population will be disintegrated, and the block vote that we usually give to maybe a certain candidate who normally wins in election, that could be a protraction of some of the leaders who are coming there. So Kuria was very clear that they want also to see how the needs of the people can be catered for. And one thing that we should not be so blind about is, Kuria has been in forefront in Tanga team. And as I said earlier, it is very hard to know who the deputy president will pick as the running mate. And these people have also to do, like you saw with the OKA thing, One Kenya Alliance. They did not disintegrate NASA because they hate Raila. No, they did that for a new political formation. The very same thing that Kuria is doing with his Chama Chakazi and also Madhakarua with NAK Kenya and also Kiujore with the TSP. They want to show that they have a certain say in the mountain. And if people are going to accept them, then they will pull more, because at one point Madhakarua said, this is not a spokesperson. We are not looking for a spokesperson. Even Moturi is welcomed as a leader from Mount Kenya. I think what they want is just the same way we have seen in Raila's campaign. Today we saw Raila with Akina Peter Kenneth. There were also other guys from Mount Kenya. That's the same narrative this Serena 3, they are trying to also bring on board, that the Tanga team also have a competitive strategy that can match what these guys are trying to press on the ground.
On the issue.
Yes, I think
okay. And Deto, let me also comment on Madhakarua and Kiunjuri and Moses Kuria. In fact, Moses Kuria, though he has not been attending UDA, he missed the UDA meeting, which was in Karen the other day. He gave reasons. I really remember him saying that he gave reasons. But for him coming together with Madhakarua and the same guys, if you look at the backing they have in Central Province, it's not like Kanini Kega. Kanini is trying to position himself. I don't know as what he's trying to make himself relevant, and he went far much ahead to demonize the wave which was there on UDA in Central Province. And as we speak, I don't see anything wrong with Madhakarua and these other guys coming together to chart their way forward. In fact, everybody wants to become relevant in Central Province, and that issue of the running mate for Ruto is like everybody wants to position himself now to be the one who wants to because we cannot wish away the central vote. Let us be very frank. That is the largest vote in this country, and the largest vote will have a stake in whatever government which will come. Look at Peter Kenneth when they were with Raila in Nani's place is in the Macharia's place. Do you know what he was saying? Wewe baba, where you will be, mimi niko hapo nyuma yako. Do you see the way he's trying to play second fiddle? You know that guy is already positioning himself like he wants to become the running mate of Raila Amolo Odinga. And that you don't need to be told to know. Just look at the body language. Look at the way he's and you know, if there's somebody who is a confused politician in this country, is Peter Kenneth. He doesn't know whether he wants to become the president, he wants to become the governor of Nairobi, or he wants to become the MCA.
Thank you. Can I make my submission now?
In addition, just 30 seconds, please. Like, I think these guys also have a clue of the results of the BBI, because we are waiting. I think it will be on 20th this month. They could be having a clue, and maybe this document has been passed by the Court of Appeal. Who knows? Because the way these guys are coming together, and we know what BBI was meant for, I think there could be some correlation with the results that will be brought out by the court.
Okay,
Do you know?
thank you.
Do you know whatever? Let me tell you, Deto, whatever the decision the Court of Appeal will come up with in on 20th, or what you are saying, the losing party will go to the Supreme Court. This thing is not going anywhere.
Okay, I think you have brought
Okay,
something.
if I may add on something on the Serena issue.
Let
You
me
see
make my
the
final
three
submission.
politicians, like let's say Korea and Kyunjuri, at some point they have been maybe put in Ruto's
Political
camp.
alliances, a number of Deputy President William Ruto's allies are reluctant to fold up the political parties and join his United Democratic Alliance party. Mwangi Kyunjuri and Moses Kuria are among those who've opted for autonomy for their parties, but they have formed a caucus with NARC Kenya's Martha Karua. And they have, while expressing clearly their independence as parties, they do have a shared agenda, and that is in an effort to boost the mountain region's bargaining power. NTV's senior political affairs reporter Kennedy Mureithi paints us the picture.
The quest to unite to amass numbers is growing as the 2022 elections approach. The latest is a caucus spearheaded by two of Deputy President William Ruto's allies. That is former Cabinet Secretary Mwangi Kyunjuri and Gatundu South MP Moses Kuria, who have now joined hands with NARC Kenya's Martha Karua to insist on retaining their individual parties.
Our coming together does not mean dissolution of our parties. It just means being able to work together on issues of common interest. Our parties must survive.
TSP will be on the ballot. The same way NARC Kenya will be there and Chama Chakazi. That one, there is no question about it.
Our primary mission here is to look at the interest of our region first of all, because every leader comes from a particular region.
This comes on the backdrop of a statement by Deputy President William Ruto that the United Democratic Alliance needs no such partnerships.
We don't need any alliance, we don't need any coalition, because our outfit is already a coalition of all the people of Kenya.
If somebody feels that you do not you don't need coalitions, then that will be upon the leadership of a particular party, and that does not affect us.
We cannot embark on a journey of 2022 in a hired vehicle. It has to be yours. We cannot hike a lift in anybody's car, because the moment you hike a lift in anybody's car, you are at the mercy of the person who has given you that lift.
The trio is considering a long-term relationship to give the mountain region bargaining power.
So this is a forum not to define tomorrow's coalition. It could very well end up being that.
On the issues of our association with the Deputy President, it is very clear. It's a mutual understanding. And whether we are going to support him in UDA or not, that one depends on our own membership.
We also commit to reach out to other like-minded leaders to broaden this forum and to deepen our unity of purpose.
The same way Jesus coming from Bethlehem started gospel in Judea. Today we have moved to Judea to start the gospel.
The move has inevitably elicited reactions from President's side of the divide.
What Moses Kuria, what Mheshimiwa Kyunjuri, my good friend, has said, what Martha Karua has said clearly tells you and points to a united mountain, because we have never gone to an election disunited.
This initiative in the next 3 months will culminate in the Limuru 3 conference, where we can be able to make resolutions and agreements on how to conduct our affairs.
The quest to restore the unity of the mountain region continues. Kennedy Muredi, NTV.
Thank you, Ekesa.
Ekesa, that's very nice.
Now, I think
I wanted for people who are not maybe who are not privy to what had happened, just to capture a clips of what had happened. So I think our final submission will be based on that, and then we call it a night. So we begin with Mukambi. He was making a point.
Yes, I just wanted to make my final submission, and at least it's good you have brought that clip, so that as we make our final submissions, we stick to the grill. Now, today many people have talked, and we are going forward. We are going somewhere. The best thing for us as leaders in this country, we need to preach peace and accommodate everyone. And that is the mission that our good president is trying to preach, and the gospel is trying to preach. Although we have some 1, 2, 3, 4 Pharisees within the country who are not for that mission. And it was so unfortunate that yesterday, the former majority leader in the National Assembly referred to Catholic Church, which is one of the largest faith organization or group in the country, are cults. Such reckless utterances from our leaders, especially on matters faith, can bring a lot of misunderstanding, a lot of chaos, and that is why we don't want to go. If you are Catholic, if you are Protestant, stay with your faith. Don't step your brothers or sisters' toes, because if you do, they will retaliate. And when we start the faith and religion fight in Kenya, even the government of Kenya cannot heal that fight. Away from that, now I want, as I submit, I sent something here a while ago, and my job in this and my calling in this forum is to give my brothers some insights on what will happen and what is going to happen in the near future. I think there's a time I said that in Mount Kenya, UDA has been there. Yes, we appreciate. We have gone so much goodies from the UDA. Our churches have been built by the UDA. We say thank you. And when it comes to 2022, people of Mountain are going to sit down, organize themselves, come up with a strong front to negotiate on what best fits us. From the clip, I think you have heard the 4 leaders from the mountain. They are talking in one voice, which they weren't doing 3-4 weeks ago. And that is something that is welcome, and we appreciate that. Because as Mount Kenya region, we need peace, we need unity. Now, I want to toss a question for all of us. A month ago, whenever our deputy president visited anywhere in this country, he has been having troops and troops of leaders from Mount Kenya. At the moment, whenever he calls anyone to current home or goes anywhere, the people who are there, the former vocal people who are there, they have retreated back, starting with Kihika from Nakuru, going to even Mithika Linturi. He has started thinking about his region. Speak of Kuria and the rest. Mentioning those, I am mentioning the seasoned politicians, because most of our youth, they think that our seasoned politicians have no say in our region. But that's a fallacy, that's a hearsay, but we need to be together. Or to finish on what happened today in Kiambu, that's something we welcome as Mount Kenya. We know our backbone in Mount Kenya is agriculture and business. If you hand the people who are talking in Kiambu today, we hand the business people from Nyamakema. We hand, I think there's a chair lady and their leadership led by Nyokabi, and they were speaking one voice. We need someone who is going to listen to business people. And talking of Nyamakima, the people who own those businesses, they are not the wheelbarrow pushers or mkokoteni pushers. They are the people in the middle income, in the middle level of the economy. And we need good engagement as business people in Mount Kenya. We need people who have demonstrable policies to boost our agriculture. We know our agriculture has got a letdown from our own, who is now back in the team, who was Jury, was being used to sabotage the president's agenda on agriculture. But with the current CS of agriculture, he has tried his best. You can see the prices of coffee, tea, and peridram, they are stabilizing. And milk that was so much killed is stabilizing. And we need people who have that mind to bring our people together. Oh, we respect our deputy president. He is our leader, come 2022 and beyond. If he becomes our president, well and good, that's a welcome thing. However, we need him to bring policies that are going to touch the Mwananchi. And we need him to associate with people of noble character. Sometimes when you are a leader and then your followers are people with tinted history, we tend to have jittery hands as we hold you. So as a supporter of peace, let us be peaceful, let us be respectful. I know Sarah has already declared her stand, we respect that. But at the end of the day, we are going to speak as Mount Kenya. Whatever DP is saying that he does not need the coalition, his party is enough. That's something that we are not going to entertain or condone as people of Mount Kenya. So he need to put his ego down, calm down, and negotiate with our leaders. If he has the UDA, let it go to his people. I think in Mount Kenya, we are not so poor that the Central Rift or North Rift are so rich that he can't go and help them. Let him start preaching the gospel from home. Then let him come to us when his home is stable. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. We shall have Tolos, then Deto, and not Deto. I think I need to mix the Tolos, then Opera, then Deto, and then I close.
Thank you very much. If you played, I saw Kanini Kega at the end of that clip. He was trying to justify. He was trying to justify that our people now are together, and it's the same guy who elbowed out these people. Kiunjuri he was removed by the likes of Kanini Kega and Minor Commander. Moses Kuria what he went through in parliament is because of those guys. So these guys who are in Serena have a soft spot, whichever way they come up with whatever, they have a soft spot with the DP. They have been together through thick and thin. And the issue of agriculture, there are reforms which this guy from this minister of agriculture has brought on the tea sector, and right now we have not known whether it will be counter productive or what. But he has tried. Kiunjuri also used to try, but when you are not in the right side or in the right books with the deep state, you should be out. And on the issue of Raila going to making inroads in Mount Kenya, let me just wish him the best. But what I know, Mount Kenya coming together at the moment behind one person will be a bit difficult. It will be parties, because I've seen the governor of Muranga. He has some party. I don't know what is the name of the party, and he has already even branded a vehicle. I saw a vehicle in the social media that he wants to become the president. So this jostling of now becoming one party in Mount Kenya, it will be something people will have to wait and see what will happen, because as we speak, the people who are trying to bring Mount Kenya together, who are not in this fold of Kina Madakaru and Moses Kuria. They were different guys. This Kananikega, this who were in Meru the other day. Those was Kina Kabogo. That was another group. So I don't know how they'll come together to bring one person to vie for the presidency or to back either of the other horses. That remains now for us to see, because we cannot wish away again the president. The president who was now who was really campaigning for the opposition since the start of his second term. He has been campaigning for the opposition to take over the government. It is in fact, I think that's also another factor which it remains for us to see going forward in Mount Kenya. Thank you very much, and good night, guys. See you again.
Let's have OP and then Ndeto.
Okay. Thank you so much, Wekesa. Okay, on my closing remarks, I would like to thank you for the forum. I think it's been very successful. We've discussed so many issues. But to me, what I should encourage our leaders, let Baba visit Mount Kenya region, let Ruto visit, let Musalia visit each part of this country. At the end of the day, the 2022 election will come and go, and we need to stick together as a nation. We need to exist with each other. We don't want to, by the time we are voting in 2022, people start fighting. We didn't want this candidate to win. We need this country to remain united, especially with this COVID thing. We don't want to start fighting again in 2022. But as I had said earlier, come next year, for me, my presidential candidate is still Raila Odinga, because I still believe in his ideology. As much as I might be young, many people are saying maybe I should be supporting William Ruto. But to me, my ideology with whatever Baba is saying, I still believe in him. And then to say something about the whatever happened in Serena today, I think Ruto thought he has hit the Mount Kenya region and he has the support. But to me, I'll still go back to whatever the governor of Anne Waiguru said sometimes last year. You can only rent a Kikuyu, but you can't buy a Kikuyu. And I think the Mount Kenya region, with this coming up, when they are coming up with this Limuru 3 thing, we shall see so many changes which will happen in Mount Kenya region. With those few remarks, I thank everyone for the interview. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your submission. Ndeto, let's have you make your own contribution.
Okay, thank you so much, Wekesa. As we come to an end, I really appreciate what everyone has contributed. And to start with, there is someone who has asked, Anajita Baba, that if you want to be a successful presidential candidate, what do you want? What do you, it's like, what are the requirements? I think that's what the person was asking for. One, we need someone who is visionary, a person who can see the future of this nation with its population, growing population. We also need a good communicator, a person who can effectively communicate everything that the government is about to do, a person who can engage everyone in the communication, a person who can respect every organ or body in this nation. We also need a courageous person, a person who can make unpopular decisions, not maybe for his own good, but a person who has the Kenyans in heart, a person who can make a decision because someone is suffering somewhere in a slum. Someone is suffering somewhere in Saudi Arabia. We have seen like cases of these immigration staffs, Kenyans getting to other nations, and they are somehow tortured or misused. We need to see a courageous president who can face such issues. We also need a person who has good management and leadership skills. As well, character and integrity cannot be forgotten. Let's have a person who is so real, a person whom everyone can trust, a person whose maybe integrity test does also not bring maybe anything to do with questions. Then, on to my second point, I would like every one of us to ask ourselves. Today we have seen two meetings, one at Serena, the other one at Kiambu. Let me ask everyone this rhetoric question. Was what was discussed there pertaining the problems we Kenyans we are getting through, or it was out of someone's political interest? And I think that's where sometimes we go wrong. I know someone may argue that with good politics, Kenyans or maybe the citizens will be like benefit. But if everything we are talking about is against maybe your contenders, then when shall we bring the discussion about Kenyans maybe on board, so that, like one person said, very soon we should expect Uhuru to escort Raila to Mount Kenya. I will be very happy to see that, because maybe what they are taking there is opening project. I would be so happy to see my grandmother, who has never like fetched water from a tap, accessing this water easily. Those are the things we are really asking for. All people who have been walking or getting along muddy feeder roads, maybe getting on a tarmac road, that one will be so interesting. Or maybe something to do with coffee or even tea. The neglected or the prolonged problem about the poor prices due to brokerage of these products. We need to see such projects being launched there to guarantee farmers that for sure you will be compensated despite what. Number two, let us also evade from the point of weaponizing our political statements. When someone stands at the podium or at wherever he is, and he indicates that I'm remaining with the 2 bullets, I'm remaining with a magazine, I think it's so suggestive. When someone say, I have a bow, or I have what, I think that language is very skilled, and it can tell you the direction we are heading to. So why should we not use any other example than weaponizing our politics? Also, pertaining what happened today, maybe at Serena, and as we also wait for Emuru 3, I think what I saw, and also in line with what this Kanini Kega talked about, what I saw is leaders from Mount Kenya region who are learning to weld up or to amalgamate all people in the region, all leaders in the region, so that we evade from the risk of being divided come 2022. And we never know maybe who some of these leaders would support. So the best fit candidate come 2022, that person will be supported maybe by a block vote from the mountain. As well, I really feel bad when I experience maybe some people misusing our elders to raise tensions, and also I don't know what message they want to do. Like today, I saw a certain clip. It was Mount Kenya because I could learn from the attires. A certain granny talking about what happened in Kiambu, then trying to like bring down someone's economic model, and also trying to say why someone is not a hustler, why someone is not what. What I saw is manipulation. what I saw is someone who has been paid so that to pass a certain agenda. I wish Kenyans, we can come out from that line of thought. Because when we start like inciting our elderly that this is what happened in 2007, I mean, let's all of us be forgiving. Let's forget what happened. Maybe it touched my family, maybe it touched your family, because for sure myself, what happened in 2007, our family was highly hit. But you don't hear me from this platform trying to advocate or maybe to like sell a certain narrative from that. So Kiamba, I think that is politics that has been passed by time. Finally, all of us as young people on this platform, let us always know that whatever you say, whatever you stand for, I mean, from 2022, some of our political characters or those people who we are supporting will no longer be there as presidential candidates. But tomorrow, you will be that member of parliament. You will be that MCA. You will be that any other leader at a capacity in a certain office. What shall you do when you are entrusted with the resources of Kenya? And that's why I'm saying, let us evade from demeaning other people's opinions. Because I've seen it on this platform, sometimes when you are not in support of a certain candidate, someone will try even to like cross as you talk so that you lose your bearing. And also some claims that even your microphone is echoing, so that to ensure that they have a good reason why they should interject. Let us all give each and everyone's enough time. Because if I say something about Baba today, I am not saying it in a bad motive. I am trying to tell him when he becomes the president, if he is granted, the policies he should consider that will help Deto and his community. Because if we do not share them at this forum, then I don't know where else we can share. When Ruto becomes the president, I am trying to tell him, please add the following points in your manifestos. Maybe I am not your supporter or I am your supporter, but ensure you strengthen your manifesto with this kind of areas. Because as a young man, a young leader, I represent a certain group of people in the community. So finally, 2022, I am in Barot, MP, Kinangop constituency, that is in Nyandarua County. And we shall bring change and a lot of tremendous transformation to our people, because I understand their problems and I believe I am the leader these people really need at this very time. Thank you so much.
Can I ask you a question before you go?
Yes.
Okay. You have talked so good, but you have said let us not revisit the past, right?
Yes.
Then if you are truly genuine on that, why should we remember that Uhuru told us that Raila is Mugundo Mogoroki, Kemodo, and all that, and you don't want us to touch other evil things from other candidates. So just speak from one part of your mouth, but not both. If you don't ask, yes.
Okay, Mugambi. What I mean is, the other day, I think it was Ayaga, when I tried like to bring a certain point, what Uhuru was talking about Raila in 2017. He said, Deto, you are blind because you don't know what Raila tells us on ground using our own Greek language. So, I mean, if we come here and advocate such, that's the point we are losing the direction. I mean, if I stab you with a weapon, if I like shoot you, the very same pain you will feel, I have the very same body which can feel the same pain. And if we young people, we are not going to like move on this agenda of bringing peace and unity in our nation, then I don't see those the 7 leaders whom we saw in Mombasa yesterday, or any other person, maybe trying to bring it upon ourselves. Remember, at the end, we are the people who are going to be used to bring violence or to bring any other problems.
So you are of the opinion that we should not revisit the past, right?
Exactly.
So if the last time I asked you the reason as to why you can't vote Baba, you said that you can't vote Baba because of what you were told in the past, but not because Baba is bad. So if we are to remove the past bad things, to you Baba is good.
Mugambi, I'm thinking it's a final submission.
That's why Mugambi, give me 1 minute to get only once.
Wait first. This is what I want to say. Let's finish the final submission. There's a new moderator, Amekuja. So if you want to debate that kindly, separately, you can do it. Because there are those who want to go and sleep. That's what I thought. You can
Would you
extend.
give me a second or two, Wekesa? Just to clear something that Mugabe has just emanated. That if I don't count
he
the
still
past,
has some
if
questions.
I can,
He still has some questions, and I want it to be picked after that. I want to. There will be a more discussion. I don't think Bernard is. Maybe they take 1 hour or 2 hours here, and you can have quality time discussing it rather than in passing. I'm just saying. Just put on hold.
I understand, Wekesa.
Just put on hold, and then we will press the button and you continue. I just wanted to make a small submission and rest. I think I realized I have had a busy week and I need some rest. Kiasi. Sir Edmund. Sir Hilary Edmund, I think he was the first man who climbed Mount Everest. Mount Everest is the tallest mountain in the whole earth. He said he tried it several times. And the last time he tried and failed, he stood at the foot of the mountain and looked at the Mount Everest and he said, Mount Everest, you have defeated me, but you are not growing. But I am still growing. I will come back and defeat you. I'm speaking that in the light of those who say that it's easier to sell pork in Arabia than to sell baba on the mountain. Maybe he tried the first time and he was unable to be sold. Maybe he tried the second time and he was unable to be sold. But as long as there's a willpower, there's a way. And that's why he keeps trying. There are those who look at the glass half empty and those who look at it half full. And those who look at, who are pessimistic say that he is a perennial loser, therefore he will never be president. But those who look at it half full say that how comes he has never lost hope? How comes he has never quit? How comes he has been consistent? How comes he has always been, if he has always been attracting many people on his side? So, and that's why at this stage, someone said that even the gods that had been fighting him got tired and conspired to bless him instead of resisting him. And you see, and that was one of the promises of God to Esau. Esau, as much as he was denied the blessing, God told him that if you persist, the yoke will be broken and you will be able to get the blessing. It is a key lesson we need to learn in life, and this happened also to Abraham Lincoln. He had his rough life, including losing his fiancée when he wanted to get married, losing wife, losing children, and losing Congress, losing Senate, and finally being elected the 16th president of the United States of America. And when he was elected, he led the nation under tough times. He led the nation when they were going through reconstruction from the slavery into a nation that is that respects humanity. And he looked back, and that is even the confession of Winston Churchill, that this was the reason why God allowed me to go through these many challenges, such that I will be able to bear the challenges of our nation. If God had not prepared me thoroughly, I could not have withstood this. So there are those who look at the challenges you're going through and they think you are cursed and you will never succeed. But if you look at it, if you double click and look at your challenges, perhaps you are being prepared for a greater task that needs a deeper, a greater preparation. So you only need to be patient and focused. So as Kenyans, I want to challenge you that we are going to have a Mandela moment. Yes, Kenya is the springboard of revival and political growth and democracy. And we have been prepared through many challenges. And I know God is going to give us a leader who is going to shine the light across Africa. And we know God has prepared him through tough times. We know he has, as a prophet, has been neglected by his own people. But at the right time, he will be revealed to us and be given the mantle to spearhead the change, not only in Kenya, but across Africa. And all of us shall rejoice. I want to speak to the mountain that we are coming. We have the grace to scale the mountain. We are going to leave no stone unturned. And we know mountain are good people. They are going to impress Papa, and we are going to make him the 5th president of Kenya. God bless you. Have a good night. I have to take a nap. Bernard, you can continue with the program.
So thank you, Wekesa. Have a good rest. See you in the next show. We were doing last submission. Who was going first? Mugabe
Now, we had finished everybody. No, the only person who has come new is Kennedy. But now Mugabe had a question to Ndeto. Maybe.
You can carry on,
Yeah.
no problem.
Okay, so thank you.
That I was asking, because the last time I asked you why don't you support Raila, you told me that you were told things at the past that are not right, and that's why you hated Raila. You were told Kimondo, those bad ones, and now that things have started hitting your camp, you won't tell us. Let us not look back to the past. So my question is, now that your hate for Raila was out of what you were told, and we are forgetting the past, should you come to Raila's past, or do you have any other reason as to why you think Raila can't be the best president of this country?
Okay, Mogambi. What I will say is that I was not told. You know, there is something you find in a
Priscilla,
certain society.
your
when
exercise is still ongoing, eh?
Oprah, please mute your.
6. Hey, 6 ni late we.
Wait,
6 zitaamka mara moja ama zitaanza kusumbua hapa.
Oprah mute.
Okay, sawa
Mute your
basi.
mic.
You are giving us your secret.
Oprah, mute your nini. So what I was saying before that interruption is, I was not told. It's only that I found myself in a society which had a certain line of belief And last time I said, I became a smart boy and I just followed their ways. And I give you an example that, like last time, whoever won in the region won with a margin of 98%.
Hold on, please. Let's be straightforward and sincere. You are not told. You are born in a society where you found a particular belief. How did you get into that belief if it wasn't out of being told? Were you a witness of how Raila was evil? If you are not told.
You know, Bernard, when you are being brought up, there are a lot of stories, traditional stories and such, which are shared to children, which are shared even to young people, pertaining a different field. If it is politics,
by discerning.
By not even discerning, but it's all about the elders. In fact, the reason you see...
told you. So why are you denying that you are not told? That is where my problem is. You are denying you are not told. That means either it came to you by revelation or by intuition or by other means without being told. Because you have denied.
You know, Bernard, your interrogating skills are so smart. And you are forcing me like to accept I was told. But I could have read somewhere.
It is you who said you are told. Now you are denying you are not told. What is it?
Okay, let me get to the point. Let me get to the point.
Please.
So even if that's what happened, that's culture. And I have said on this platform that there are very many things that I disagree with Raila Odinga, especially when it comes to some personal statement that he makes. For instance, he weaponizes everything. And today you will hear that nitakunyoa bila sijui nitakunyoa bila maji. So if someone tells you like that, utanyolewa bila maji. What does that statement you see? Wembe ni ule ule. You see it's that's demoralizing and very
that one came from your side.
No, Bernard.
Hiyo ilikuwa sarcastic. It was sarcastic because Baba thought he will shave people without water, but he was shaved. Even a song was composed. So some of the reasons why I cannot give Baba my vote is I think this when you see this man, he likes red carpets a lot, and sometimes I wonder.
No, Bernard. I think now Ndeto is becoming. Let me use the word petty. If we start going to the words of carpet,
Oprah.
Yeah. This
Oprah. A minute.
Okay.
Do you know? Let me make one thing clear. Baba is for the idea that we dilute the executive, we get more people in the executive. Meaning, he is accommodating so many people on this red carpet. That shows us that Baba wants so many people to step on these carpets. The UDA guy wants to make sure everyone does not come in the carpet except him and his deputy. Among these two people, who loves the carpet more than the other? That one, be focused, my brother. Be focused and
Mogambi.
Before you answer that question,
this guy has told me I'm petty. Yes, his name is Oprah.
Yeah.
Why is Mogambi extending the debate of red carpet, and yet I'm the one who have instigated the carpet stuff? You have not given me enough time to explain why I feel the red carpet stuff could be demoting this man. Then you are very...
not that one.
No, you are hiking to conclusion.
Let's move let's move forward to something substantial. Red carpet, no carpet has nothing to do with presidential ambition and presidential capability. You can be a president like the president who uses an old Volkswagen. I mean, president's capacity has nothing to do with carpet. And then, Ndeto, you have a carpet in your house or in your office. Has that made you president? So
You know,
cannot
I
rule
am
out
president of
somebody
my own Nini.
So let's hear from Oprah. We are going to go for another 1 hour. Those of you have just joined us, and then we will call it a day. But those of us that are tired and need to go, you are free to drop out. Just indicate so that we give you your time to give your
I think
last.
I'm leaving.
Bernard,
I want
Bernard, let me finish something
I think it was
I
my
was
turn.
to say.
I think you talk.
Hold on.
Just something small. Something
Hold on,
small also
please.
to set my Nini. Okay.
Yeah, and
You know, Bernard, just to be fair, let me.
Please, what is it?
I have been told I'm petty. I want to clear something.
Wait first. Even that has not been executed. Let Oprah execute the point, then you can respond. Why do you want to respond?
But I am the source.
Yeah,
I am the source of the point.
Okay, Ndeto, I'm on the floor. Kindly give me my time, please, if you don't mind.
But stop using such a negated language. If you cannot give me time to express.
Okay, it's not me. It's not me who's supposed to give you time. I think Bernard is the moderator of this debate. So
yeah, use the right language. That is what I'm saying. Bernard cannot speak on your behalf.
You know, you see, you have been told your time is over. Kindly give me my time also. Tuko pamoja. Sawa, asante sana. Thank you, Bernard. I think the debate is going on well, but I didn't say, I said Mr. Ndeto is becoming petty because I think when we are discussing matters of national interest, and in fact, he was asked a very good question here by one of the guys who are viewing this interview. And they asked him, what do we need for someone to become a president? And he started giving us a very good points. And then all of a sudden, I think it's Mugambi who asked him a question. And then he said he can't vote in Raila because Raila is someone who wants a red carpet. And if you are going into that direction, let me ask you, the other week, I think it was last week, I had the deputy president, he was on an interview, and he said nowadays he's going for function, the chief is not there, the assistant chief is not there. So do we start now going into that direction? Because now if you started now, the assistant chief is not attending my function, the chief is not attending, next he'll say, hata sikupata cho, ama carpet. So do you want now our debate to start going into that direction? I think we've passed that. Let's discuss soberly.
Is it a question, Oprah? Is it a question I answer?
No. I don't want you to answer. What I was just saying, we don't need to go into that direction whereby our presidential candidates are now starting to discuss something we do with assistant chiefs, carpets. And I think we are more mature enough. We are young guys. We don't need to go into that direction. Thank you. So another thing I wanted to make is another point I wanted to make. I think we've talked about presidential candidates. Me, I come from Western Province. I've seen so many guys coming up who wants to run for election in the coming this coming election. But what I'm doing, I'm trying to encourage the young guys who are out there. We can mobilize ourselves. We come up with groups so that, because once these big guys comes with money, we find that the young guys, we are being thrown out because we don't have money. Ndeto, I'm very happy with you. The steps you are taking. I think I'll take your number. I need to join in your bandwagon so that we can support young guys like you. In future, we need people like you in that parliament. These old people, is their time has reached. They start need to be handing over power to the young generation. But come 2022, that one is still sticking with Baba. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Oprah. We had Mugambi. Mugambi, did you exhaust your questions?
Okay, I exhausted my question, but Ndeto did not tell me, because last time he told us that the reason as to why he does not support Baba is because of the first thing that he was told. And now that the same thing is hitting his candidate, he wants to sanitize his candidate, but he wants to leave Baba with the same lamentations. So my question is, should we clean Baba and your candidates, and then we stick to the person who does not have compromised character?
Okay, Mogambi. I know the reason why you are revolving around that question. Let me ask you something in line with that. The other day we saw, like in Uhuru Park, the Baba's team was very strong, and these guys even had agreed to take a step to inaugurate Baba as the people's president. We saw the lawyer. There were very key guys who were around him. You can imagine what those guys feel when this guy has already conducted the so-called handshake. Then the guy is in the government, and I know a good number of those people who used to support him, and right now they are still suffering, and yet Baba is just he is like he has forgotten them. So what should make me trust such kind of a person with either my vision or maybe my future? This is a person who can change his mind very fast. And that's why I said the reason why even the place I come from, maybe we love him because of his, he is a good orator. He is a good storyteller. We love him. But when he comes to utter some things, and then we see how he is behaving, even to the people whom used to be so close with him, then we can connect what this guy can even do. He can make a decision that every one of us will not be in line with, but it will be forced. Then this guy, he is always changing the key documents like a constitution. I like the 2010. He did it with goodwill. And today, that's the reason why even we have a stable nation. But this issue of we have piloted the constitution with only one president. So we don't know if the problem is the president or the problem is the deputy or what. We need, I think, this constitution to be subjected to another tenure of another different president so that they bring in the issue of changing the constitution. So I fear that if this guy is entrusted with power, maybe he might use the legislature to amend the very same document to suit him. And we have seen it happening in our neighbor countries like Uganda, even in Rwanda. So let us not also be so much enclosed that, you know, this guy is as clean as cotton. You know, he can do, I know he can do what we are not even thinking about. Today you are supporting Baba, tomorrow you might not be a supporter of Baba Mugambi, basing on some things that might emanate from his leadership.
Okay, Deto, let me finish my question in this. I think, Deto, you have been sold so much fear about this man. And as I said that, you have touched about Baba and the people who are around him. Do you know when you are in a rented house, you can't make so much modification on the house. But if you have your own house, you can have as much modification, as much design as you want. Whatever you are calling handshake is like a rented place for Baba to streamline the problems that have been hitting our country. Number one, injustice in the elections. Number two, the unimplemented section of the constitution that requires two-thirds gender rule. Even if you want to tell us our constitution to take as many as 100 years, that one can't be implemented if at all we don't have a set system. Number three, we have an uneven distribution of resources. Like Junja, they have like 500,000 people. Those people, they normally get a bursary of 150 million, like the people in Kwale who are less than 100,000. That's so unfair. And that is what Baba is saying. Let us try to bring equality in everything. So
changing of the constitution is not so bad. But the problem data that you have been sold so much fear that when Baba gets power, you will be, I think you'll be so much discriminated, which is so wrong. And wait until you get to the power as MP, I pray you get one. You realize the resources and the opportunities to take care of your people's interests are so limited. And then you create so many enemies than you have. And then you understand the reason as to why Baba is in a fix that you think he is, which is not.
Finally,
Mugambi, only 1 minute, please, Bernard, to clarify something. Like these guys are pushing for that 5%. For that 5% addition in the formula from 15 to 35. Let me tell you, Mugambi, if you check like what had been remitted by the close of financial year at the end of June, 59% of the county fund had not been disbursed. Then these guys are giving us a lot of hope that they will be able to disburse the 35%. Yet this retro 15% year ended and the governors had not received 59% of their share to implement various projects in the grassroots. And that's why we are still derailing as people. So let us not also be brainwashed and think that DETO is here to oppose everything. I have facts. If you are unable to give the 15% on time, what magic or what miracle will you make to raise the bar or the ceiling and even give it on time? That's why I am against some policies.
Now, Ndeto, I understand you very well and where you're coming from. Your team is anti-change, and that is because they don't know how to function in the unknown world. And fear for the unknown is allowed in this world, but it will not be allowed to rule the rest of the country. The constitution is not amended for progressive. It is amended for progressive. And it is not measured by who is the president and who is not the president. The constitution is reviewed after 10 years of being enforced. So we don't need to change the people who are in power for us to find fault with the constitution. The constitution is constant. Presidents keep changing. So if we tailor the constitution to suit a particular president or to check it against particular president, then we are making the president, the person, to be the standard and not the constitution anymore. So what you are proposing that we need another 10 years with another different president to see whether this constitution is bad or good, I think you are trying to change what Kenya stands for. And that is, we have given ourselves a constitution to govern us. And that constitution,
let me ask you a question, Bernard.
Hold on. That constitution is what determines for us who is president. That constitution is what determines for us who is MCA. That constitution is what defines for us who is the judge, who is the criminal, who is who. It is not the people. It is the constitution as the standard. So the constitution is to be implemented, and anybody in office has that mandate to see to it that it's enforced and it is articulated according to what was envisioned at its inauguration. So I don't understand why you fear that if Raila becomes president, the constitution is at risk. But if your guy is president, the constitution is safe. And then you still support your guy who goes to benchmark in Uganda, where the constitution is changed to suit a particular individual. So I am confused listening to you, Ndeto.
Bernard, let me hit the point that will bring you out of confusion. There was nothing clear that Ruto was going to Uganda, maybe for even those political discussions or what. So the concept of borrowing Uganda's constitution to bring it to Kenya, I think that's null because there is no evidence.
Neto, hold on.
If I am your friend, Bernard.
We did not say Ruto was going to benchmark. It was indeed Nyoro who had gone ahead of time with the other guy who told us their mission in Uganda was to benchmark on how NRM has been functioning so that they
it was about the agricultural thing, not the constitution. Not the constitution.
Stop hiding behind the glass.
Neto.
You people, you are mixing up things. It was agricultural things.
Let's relax and hear from a different person first. We'll come back for you, Neto.
Ben, let me ask Neto a question.
Neto is getting confused.
Yes.
Sudi said it before the media that they're going to benchmark NRM on how they have been into power for 35 years. That's not agriculture. NRM, for having been in power for 35 years, that is not agriculture, my friend. Don't confuse us, please.
Ben, can I ask Neto a question?
Okay, go ahead, Kenneth.
Neto, Neto, I want to ask you maybe 2 or 3 questions, but maybe with an answer of a yes or a no. Do you believe we have the best constitution or a good constitution?
Yes.
Do you know that Ruto was opposed to this constitution?
Because it was conspired maybe to do something. We had never experienced it.
Yes,
so that's
or
why
no?
he was opposing.
I just asked, do you know Ruto was opposed to this constitution?
You
Yes
know,
or no,
these guys had just
yes or no?
Yes or no?
Neto.
The answer is yes.
Thank you. So the next and the last question: how well can you be an adherent to a constitution that you opposed? Is it possible for you to be fidel to a constitution that you opposed in the first place?
You know, the reason why Ruto was opposing, it is because that constitution was meant to work against their plans of becoming the president and the deputy president of the nation. So, yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. So
Can I come in better?
What changed that? Did it work against them? Like is it what they believed? Did it work according to what they believed?
They enjoyed so much because those guys who were against them, they thought they will bring them down through the same constitution, but they became victim of their own game. So it really saved them.
So in short, let me use the worst term, but just forgive me. In short, they were ignorant of what they thought.
You know, it is politics. Who is this? Kenneth?
Ndeto, can I come in
that
to
was
assist you? Can I assist you, Ndeto?
Okay.
First, I want to answer that question. First of all, it's a fact that Ruto opposed the constitution. But the main reason why he opposed it is not about that he disagreed with its contents. He wanted to measure his political muscle in the Rift Valley. For instance, that's a fact. He was aware that he is not going to win. That's why, for instance, in 2017, there were several aspirants for the presidential seat. And others are very sure
a very
that
young,
they will not
brilliant, and exposed young man. You cannot be reasoning like that on a matter concerning constitution.
What did I say?
The opposing of the constitution was on principle, and it was accompanied by church leaders. I am a church minister, okay? So you cannot be gathering bishops to measure your political strength. The things we are told the constitution is going to bring, we are yet to see them come to manifest. And right now, the same person that opposed the constitution is now protecting it, not one letter to be changed. So he should tell us what was wrong then that has become good now. Secondly,
actually, it was very specific of the clauses he was opposing.
Hold on, you will answer both. Now, if he opposed the 2010 constitution, this question for both of you and Derito, okay? Between Baba, who supported the constitution, and Ruto, who opposed the constitution, who has a good will to implement the entirety of the constitution?
Okay, let me respond to that. First of all, he opposed specific clauses, matters to do with apportion. It did not oppose deforation. It was about specific acts within that document. Yes, it's true also Raila supported that document, but there are some acts or some portions of that constitution which Ruto agreed to. Now, we have to talk, a constitution is a document, but you can disagree with specific portions of that document. That's what he did. Raila agreed with the document. But yeah. Yeah.
Let me just cut you short, Kidogo. I think you talked about Ruto opposing the abortion thing. Do you remember Ruto talked about devolution as Majimboism?
Yeah, I can't remember that. Maybe I cannot really.
Okay, let me help you. Let me help you remember. The issue of abortion was very silent. Trust me, the issue of abortion was very silent, and it's a matter that was just raised by a section of church leaders. But the main issue why there was opposition for the new constitution was devolution, because these people ran on the platform of Majimboism, where they argued that this constitution would bring a lot of tribalism and a lot of misunderstanding and maybe chaos in the country. And that was the platform they wrote on. If I just may bring you to light on that.
Okay, now assume that is the case, and maybe that's what he contemplated will happen. But after it passed and it has worked for some time, what he contemplated did not come to pass. So why should he continue to oppose it?
So should he first apologize and tell Kenyans that I'm sorry, I want to run for president and I'm going to sit on the constitution that I opposed. I have come to realize that this was the best document that Kenya got, and today I am sorry I opposed it, but today I support it in totality.
No, even right now, Ruto does not say the document's perfect. What we disagree, all of us, is about specific changes. The document may be not perfect, but if you consider the specific acts which are trying to be changed, they are compromising the separation of power. So we are able to see that he is opposing it because of the specific portions which are changed and which are very critical to the separation of power of this government.
Duke, can I comment something?
Yes, you can comment. Go ahead.
Now let me ask you something. You guys, I've always said this. Those supporting Ruto doesn't have the basis why they're supporting Ruto. They're supporting Ruto. Most of them are supporting Ruto because they hate Raila, or they hate what they believe that Uhuru has betrayed them. Yeah, are you getting me? So when you're talking about the 2010 constitution, Ruto is okay. Tuseme saizi Ruto amekuwa president. He'll be the president of a constitution yenye alioppose.
You're there saying that Ruto opposed the constitution because of abortion. Bwana, all of us were there in 2010. We know why Ruto opposed the constitution. Right now anasema ati some people just wanataka changes. Let me tell you this. There's nothing like changes. Raila supported the constitution. Uhuru supported the constitution. They know the loopholes this constitution is having. Are you getting me? So when these two people come to you and tell you that let's say this, let's have this. These people knows what they want. Ruto cannot come and tell us that this constitution is now good. Yet in 2010, he was the one who opposed it.
Let me ask you. Let me
just
ask
say
you
you guys are
something.
confused.
Deto, just a minute. I respond. Then you
Let
come after.
only 1 minute, Duke.
Okay.
Let them tell us. Let them tell us. In 2005, what was ODM supporting for in the change of that constitution? Was it on no or yes? This guy who is it 254? What was Raila advocating for? Was it for a no or a yes? He has gone.
No. He was advocating
yeah, he was
no.
against. He was against. So the very same way, yes, that was the question. The answer was no. He was against.
Yes.
So why then are we so aching when we say that Ruto was on no in 2010?
No, the issue is
what made Raila to change?
Neto, hold on. You need to be brought up to speed on the journey towards the new constitution. The constitution that was rejected in 2005 was rejected on the ground that it was modulated. It wasn't what was agreed at Bomas. Instead of President Kibaki and the rest of the team working with the original views that were given by Kenyans to produce a new constitution, they went with and then Attorney General Amos Wako and drafted something that was given to Kenyans in the name of a new constitution. So it was rejected on the ground that it was not representing the views of Kenyans. It was an agreement.
Let me ask you this question. Let me ask you, Bernard.
Ndeto, you should know the history.
In what the orange, the no team was leading. And so it was defeated. And that's the same document that was reviewed and readjusted in relation to the views that were collected in Bomas 1 that now was brought about in 2010. So the constitution making has taken a journey of we are talking of a period of over 10 years. It is not just rejecting a document and accepting another.
Bernard, I'm asking you, do you want to tell us that all that was suggested in 2005 constitution was bad?
It wasn't what Kenyans had asked for.
Okay.
It was a document.
It's a categorical question.
These things are very clear. As Bernard is telling you, whatever the ODM rejected was not what was agreed at Bomas. That's what he's saying, because whatever they were giving was not the actual thing that they agreed on. So why should you go and vote for something that you had not agreed on? And then you should learn. Just let me speak. You should learn history. We know Ruto. Even when we
no. If I will learn history through Ruto, then it's a very long, very long placement.
No, why don't you let me finish? We know how he started his political career with YK 92. And this is when the Kenyans were actually crying for multi-party to be introduced into Kenya. He refused. Why did he refuse? Ask yourself that question. They wanted a single party. That's not democracy. And you know the stand he took. And all along, even up to now, he's been standing on the wrong side of what the Kenyans want. So it's not that it's now or the other constitution. He has been opposing these things. When Wakina Matiba were being detained because they wanted multi-party, and they fought for it, Paka Moi repealed Section 2A. Ruto was not supporting it. That's when he was dishing money. Here, Wakina Jirongo. And Kenyans were suffering. We know these things. We know the history. So when you talk,
my point is, you see, like Duke,
and that's why I was saying we must look at somebody's track record.
Exactly.
Yeah. We must.
Yeah, I was supporting that point on Duke.
Can I respond to something?
You are not adhering to our rules. Let George execute the point. If you have objection, you will object. Not breaking his word after every word. I mean, you are an old member of this platform. We can't be taking you through our standing orders after every presentation. Please, George, conclude, please.
Yeah. So I was saying we must look at somebody's track record. And that's why in earlier when I was submitting, I said, what has Ruto done for this country that the whole nation has gained? For the other part, the other side, I'm not actually a supporter of Raila, but I usually like to stick to facts. Raila has been there fighting for democracy for this and governance ever since. And some of it, he has succeeded, like the new constitution that we have, the 2010 constitution, which brought the devolution. And devolution, many Kenyans have gained, many of them. Corruption might be now at the county level. Yes, I'm not denying that. But at least you see, at the county level, if they want to build maybe a hospital or a college, they have to first source from within the county. And even if there's corruption, which I can say there is, the money circulates within that county. Unlike before, when we had a single party, all these things could be sourced from Nairobi and only those people who are connected. So at least devolution, which Raila fought for, is benefiting every corner of Kenya. But Wajir has got a tarmac for the first time in this country. So let's talk as we look the history and track record of everybody. What have they done? Like, I'd like you to list for me 3 items or 3 things that Ruto has done that has benefited this country, despite being in the government for over 20 years. Just mention for me 3 or even 2, then I'll support you.
Okay. Let me mention for you. One is promotion of TVET, the technical and vocational education training. Through this, I know it started during the era of Moi, but it is during the time when Ruto was the Minister of Education that this thing was strengthened. Also, when they came to power in 2013, you see rural electrification. It came, I think, from, I don't know, there were how many, I think 20,000 to about 8 million people. So you can see through connectivity with electricity, it is supporting the agenda on the hands-on skill stuff, which is the one for TVET. Another one, when Ruto was was the Minister of Education, we saw him promoting the university education by adding the HELB loans, by maybe bringing about the addition of the HELB loans. As well, we also saw many universities being opened, such that even those who are spending 2 years before they join university, it is during his time that one was brought to immediately after finishing Form 4, you can get to university. Another thing, when this guy was in the Ministry of Agriculture, that's when we started experiencing subsidy of some farm chemicals like fertilizers or such. People may say that what happened, but what was the government by then did. So those are some of the few things. As well, the SGR project,
Thank
it
you.
was
Thank
in
you.
their, it was their manifesto, and very many roads.
Moderator, let me just answer him. Let me just respond just this once, what you have said.
Okay,
there's something we call Vision 2030, which was started with Kibaki. And these things, you're saying Root has done, was just an implementation of things that had been started by Kibaki government, Vision 2030. So they were just implementing, and some of them are being implemented in a wrong way, like the SGR. You see, there's a lot of money lost in during the implementation. So I'm asking, what has he done? Like coming up with something, his own idea, and fighting for it, not implementation. I'm talking something.
I think, George, you are also placing a wrong question, because a leader should take over.
I gave you time to talk. I gave you time to talk. I'm saying an original idea, like opening up of the democratic space in Kenya. It was not an implementation of somebody's idea. Like coming up with the new constitution. I'm asking, what has Ruto come up with? His own idea, not implementing. Implementing, some of us work in the civil servant and we implement.
He has come up with a model that will even transform this nation. And he has started even by supporting the Mama Bogas. We have seen him supporting border people. And those groups, they are very happy. That is a very good initiative.
Thank you, George. Thank you, Leto. Now look here.
Bernard, please, just a moment.
No. Hold on. We must make progress. If we stick by Neto, he will read us the UDA manifesto all through. I'm happy that your party leader has understood that they are Mama Bogas and they are wheelbarrow, I mean Kokoten people. That's a very good revelation, but it is late in the day. He would have remembered that in 2013 and implemented it when he had power. Now he's on his way out. And in our village, we say that if you serve somebody food and he has not finished food on the plate and is asking for more, what name is given to such a person?
It is from your community. You should tell us.
No, Neto, if you come to, if you go for a party and you put food on your plate, and then before the food is finished, you are asking for more food, what is the Swahili name for you?
Deto ameshimba.
Huyo ni mlafi. Jamani mlafi.
That settles that. Let's move on. And there is a whom. There is this nuts to.
Yes. Okay.
You need to hold your mic away from your mouth. You're having a very bad vibration. Your words are not coming out clear.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me just. Am I now clear?
That is better. That's better.
Now, Neto. Allow me to just shed some light to Neto. Neto, this idea of wheelbarrows and Mama Mboga and I don't know what were piki. Please, we are in the 21st century, but students are getting out of school. Okay, Neto, I believe that you have a girlfriend. Would you love to have a girlfriend who is coming out of the university? Then Ruto, she meets Ruto, then Ruto anampatia wheelbarrow. Anaenda kufanyia nini surely?
May I answer you, Nani?
Yes.
Wheelbarrow is a symbol. Like we have orange. We have an orange in ODM. What does orange stand for? You know, wheelbarrow is a symbol in this way that majority of Kenyans are struggling and they are using wheelbarrow as their means of to bring food on table. That's why they
Bernard,
chose this symbol, so that to
Bernard,
bring
But
together the
also,
heavy bottom.
Bernard,
okay,
please,
you want to share it.
Hold on, everybody. Please,
Bernard,
order,
please,
everybody.
Okay,
Hold
yeah,
on, George.
Bernard,
Hold
please.
on, George. I hear
George,
you.
George,
Yeah,
just a moment,
Bernard,
please.
Ngoja kwanza, George.
George,
yeah, Bernard, you have just
Hey,
George,
told Dato
you
to hold on his
guys.
horses and let everybody execute their point. He keep
Okay.
on interjecting every
Okay,
now and then. You see, so it confuses us because he should let somebody execute and then he can respond or ask a question. Hii
Sawa,
question
sawa.
mambo ya kuinterject sayote. It's not good. And the last, we have never seen Wiper giving people umbrellas or ODM
or
giving
ODM
people
giving
oranges.
oranges.
Please.
Thank you, George. Thank you. Now, Ndeto, wait for Nats 254 to execute the point, then you can respond. I see you have a pen. I'm sure you have a paper there. So you can note down the points that you would want to interject. But all in all, let us also understand we are on this platform for one solemn reason, a better Kenya. So as much as we pull for our various party leaders, it is not those party leaders that we are looking for. We are looking for how do we improve Kenya? And then what law helps Kenya? And who is the best candidate that can help Kenya? So let's not just dig in for some ideologies that are clearly not workable or not profitable for a better Kenya. Go ahead, Nats.
Now, the Kenyan political system is changing. It's not the one we knew back in 2007 and 2002. Yeah, right now, like for example, you can see the president for the first time. It's what if you read many social medias, or you realize that for the first time, a Kenyan sitting president has accepted to work with the opposition. This shows that things are changing. The enmity, the tribalism, the whatever, the negative sides of politics is changing in Kenya. And Ruto hasn't realized this. Let's speak the reality. Let's just say the real thing here. Ruto hasn't realized this. If you listen to the followers of Ruto, okay, there's this story about Uganda. I want to tell Neto one thing. Yeah, Ruto was going to Uganda mainly for benchmarking to realize how NRM has been working in Uganda. He's trying to use the system of Uganda in Kenya. Neto, is Kenya and Uganda on the same page in terms of politics? Huh? Now, that's my first question. My second question, how would an aspiring president go to a law? Okay, okay, admin, forgive me saying this one. A law country in terms of politics compared to the one in Kenya. The guy has been sitting in power for over 35 years. In Kenya, we have a constitution that guarantees a president for only 2 terms. Yeah? So what is Ruto showing us? What is Ruto even showing? Even you, Ndeto, what is Ruto showing you? I'm sure yes, and I'll repeat this for every day I'll be in this platform. I'll repeat this to Ndeto. Ndeto, you are supporting Ruto. Either, number one, you are a Kalenjin, and that is tribalism. Or number two, you are supporting Ruto because you are against Raila and Uhuru. Raila has done so many things for Kenya, more than Ruto, even with the supporters combined. Since 19 something, Raila has done so many things more than Ruto. So there's no way you can convince me that I'll not my vote I'll cast for Raila at 6 in the morning. Hata kama itaibiwa ama ifanyiwe nini, I'll cast my vote at 6 in the morning. Are you getting me, Ndeto? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nats. Now, Ndeto.
Okay.
Do you have any rebound? Because we
Yes.
need to, yes, in the next
Yes.
1 minute or so, 1 minute strictly.
Okay. This guy is Nata 254. I think we should be using our names sometimes. Okay. You have asked that in Kenya and Uganda, are we at the same pace when it comes to political kind of environment? I would say Kenya, we are a bit far, but not everything that you can demonize. You cannot demonize everything from those who are behind you. Maybe there is something Ruto noted that is done well in Uganda, maybe compared to Kenya, and that's why he went there. So we cannot demonize everything because we are ahead. Another thing that why is it Ruto? What is Ruto showing with like associating with a law and abiding nation? I think Uganda has their own constitution. They have their own legal frameworks. And if anything, this guy was going there to do, maybe, you know, you don't know even plans of this old man in Uganda. Maybe he want his son also to like clinch to power. And maybe because Ruto is prospective of becoming Kenya's president, maybe there was something they wanted like to discuss about. So we cannot demonize like everything. There is a good thing this guy must have gone there to do.
Ndeto, you for the 1 minute you are given, I've not heard you saying anything regarding the question I asked for sure. I talked about NRM Ruto associating himself with NRM. You haven't answered that. We know what NRM is did to Bobby Wine in Uganda. Just recently here, you saw the all the I don't know the things Bobby Wine was being done to yeah.
Okay.
Unakatazwa hata kutoka kwa gate.
Okay. You see, what I'm trying to say, Ninata, what I'm trying to say is this, that you see, NRM, if they are the leading party, they have manifestos. Like one of it, like we have seen,
Is this show
Uganda is...
falling data? Is this show
Let me
falling
finish.
data? Because
Let me
every people
finish.
talking data all time. Some people
Let
are
me
here, they can't
finish.
even get. Is it this
You
show
will be
falling
given
data?
a chance.
Thank you, Mulumbu. Thank you.
Mulumbu, you will be given a chance.
No, hold
You know,
on,
it is
Neto.
only that I'm asked a lot of questions.
Neto,
When I'm
Oja.
asked a lot of questions, Bernard,
Hapana, Neto,
I
you are
should
not.
address them.
Neto, you are getting out of order, and that is not going to go well with me and everyone else here. I am being very lenient to make sure that you clear your points, but you seem to be enjoying taking us round and round on the same matter. So if you are not progressing to the next thing, let's get to someone else. Not because that what you're saying is not anything, but we have had that over and over and over. So allow us to move to the next point. The difference between Kenya and Uganda, nobody needs to go to school to find it. It is obvious. And the progress of Kenya in terms of political advancement compared to Uganda, anybody going to Uganda to learn democracy or national politics, he must be up to something that only Museveni can deliver, and that is stay in power for 37 years. I mean, over 30 years, and you're still looking for how to backdate your birthday so that you can still get another 5 more years to add to your, even when the calendar has refused, you broke the 2 terms limit. Now there was an age limit. Now even the age limit, you are breaking it. so that you backdate your age to be able to vie again. And you're telling me that that becomes a role model for somebody who wants to be president. I don't think that's something that we should stomach. And Ndeto, you being young, you are free to learn from everybody, because you don't just learn from what people do right, you also learn from what not to do. And so you are free to ventilate, but don't support what is obviously out of order. Let's get to where? Duke.
Okay, let me start first of all by answering the question of, is it not 254? Just as Ndeto was saying, the fact that other nations are ahead of others does not mean that they are ahead in everything. I'll give you one example. There's a country in the European Union called Austria. It's a first world country. Last month, it was doing benchmarking in Kenya about mobile banking. You know, we are #1 when it comes to mobile banking in the world. And they were able to take in essential advice from Kenya. You know, in their countries, the money transfer has been done using apps and software. But here in Kenya, we are doing it using an SMS. But in those first world countries, you need a smartphone. Also, you need an application for you to do mobile banking. So that's what they learned from Kenya, and they went to implement in their nation. So Ruto going to Uganda is not going to be like Museveni. For instance, we are aware that Kenya is ahead democratically compared to Uganda. But when it comes about disintegration and disappearance of political parties, we are performing worst. We have new parties after every year. We are doing very poorly in terms of having consistent political parties, parties with ideas, which stands for a long period of time. But maybe it was going to check that from NRM, because it's one of the oldest political parties which has served Uganda. We are aware that where we are as a nation in Kenya, nobody can maybe say he can be a president for more than 10 years. It cannot happen. We are ahead of that. So that's what I wanted to add on that. Also, George said about YK92. He said that Ruto was fighting against multi-party. That's false. The YK92 was supporting Moi. They were campaigning for Moi. And every person has been in the government. Mwai Kibaki was in the government of Moi. Raila Odinga dissolved NDP and joined KANU. So it's not a fact that he was fighting multipartyism. He was actually supporting the president.
No, Duke, get your facts right. Why do K92? It was in 1992. There was no NDP then.
No, I've not said that. I've said several individuals.
Get your facts right and articulately get them out. Don't just blanket things so that you make a point.
Let me repeat so that you get me clear. What I've said is this. George said that Ruto was fighting against multipartyism in 1992. And I've said that's not true. YK92 was about youths who were supporting President Moi, not fighting multipartyism.
And President Moi was standing for multipartyism. So the youth
He's the one who decided to scrap the...
Exactly, Bernard. Moi was a symbol.
Are you saying that Moi was promoting multipartyism and the youth were joining him to promote multipartyism and sell it to Kenyans. Is that what you're saying?
No, they were supporting his presidency. Just as sometimes back, Raila dissolved his party and joined KANU. Was Moi good at that time? So every person has worked with the Moi in a different way. So I want us to be fair.
Duke, you are a young man, and you are very much exposed. So I know you know the history, and you know the calendar of events, the chronological order of events. So if you want to make an argument, make it in its chronological order.
Yes, that's why I was
don't go to
rectifying.
97, come back to 92, then go to 2005. Give your values and establish them in order. Don't just argue.
It's not a. I just rectified that and said it's not wrong for. I actually was giving a point that all readers have worked with Moi in one way or another.
Moi was anti-multipartyism.
Yes.
And he took the country into remaining into one-party state, made the political space very narrow, that if you are not Tinkizari, you cannot even participate in politics. Okay? Then Ruto supports Moi. What does that make of Ruto?
No, I wanted you to be fair. That's why I said when Raila dissolved NDP and joined KANU, was that bringing more diversity in political parties?
Duke.
At that time? I want us to be fair. I don't want us to.
I think Bernard is
to one side of the coin.
Let's do this, Duke. Just
can I proceed and give my submission regarding today's topic?
Because we are staying here for too long and we are not adding much value. Execute your point quickly. We hear from somebody else. We are closing.
Yes. So regarding Raila meeting the business community from Mount Kenya, what I can say is this. First of all, the bad seed of Raila, which has been planted in Mount Kenya, it's now a big tree. And it needs a lot of effort for it to be cut down and be uprooted. First of all, the reason why many Kenyans, no, let me not say many Kenyans, many individuals from Mount Kenya have been against Raila becoming the president about the things he has been saying. He has been giving threats to the rich people. And at one point, he implied that all the rich people have not gotten their wealth in the right way. And all those who have got large tracts of land have not gotten it in the right way, despite others have just inherited it. So that is what has been planted in Mount Kenya. And in political science, you are told that for you to ascend to power, you don't need to say facts or the right thing. First of all, you have to speak to the needs and the aspiration of the subjects who you are going to become a leader for. So that's why he has failed. And it's going to be very difficult for him to be supported. For me, I can advise him to try to gain support from several parts of Kenya, but for me, he cannot penetrate Mount Kenya to a maximum of 30%. He cannot go beyond 30%. That's my opinion.
You are saying it is okay to lie to the masses about what you're going to do as long as you are appealing to their needs, and then they vote you in. You should not tell them exactly what you're going to do because that is what politics is. What happens to values in life?
What I said is this. If you are a good leader, and if you're a strategic person, so that you want, first of all, you must have power for you to do what you want. For instance, if you want to solve the issue of corruption and recover stolen funds and stolen land, you should not just try to announce that I'm going to imprison all of you and take all your property, because those people are power of cartels. They will use money and resources and proc you, and you will never be the president. You can even avoid to talk about that, but when you get power, you know the right thing to do. So that's what I was trying to say.
And that is still honest in your school of thought.
No, it's not honest. It's about strategy of getting power.
Strategy of getting power. So we can get power using half truths. Okay, and then from there we now execute the other half.
Those are not half truths. What I'm trying to say is about, for instance.
Now, Duke, you know the reason why I'm holding you on that is because you're young, and
yes,
from your conversation you're going to end up into politics. And if that is your foundation of how politics is done and your conviction about politics, then we must be very afraid of the future, even than we are of the past.
No. Reason what? For instance, let me give you another scenario. For instance, Raila is a very good person. I'm assuming that. And maybe if he gets power, he can solve corruption so that the economy can be organized. He can recover the resources which have been rooted. Are you saying that? But if you just, that's something good you can do. If you have instrument of power, it's the right thing to do. But if you know that if you say this right now, you announce to the people that you are going to do that strictly, and you are aware we have cartels who, if you scare them, they can do everything to prop you so that you can never be the president. So is it wise for you to tell them, just say them, so that they can use their resources and block you from becoming the president? Or is it wise for you just to ignore it? But when you get power and you have instruments of power, you can do it, and then you will save Kenyans. So that's what I'm trying to say. I know now you have gotten my point right.
What is the difference between that and dynasty versus hustlers?
Duke has made me to wake up.
The difference is that's when you see Ruto not talking about corruption, it's not that he's not going to fight corruption, because he knows if you want to fight it, you don't just fight it with words. First of all, you get power, you consolidate instruments of power, and you make institutions and the systems work. You don't just fight it by the word of mouth. Actually, fighting by word of mouth can even make you not become the president. So it's wise to do so and necessary.
Duke,
so, Mr. Duke, any other point?
You have made me wake up before he moves from that matter.
I can answer some questions, Bernard, but I'm done.
Let me ask Duke. Duke have said something that I love so much. He has saying that if you want to get to power, conceal your intention from maybe the cartel and the people who have money and the rich. But their candidate is beating below the belt for the rich and supporting the poor. And that's why the rich are feeling so much insecure in the hand of their candidates. Meaning whatever Duke is telling us that his candidate does not apply. And that's why we see Baba now is going the opposite times. He is going to all the people who have money so that they can help him penetrate this big war. So Duke, why does your candidate not hold your principle of conceal your intentions to the cartel and the rich until you get to power? Does it mean that he is in the downward trajectory?
Can you come up? I have not gotten your question clearly. Can somebody interpret for me?
I think my question is,
yes.
You have used the principle of conceal your intention until you get to power, right? But the DP has exposed the rich and studying for the poor, meaning the rich are feeling they will be threatened when this man gets power. So does it mean that the DP is not using the principle that you stand for?
No. He was not, you are taking him out of context. The narrative of dynasties versus Asla is about those who have power, those who have been that position of the presidency. But he has not said he will take their wealth. So that's a very big difference. So if you say that you want to become the president because you are poor, and also another person says I will become the president and take your wealth, those are two different statements. So differentiate that.
What does pro-Asla principle stand for?
No, Duke, don't, Mr. Mugambi, don't start that again. We have been there for the past 1 hour or so.
Then,
Bernard,
I have a question. I have a question for everyone here. In 2013, the deputy president and the president got to power through the digital platform and narrative. Now, what is happening that now you want to get to power through the wheelbarrow and all those old technologies apart from the digit that he was talking for in 2013? What has changed? Sasa hivi tunatoka digital tunaenda analog ama namna gani?
Bernard, can I comment? Bernard.
Carry on, Nat.
Now let's go back to 2007 election, the 2007 election. Then it comes slowly to 2013. Then forget about 2017 because all of us knows the shenanigans that happened in 2017. The Raila denying to go for election. Let's take these two elections. Raila, I can say that Raila right now is playing a card of a game where he suspects that previously I had the people, the numbers, we say qua ground. Raila had the numbers. 2007, we know what happened. But Raila did not become the president because of the state machinery. He never had the state machinery. Now in 2013, if I'm not wrong, I'll also believe that Raila won the election, but because he lacked the state machinery, what we call the deep state, and Murathe will tell you, will explain to you this thing well. That is what is causing this guy to lose elections. Now Raila has realized this. So what is he doing? Let me have Uhuru. Let me have those people whom I think the business communities of Kenya, those whom I think can help me rise to power easily. Ruto, instead of realizing what Raila is doing, is fighting these people. Ruto is fighting the same people whom he used to become the DP. There's no way you tell me that the people voted Ruto to become the DP. If I'm not wrong, if I'll be wrong, just correct me. So to me, I can say that Raila has realized that the only thing that is always letting him down is not even the coalitions or whatever. Raila has the numbers, but he cannot ascend to power because he lacks state machinery. Thank you.
Can I come in? I have a question. Yes,
Mr. Bernard.
Yes, Jones. Just hold on. Duke, what you have a question?
Now, my question is this: the state, we are in a very devastating state as a nation. The reason why we are as we are is because we have cartels and the state machinery, which has been routing man and controlling the economy, so that many people are suffering. Now, the fact that you have said that Raila has cooperated with the state machinery, he is going to maintain their interests. So when the state machinery wants to support you, you have to agree that you are going to do certain activities for them. So it's that he is going to maintain the status quo. So Kenyans, we are not going to have any change. So what's your comment about that?
Okay. My comment is saying that Kenya will not have any change. Now, 2007 Kibaki was there. 2007 to 2013. We saw what Kibaki did. Everything, everyone is saying that the presidents we've had in Kenya, Kibaki may top the list. I don't know that the second, the third, or the last, but Kibaki will top the list. Kibaki denied Raila. Raila won the 2007 election. Let's be clear. Raila won the 2007, but he couldn't ascend to power because Kibaki was the president. Or I'm saying the state machinery, the state. Yeah. Now he left. I'm pretty sure that Kibaki left the mantle to Uhuru in 2013. If he could have left it to Raila, Raila could have ascended to power, but he left it to. So there could be some obligation that Uhuru must fulfill for these people. Yeah. And that's why right now everyone is always complaining that Uhuru is almost as underperformed. So there can be state requirements for those the deep state. But utasahau kufanyia Wakenya kazi. So I think Raila atakuwa na hiyo deep state, but still atafanya kazi. Raila has always wanted to ondoa corruption. In fact, today when you heard him talking in Kiambu, you listen to this guy. This guy has a formulated plan on how to solve the issues affecting Kenya. When you listen to Ruto, tunaweza sema ni wale watu sita wameungana kupigana na mimi. That's the only politics Ruto is ever saying day in, day out. So we are all Kenyans. We want the best for Kenya. Yeah? So let's
You have not answered. You have not answered the question. You have not answered. Even the fact that we have the deficit, that's corruption itself.
Okay, Duke. So, according to you, the change that this country needs can only be realized by Ruto presidency.
No, it can be realized when we will have somebody in the presidency who has all power, no cartels who are protecting the corrupt and the elite, who are actually taking the resources, almost half of this nation's budget, so that when we have a person
my question to you is, you are in support of UDA and this presidential candidate who has been in power since 2013 to date. Okay? What will he do different from 2020 after 2022 that he has not had time to do between 2013 and now?
I've answered that question several times, that he has been in some form of position, but not as a president. The same way Raila has been the prime minister, he has been a member of parliament. So when you talk about somebody who's a president, that's very different. You have total control of the resources and the nation instruments of power. So you can.
So he lacks instruments of power to do the implementation of what he promised Kenyans to do.
Yes.
Now, but if you give him the instruments of power, he will do that.
Yes, because for instance,
Bernard,
can I come in just a moment?
Bernard, let Georgia mute. It is not. We are not getting you clearly.
Okay.
Just 1 minute. 1 minute. I want to add something. For instance, most of you are talking about the stadia, which Ruto promised, and they have not been built. But in this case, maybe it's a manifesto. You know, these guys were running as a pair, and they have a manifesto. And maybe Ruto read it. But the person who's the signatory, the CEO of the nation, who allocates resources, is the president. So when the president fails maybe to allocate resources to that, maybe because they are rooted. So who do you blame? Somebody who was given a piece of paper to read
Do
the
you have any evidence to that effect that there was money given out for building Stadia and it was looted?
No, I'm talking about the president, the person who has control and the instrument of power.
The president does not distribute the money. The projects of the government are all passed in the cabinet where the DP sits. Okay, so if there was any bottom-up program in the government, the DP should have brought it up in the cabinet. Then the cabinet should have ventilated on it. If it needed vetting in parliament, it would have been taken to parliament, implemented. If you tell me that he did not have power to do that, I agree with you. Let's wait and see.
Yes, he does not have power because you know that was the
No. Thank you. He has no power, but he's the deputy of the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya.
Yes,
thank you.
but
Let's hear from Jones and we close. It is late in the day.
Yeah, thank you, Bernard. I've been listening to the conversation today for maybe the last 2 hours, and I heard that conversation about Deto trying to explain maybe why he did not vote for Raila in the past, for whatever reason. So I think we need to keep in mind that, Deto is our brother. So let us help Deto find his truth. And then maybe in the process, we can help many other Kenyans. The fact is that basically, Deto is not, if you really listen to Deto closely, he's not voting for UDA, but he's voting against Raila out of the fear that has been instilled in him since his birth. Because that's what he was trying to tell us, that nobody told him, but he knows it's just in his blood or something of the sort. So basically, he's just telling us that it's not, because really when you listen to his reasons or his, he's a very smart guy. But when you listen to his explanations about UDA, these are the policies, this is what Ruto is doing, and then he goes around and contradicts himself. When you really look at the whole thing clearly, you'll find that Deto is not really voting for UDA. He's just voting against Raila out of the fear of those things that he somehow has kind of have enveloped him because of the place of his birth. So basically, what Raila and Uhuru are basically planning on doing or should do is they need to go to Mount Kenya and they need to correct that narrative. Not even to tell people in Mount Kenya that vote for Raila or vote for this person, but they need to go and correct that narrative and really just let people know that, you know what, this guy is a Kenyan like any other Kenyan, and there's nothing to fear. All those things that you are born hearing or not hearing, or that you are born with, or somehow became part of your genetic makeup, they're all false, and you don't have to go with those things. So basically, once this fear for Raila in Mount Kenya is suppressed, you're going to find that the ground will change, and possibly the people in Mount Kenya will be ready to vote for Raila. And this is really the fear that Ruto has. He's very afraid that once this fake Mugoroki or all these fake things that have been said about him are put away, and people start looking at Raila now clearly, I think there's a concern there that, once this veil of fear, we should be afraid of this guy, is removed, that people, that the votes will shift, and will possibly shift very drastically. So that's my first point, addressing that situation of Ndeto, and I hope the people of Mount Kenya are open to putting their fear aside. Whatever that fear may be, just put that fear aside for the next couple of months, and just listen to this guy and to ODM and to even other political parties, not necessarily just Baba, but even other people. And then now the second piece of my submission today is really that the people of Rift Valley are possibly, and I'm not saying, I don't know, but possibly and more than likely are not really voting with UDA because of the bottom, because the manifesto that we have kind of been given about UDA has not been clear, and there's not really, when it's interrogated, it kind of flops. So you can't say that you're voting for UDA because of bottoms up, or you're voting for UDA because of this reason. So really, the only reason which is then left for the people of Rift Valley is that they're voting for their man. They're basically just voting for their person. And so, that leaves us in a very tight place. And I hope the people of Rift Valley also need to look at Raila. They also need to remove that fear which they have. They probably also have some sort of fear that maybe they have been born with, which maybe they also need to reevaluate, and possibly then we have a nice country. So those are my points today. Those are my key points today. After listening to the conversation, what Ndeto was saying, what Duke is saying, when you listen to the whole thing, you just find that there's an element of fear. And Ndeto, really, the truth is, the only thing you have to fear is fear itself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jones. Thank you so much. Except there is an issue with that from Ndeto or Duke. Can we hear from Babake and Amos, the new people have just come in?
Okay, let me rebuttal something that Jones has brought on board.
Half a minute, not longer than that, please. I'm being taught that this platform has been turned into Ndeto alone.
Ndeto, remember,
it's all about what is revolving around. When I talk about something and it makes sense, or it is some truth that hurts some people, they will keep rebattling, and that's how Ndeto is all over. So to come back to the point of that Jones has given, I declared at the onset that I do not have any personal conflict with Baba. It's only the policies, only that. So if he can convince me how, if he clinches to power, he will not turn this nation into federalism like
Ndeto,
2017.
I heard you say that when you were born, that there were some things that were told to you because of where the place of your birth, in your culture or your tradition or something, that made you vote against Raila your whole life. And possibly the people in your environment, that's what they have been doing. And are you now running away from what you said?
Just
run away from it. Yeah, just run away from it. If I were you, I would be running. I would be running.
Let me clear this
opportunity and sprint as far away as you can from those type of statements that you made.
There is what we call tribal wisdom, and not everything that you spew in public. So, whatever I shared is just a chunk, just something small to open up your eyes, your ears, whatever. So, but let Raila come into the mountain region, let him sell his policies, and let him not utter like avenging messages. Something like can scare anyone. You know, some of us are so delicate. And when I hear at my age, with all what that has invested to me, that someone is putting a barrier towards my maybe economic space, political space, then I should care so much about that person.
I
Okay,
mean,
thank you,
Deto,
Deto.
you're not being, you're
Deto,
not being, Deto, you're not being honest about the conversation that we're having. You came here and told us, in a moment of, ukafungua roho, in a moment of truth, you told us that you personally, you started with yourself, that you have been voting consistently against Raila. You said that, Deto, and I'm sure Bernard
Yes.
has the tips.
Yes.
And the reason that you gave for that was because of the place of your birth, your place of origin. That's what you said, because of the environment and maybe the culture and the the upbringing and what you have been told, which is what Bernard was trying to, because which is what Bernard was trying to ask you. Who told you? Did it just come to you from? Is it just a spirit that just entered you, or who told you? And that's and that's something which you refused. But
Jones.
but that's what you told us. So,
Jones, let me clear.
no, hold on, Deto. And Deto, it's not just you. It's not just you, because this is a problem that Mount Kenya is having, and that's why you hear Baba is always asking, what has he done against the people of Mount Kenya? And there is nothing. There's absolutely zero that you can say. What is it which is factual? Baba has never spilled anybody's blood in Mount Kenya. So this unfounded fear is just a fear out of nowhere, and that's now
let me clear this, Jones.
Deto, I'm happy actually.
Jones, your
that you're
question
trying
is
to
too
run
long.
away. No, Deto, I'm happy that you're trying to run away from those statements, and I hope that the people of Mount Kenya are going to run away from those sentiments. So in that spirit, we're going to leave you a door open for you to escape. Nobody, I don't want to box you into that school of thought, but it is your thought, and you can run away from it. Just walk away from it. Take the door, take the window, just walk away from that ideology.
Okay, Jones, you are pressing me if what I believe in is a spirit or whatever it came from, wherever it came from. What I mean is, if you check the trending of the voting in Mount Kenya region, 98% of the votes have been going for one candidate or to one candidate. And I said, I happen to be part of that 98. I'm not in 2%. So what you want me to is it to decode is all about our culture, and it is as sacred as our language. So I cannot talk everything on this.
Tell me that's not
I'm not. I'm not.
No, hold on one moment. There is somebody called Andrew Auma. He wants to join the discussion. I am posting a link on the YouTube channel. Please use the link to get in. We cannot add you when you are not yet here. Okay, so just follow the link and then you will be able to join the conversation. Andrew, if you can hear me. Now, Ndeto, summarize hiyo maneno nasema haraka tafadhali, lakini wewe na I think you say you want to be a member of parliament. Your political tutor is doing a good job, only that he's giving you tricks but denying you the framework of using those tricks rightly.
Okay, Bernard. if I give an example on this platform, it should not be used against me. And I was just trying to show how the voting trend in Kenya is. You cannot, who is going, like if you check for now, who is going to Kisumu, maybe to ask for votes? I have seen no group maybe organizing to go there. All people are getting to Mount Kenya. And you people, you are asking, what is this is in Mount Kenya? And I told you, people has been voting on a tribal line. And I think in the previous past, they have opened up. They have started to see the light. And that's why myself, whoever I am supporting, is not from my own tribe. Because we have Kionjore with the TSP, we have Kuria with his party, Kazi na Pesa something. We also have this guy from Muranga, Mwangi Wairia with his CAF's party. We have a lot of stuff there, but I'm not for those people. This time round,
there's a voting along tribal lines, which you're saying. There's that, and then plus, when you come to Mount Kenya, like you were saying, there's that voting along tribal lines, plus voting against Raila.
No,
that's
exactly.
Another addition.
Not exactly.
That's another
the only
addition.
problem that Raila made, the only problem that Raila made, and Annie Jones, the only problem that Raila made is this. He keeps on like threatening, and I have said that in this platform, which is so bad, because not everyone will take it with ease that you are targeting a certain character.
The only person that I've heard threatening Mount Kenya people is the person who was talking about Kunadeni. The person who was talking about there's a debt which must be paid. That was threatening. Those are now threats.
Well, I think Ruto, we are not being and Deto, you're not being honest. Eh? We have gone around that mountain too long. It's time for us to move on. In terms of we are getting set for election, and everybody is free to vie for presidents, and everybody's free to vote for whoever they want. So the mountain doesn't have to vote for Raila, but Raila will come to the mountain and talk to the mountain. Whatever decisions they make, that is their democratic right, their constitutional right. We don't have to beat them into following Raila or Raila's ideology or Raila's stand. Neto continuing to say that you feel threatened or Raila threatens and all that, it is naive of you, to say the least, and uncalled for in terms of nobody is beating you to follow Raila. You are free to follow whoever you want to follow. But the proof that you people vote against Raila was proved in 2017 when Raila boycotted the elections. What was the turnout? It was very difficult for the president to get almost 4 million when he always gets 8 million. What happened? So we cannot need, you know, there are facts that you cannot run away from. But in the meantime, this is Kenya. Let's keep moving. Things will happen and things will take place. Andrew, Amos, are you here? Amos, the prophet.
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay, you are in darkness. Now, Ebu, share your submission in the next 2 or 3 minutes, please, quickly. We are on the 11th hour, and then we hear from Andrew.
Yeah. I want to talk to Ndeto.
Hey, please just go to the motion. Leave Ndeto for me, please.
So, I've been listening to him, and I happen to work in Kiambu. So, I engage with these people every day. You know, the people from the mountain, the mistake they make is that their duty is to vote against the Raila, not about the ideas. There are so many examples. There are so many leaders from mountain who have been elected just because they abuse Raila more. So, for example, the guy like the Kikuyu MP, he was unopposed. because he was so focal in that he was the one who was abusing Raila the most. And that's why he was elected and opposed. You look, when Raila said Annual Iguru stole the money from NYS, they said it's our thief. So they wanted to show Raila they can vote against it. But who are suffering? It's the people of Kirinyaga. After 2 years, they started crying. He has stolen our money. So these people, sometimes they don't know, the electorate, they don't know why they are voting. They just vote to repair against somebody. Like now they are repairing against Uhuru, not just because he has not done anything, just because he's with their enemy. They perceive the enemy, that is Raila. That's why they are repairing against it. Let me tell you, if Uhuru was to support somebody else apart from Raila, all of them they would be following him. But now it's because of and when you ask him what is wrong that Raila has done, nobody has the answer. They just tell you he's a bad guy. He has no development record. You know somebody telling you that Raila was an MP for Rangata for some time and there was no development. You understand the regime, how it was. You cannot go and to Kipira to demolish all the houses just because there's slums. That's a government project. That's the only the government can do that. So Neto, the tricks you are trying to use, they are old. Don't go against the radar so that you can get elected. You are a young man. Just use you see, you are a young man. You can use other means, but that one is outdated. Now the mountain has come to realize that this guy walikuwa wanaambiwa ati akiingia watavaa vinyasa, and I wonder how, why. Some people are saying he will take our land, and those people, some of them, they don't even have land. Thank you.
Can I take on?
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
Andrew, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me thank you, viewers. And there's one thing I'm gonna tell you, all of you, is like I don't disagree with anything about Ruto Raila presidency. The only thing I'm trying to tell you guys is, and the Kenyan as a whole to understand, is that Uhuru has an idea, which is the best idea to a common mwananchi, whereby when I'm against BBI in one way or the other, because I believe in 20 hours economy, because 20 hours economy is already happening in Kenya. I'm married to a Kenyan police officer who actually works 12-hour shift, and another 12-hour shift. Basically, if you put it into consideration, that's already 20 hours economy. And when you look for the Indian who have manufacturers companies, they're already doing 24 hours economy. So my idea is, if the BBI is going to help the Kenyan mwananchi, let's put it in the consideration whereby rather than giving a student a task credit, can you give it to the Muindi or to that person who wants to make 20 hours economy, so that we know if you work 40 hours a week, you have money, and then at the same time you are making employment to be more easier in Kenya, because Kenyan people are hardworking people. Even where I am here, we are a very hardworking people. So when Ruto is coming to with a wheelbarrow scenario, doesn't mean that he's making that Kenyan look like a wheelbarrow. That's one thing that we need to take it away. It's just the same as here in America, we try to make it look like we are voting by mail. But regardless of mailing voting, it made Biden to be the president. Now, going back to Raila, I can tell you for sure the only person who can take Kenya to another level is Raila. Why am I telling you this? Because Raila has all what it takes to take the country to the next level. Who knows about what happened in the handshake? We know very well Raila or whatever happened. We know exactly, me and you, what happened. So do you know why Uhuru is more comfortable with Raila than Ruto? Why don't we talk about Msando death? Why don't we talk about IEBC up to now that we are having the IEBC being selected again 1 year, less than 1 year less than 2 years to the election? There is something that they're not telling us. So I think Kenya for now, we are more safer with Raila than Ruto. But for the future, I think we need people like Ruto and other people who have that mentality to take us to the next level. Raila might be there for 5 years just to make sure that he has streamlined all the logistics and administration, economy, and put it where Uhuru or maybe Kibaki left it. Let's be thinkful on how we make decisions. Let's just not criticize just because we want to criticize. I believe on young people to be leaders. I want to be a leader. But even if I want to be a leader, what am I going to bring to the Kenyan community in Kenya? Whereby even now we are trying to make the gap on the MPs and they're making noise. Here in America, it's an history. It's something that we do it every year. It makes you know that even if your MP is getting 20 million, you have a say on what he's going to give you or he's gonna contribute to your constituency. So we as Kenyans, we should even now thinking about why they are avoiding those election gaps. So let's not just talking about Raila, Ruto, alliances and everything. We have a problem as the community. We have a problem as the Kenyans. While we are here talking about 2 individuals who already we know who is the best and who is not the best. Both of them are the best. But we have one who is the best. Can you compare Ruto and Kibaki? You cannot compare that. So let's be realistic with what's going on in Kenya. Let's not just talk just because we want to talk. Let's try convince people and go out and vote. Your vote is your money. Let's not make people vote just because they want to be given 100 shillings, 200 shillings. Buy me this. In my Luo Nyanza, they call it Gonya. I don't want somebody to tell me Gonya. My brother is an MCA. He runs in an independent party in Siaya County. There were only 3 people who went with the independent. Why? Because they went against the force of the ODM and everything. So realistically, we need to try and talk to people and convince people on how we need to think about 2022. That's my take.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. We appreciate your input. Can we hear from Jonathan? He just came.
How are you guys?
We are good. Karibu sana.
Asante sana. What is the topic for today? I'm late. I was trying to join, but it won't allow me to join.
Pole. Baba was in Kiambu today.
Mm-hmm.
Is the mountain embracing him or they are deceiving him?
For me, he cannot get that much impact on Mount Kenya, but what I'm seeing on my side is a little like what I'm seeing is like he will get some votes, not like before, like the anti-Raila people. They are not so much nowadays. They are now becoming to maybe to start to accept him, but few, not all. Let's say like 3/4 or not 3/4, a little, like a half, not a half, like a half, lafu katikati, like they are trying maybe to impress him, like no, but not all, like that's thing like Muganga, anti-Raila people, like now you can see like squeezy at least kuna watu wanaweza ongea, like kuna cukes, they can talk, like wanaweza sema we support Raila or we are looking for a Raila movement, something like that, but not like before. It was like, let's say like 10 years ago, like everyone was like against him, But you know, Bernard, I told you one thing, and you people, hey, I don't know if you listen to me. I told you, by the time when the time will come, all the mountains, all the cube will face Mount Kenya, and you see now they have started. They have started facing the mountains. Some few they have started. You didn't listen to me when I told you this. Like you see, like for example, someone like Moses Kuria, and you see like Martha Karua, and who's the other one, Kiunjuri. They have started saying that they want to negotiate with their what is it called, with their car um with their region, like they're not going to like just to stay outside the government. Like you hear what Kinjuru said, whether we support Ruto or not, but we need to have something in the government.
Yeah, can I interject a little bit?
Yeah.
With due respect, this is what's going on in Mount Kenya, and I'll make it in a very simple terms. What is happening is this: they have realized that, you know, let's take it to the bank. The most popular community with business and enterprises in Kenya is the people on the mountain. All right, so they always want to make sure that they are secured. So when whatever happened in the first term of Uhuru and Ruto and the second term of Uhuru and Ruto, they came to realize, if this person in one term, this is what he did. I don't want to go what he did because I don't want to put you guys into a problem, but you and me know what he did. Now they are coming to realize, if if this guy did this thing in first time and second time is already knowing that he's going to be the president, what's going to happen when he takes over? So that's the reality that the Mount Kenyan people are having. And you know very well 2017 what happened. So what happened in 2017, you win the election. Like, for example, I'll give you an example with my my region in Siaya, all right? Anyang' Nyong'o won the election. Somebody won the election in Kisumu, but who was declared the winner? We had a by-election in Raila in Siaya. Somebody called, somebody won the election, but Rasanga was declared the winner. So the politics of Kenya, as much as we are trying to make it to look like this is what we want to vote and what, I'll tell you for sure, and you can take it to the bank. As much as Raila won for the last election that he claimed that he won, and he was not declared the winner, that pain this time round is going to somebody else. So I will tell you, even if Ruto has the Asala Nation and the wheelbarrow, he is going to win the election because he has the masses and he has convinced people, because sometimes you have to give people hope for them to vote for you. And it's true. I was in Kenya in like last month in June, and I can tell you the way people are thinking in Kenya is what you give me on my pocket and what you can give me tomorrow to eat. That's what I'm going to go with. So basically, you know where the trend is. This time is not about, you know, putting the crowd in Kasarani and Uhuru Park and everything. Is how you give the host because of the pandemic. So I'll tell you this for sure, and I'm giving you for free advice. Thinking is Raila will be the next president, be it you have the popular votes or not the popular votes, just because interest come first, and the Kenyan interest and the government, the Kenyan people interest come first. We don't have the interest with whatever Raila was fighting in Mount Kenya. Now Ruto will have to fight that in Kenya too. That's the reality. I'm sorry, but I will tell you the truth. We can debate, we can politics and do whatever we can do. Everything is roasting back to the chicken.
It's okay, Andrew. Thank you. Now, you call on. Jonathan.
Yeah.
Uko na response? Hebu malizia, muda ndio umeyoyoma.
Yeah, I have a question, Andrew. let me ask you this question: Is the numbers which makes someone to be a president in Kenya, or what makes someone president in Kenya? Because if it were the numbers, then Raila could be president long time ago.
Now, this is the thing I'm going to answer you. And I'm sorry, I know we don't have time. It's my first time to be in this show. There's one thing I'll tell you. Do you remember what happened in Somalia, that they had to add 2 years for their term, for their presidency, so that they can go for the election? Take that back in your mind. Now, we have the August 20th BBI thing that is coming up. We don't know what the outcome is. Then we have the pandemic. 3 things have to decide the next election. Don't be surprised that August election might be postponed so that the BBI can structure the next election. I'm just saying it. I'm not saying that's how it's gonna be, but put it back in your mind when you are thinking about the politics of Kenya.
Okay, thank you so much. It's something to ponder about. And my guys, even somebody's in the comment is telling, can't you guys retire to your beds? And those of you who are in East Africa, it is late for bedtime. But all the same, do you have any rebuttal, please? We want
Yes, I have a serious rebuttal with Andrew.
in the next half as we close.
Yeah, I'm here.
I want to disagree with you strongly when you have said that Anyang' Nyong'o, somebody won in Kisumu and Anyang' Nyong'o was announced. Also, you have said somebody won in Siaya and Rasanga was announced, and you said Raila won in 2017. So, and you are trying to say in 2022, somebody will win and they will not be announced. So, according to you, is it right for somebody to win and another person be announced unfairly? Because that's what you're trying to imply, that now because the system is supporting Raila, he is going to be announced as the president regardless of the outcome of the people. So what's your implication about that?
Okay, what I'm trying to say is the beauty of democracy is what Raila have been fighting for. Raila will never agree to be announced because he has lost an election. That's the beauty of Raila. And you need to take that to the next bank, because he has been winning and he has not been announced. The painful of democracy in Kenya is because people were rejoicing because of his loss. So when you have a wound, I go back to the medical part of it. When you have an wound and somebody is poking your wound every day, you feel that pain. When the pain comes back to that person, how did that person feel? That's an answer that you can give me after 2022.
Okay, thank you. A good answer indeed. And Andrew, you say this is your first time on this platform. There is a private chat on the side of our studio. You can leave there your WhatsApp number in the private, not public, where we were chatting. There's a private chat where you can.
Yeah, and then just for just a quick question, let's try, rather than politicking, let's try, and I love what you're doing. I will support where I can. I will put my resources where I can if necessary. Let's try and make more Kenya registered to vote, because the more we have guys vote, young people vote, that's the way we will get young leaders. And the way you guys are doing it now is how we want to make young leaders to come to the political arena and let the young people decide for their future. It's not a time for the old people all the time. We need to change Kenya perspective.
Okay, thank you. Now, like I was saying, you drop your WhatsApp number. We have a WhatsApp group where we discuss these matters before we come on this platform. And like this week, we've been here every day. I think we're going to be here every day as we warm up towards the ruling of the BBI. But it's a platform where we all delight to be part of, even as we continue to shape the agenda for the nation and help us embrace the changes and be able to focus for the future. So in this private chat, leave your WhatsApp number, we'll add you to the WhatsApp group, and then we'll catch up from there. Where we, Amos, your closing remarks. Amos, are you there? Okay, Amos is not there. And Neto, your closing remark in half a minute. It's already 4 minutes after 4.
You always, I like the way you restrict me, Bernard. Always you restrict me
you.
half a minute.
I know you, and we know each other.
Okay, okay, thank you. So let me conclude by saying that it is good that you have moderated us. Also, Wekesa, you people, you are doing a great job. You may not realize what you are doing, but we highly appreciate. But also, let us give everyone chance to speak his or her mind, because after all, if Baba wins, we shall remain in Kenya. If Ruto wins, we shall also remain in Kenya. So let's have that cohesion. Let's what bring us together be, we are all young people. We are all people who love this nation. We are people who have a vision for this nation. Let such characteristics abide us on this platform. And if we do that, we shall be able to support a youth, like Andrew is saying. If one is aspiring for leadership from this group, there is a way we can come together and support that young leader. Like that, and I know we are heading somewhere as Kenyans. So thank you so much, and may God bless you all.
Amen. Thank you. We have had 2 people join us on the 11th hour. Sam and Mulumbu. Mulumbu was here and he left. I think we should give you the first priority. Mr. Mulumbu, give us your take for tonight in the shortest time possible. Mulumbu, there is something with your microphone. Tukuski?
Do you hear me?
The hapo sawa. Endelea.
Hapo sawa, okay.
Yes.
So I was here early, and then we have to run up and down so that to survive. So I thank you so much, because I've been on and off, and today topic was about Ndeto. Ndeto was just good taking people around. You should, Mr. Ndeto, run out from tribalism. Be a guy for a national figure, because you want to be an MP. If you want to be an MP and you want to stuck in tribalism, in cocoon down there in Kikuyu, will not help you out. Because once you come as an MP, tomorrow you want to be president of the country, and you start it from now. And if you start from now and you bring us your narrative of tribalism that you are born with it in your blood, you are not going to make a very good leader. You're just going to be like the one whom you are supporting, of which you're not taking us very far away. You have to be a national figure that you're going to help the whole country. As Raila started when he was so young like you. He just started like you. He never looked at Luo. He looked at Kenya as a country. He has been fighting for that for his life the whole long until today. That's why you are supposed to be. And you are looking the way you are just the way you are articulating everything, my friend. You are killing yourself, because even if you go Kambari, you will not get the votes. If you go Coast, you want to get votes. If you came Western, where I come from, you want to get votes. Because the way you are talking, people are listening to you. Be somebody of a national figure that can help the whole country. You are supposed to advocate to sell right in the central, so that you, when your time comes, you'll be sold in Nyans and Western and all over the country. So I'm talking to you today because you are a young girl. You are like my son. Your support look forward, don't look backward. We need something that can help you and the people future of tomorrow. So to me, that's what I just want to educate my friend Neto, that run away from tribalism. You are injected with that tribalism in your blood, and you're stuck in that one, and you have become
Ben, I have a question.
so
I have a
please
question.
run out from that
I
one
have a question to Mr.
Yeah,
and
Mulumbu.
come
Jamarachi.
together.
Yeah, Mulumbu.
Hold
There's
on.
one thing. There's one thing I'll tell you, and which
Hold
I'm
on,
not going to
hold on,
agree with
Andrew.
you is like Kenya is
Hold
a
on, Andrew.
Kenya is a
Hold on,
tribalistic
Andrew.
country.
Order,
Kenya
please.
is yeah.
Andrew,
Kenya,
Andrew,
Wait,
can you
everybody wait. Okay.
I don't want somebody to interject me because I don't
Yes.
interject anybody.
Let's do this. Let's do this. Fine. Hold on.
Yeah.
We were closing. Okay. So
Yeah.
everybody will give their submission conclusively. No interjections as at now. Okay.
Yeah. So
let Mr. Mulumbu finish his submission. If you will have an issue after he finishes, then we'll give you a chance to do that. So
I'm talking to this to Mr. Neto because I've been with him in this platform for a long time. I know how he talks. That's why I'm trying to educate him to be with the other team. Give us the reason why I don't like somebody. Give us the reason that is a concrete. Don't tell us that you are born with it. You're born, you know. I think, Mr. Neto, you went to school. You are well educated, but you are missing something one. Because you seem to be you are educated in your village, you went to secondary in your village, you went to college in your village, you are not out of your village. You need to be out of your village, out of your city, out of the same county, and then learn some other people's culture, and then put it, combine, weka pamoja na uchanganye na ujue unaweza pata kitu gani from them. So my brother, I welcome you. You are a good talker. You are so nice. You are so beautiful. You talk so nicely, but you are losing something in you. So please, ukiona watu wengine wanaongea nao kuna kupiga siasa wanawasumbua kila mara, think twice, because these people are giving a leeway for your future. Thank you so much, guys. I love you. I love you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mulumbu, for your great counsel. Well, walikuwa na swali. Andrew, what is it?
Okay, so now this is what I'll tell you. And I'm not saying like I'm interjecting Mulumbu for whatever he's saying to my friend. I don't know his name, but there's one thing you need to understand, that Kenya is a tribalistic country. That's a reality. The same as other country, we have the racism, right? We have whites and black. So that's something that it cannot run away from us. The only thing is how are we going to use it to do what? To get away from it, so that it doesn't affect our political and our economical enterprise on what we want to do. So my finishing remarks is, as a young person, as somebody who wants Kenya to go forward, as I leave this forum for tonight, is let's focus, let's try and make a lot of registration voters to vote, and let's encourage our voters not just to get bribes or money just so that they can vote. Let them vote for the people who can change their mind. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter where you are coming from. Lastly, take it to the bank and be ready for Raila Moro presidency. I can tell you for sure, and I know why I'm saying that. Next time I will ask me next time, why am I saying that? And I'll give you, I'm not gonna give you the full dose. I'll be giving you a little by little why that's gonna happen. Ruto will be the next, Ruto is gonna be the next opposition. At least he needs to fight where Raila fighted for the last 25 or 30 years.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. We have had you in the next show. Come early so that you'll be giving us those dosage. We are waiting for you. Where is Sam? He dropped out. Okay, Duke, give your closing remarks.
First of all, I want to start by saying that we get justice by taking criminal to court, but we don't get justice by ganging with the criminal or joining the criminal. I'm saying this in reference to the Raila's handshake. For me, I'm very young and I've actually voted once in 2017. And I was frankly and openly fighting for Raila. And there were specifically reducible minimums which were to be implemented so that we can have a fair and transparent election. So the fact that he handshaked with Uhuru Kenyatta and he is not advocating for those changes, IPC reforms, the opening of the server, all those brings me, I feel that he is like hypocritical, such kind. That's actually the reason why I parted with him. Just that. So that's my closing remarks.
Okay, Duke, that's good for you, and I appreciate the fact that you are young. Like you said, you voted for the first time in 2017. Welcome to the club. But I want you to understand that there is what elders see that you young guys don't see. I will just give you my story. In the place where I live, I told you I'm a church minister. So I had a neighbor who was an elderly bishop, and he had a son, the youngest son, his last born.
Yes.
And the last born would always come to my place because the mother mistreats the boy. So I would always question myself, how would you come? You are a senior minister of God. You are older than me by far. By that time, that bishop was around 84. Then he comes to tell me how the wife is mistreating the child, and he looks like he's helpless. He can't even defend the child. So he says, if anytime the child runs here, I should protect the child and, take care of the child. And in the course of my conversation with this old man, I began to understand there is a difference how young people approach life and these people who have been through life. Duke, from where you are speaking, you think by having irreducible minimum, you can push your way and always get your way. There are other things we will never get any other way except looking for the middle ground where you give and take. That is what I can deduce from life. And if we all went for the irreducible minimum and the whole country bans, who benefits? If a man sets his house on fire because there are rats in his house, who will rebuild the house? The rats will have burned, the house will have burned.
Can I comment on that?
Yes.
Yes, because he is in good terms with the president, he should at least try to talk about those issues. They can be sorted out. That is not even talking about.
I don't purport to speak for him. Neither do I need to kind of intimate what they agreed with the president. All of us what we are doing here is speculating. But more than that, we need to have, as young people,
Excuse me.
that navigating around this country and the different interests that this country has brought on the table is not as easy as you think.
Excuse me.
Sorry, Bernard. I will be at work, I think, by 7 or 8. So I beg to leave. So you people, thank you so much. May you have a good day.
Sawa mheshimiwa, tuonane hiyo jioni.
Asante.
Nice time. God bless you.
Maybe what I was trying to tell you guys is what you are trying to say. Raila and the handshake talks a lot. I can say I'm blessed to meet the gentleman at Karen when I was in Kenya, both the family, and I will tell you this for free. we young people, we are already being think of in the leadership of 2022. And we know where Kenya hurts. We know what hurts Kenya. It's our bad politics. That's it. That's the only thing I can tell you.
Yes. Okay, now can we have closing remark from Ndemba? Ndemba, you are here and left. You just came back. We are closing shop. Karibu lakini.
Asante sana Bernard. Yeah, I can see you are closing, so I don't want to really restart any other debate. But I just found you making some very important statement there that whatever position, whichever direction, or whatever angle we argue from, we need to remember that we do have one country, and we need to discuss or even act in view of keeping it safe, not only for us, but for a future generation. They say that a people that only think about if you plant a tree, then you know the value that you can plant it, but you will not necessarily be the one who will enjoy its shade. So we need to have such a kind of a mentality that this is a tree we are planting. We don't have to enjoy its shade, but we have to create the foundation that we want to see. So I agree with you. Whichever side, whatever way we argue, we need to remember that we have a country to protect and bequeath not only our children, our children's children. I think that's the heckling and the other things that we normally tend to see. We should leave for people outside of this forum, and I kind of feel that at times this forum is for civic education, to not necessarily convince someone to change their mind, but to give them information that will help them make decisions. At times, maybe some of us would feel like we tend to, as we interrogate the candidates, some people may feel offended. I don't think that should be the case. You need to pick what you think is important, then at your own time, make whatever decision that you're going to make. But in the bottom line, we remember your statement. We got a country that will outlive us. How do we want it to move on to the next generation? So that's what I can say for now.
Okay, thank you very much, Demba. And Mr. Mulumbu, your wisdom as we close.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm so much thankful for you guys giving this time, this program. What I can tell you, young guys, I want you to grow up more than we will grow up, because what you are trying to say, some of you were born yesterday, voted once or twice. We were there since 87 until now. We have seen a lot from the coup and everything. I know history for Raila, everything from down until now. Some were just injected in 2017 and you think you know more. Please go back and read the history of Kenya before you come into this program, start arguing. Because if you don't read, you come this program, you'll be looking like stupid from that person who have read. It doesn't matter if you have it or you don't have it. You are wealth. If you don't know your wealth, but what we need is your wisdom. How we can take our country, Kenya, ahead. So we need your wisdom, because most of you are educated, masters, bachelors, and whatever it is. I don't have any, but I have something I know more than some of you know. So please, we like to, this forum is to educate people, those people that are down there in the country, that who doesn't understand what Kenya it is. Because when you are born into a village, you grew there, went to school there, with everything over there, you have not gone out, and you are told that so and so is bad, you remain the same cocoon, you can't change her. Yes, we have some people who came abroad, they went to school, they have their masters, but if they go back, they just go the tribal cocoon, they don't come out of it. So you here, when you exchange views, listen to each other. Listen and take the what's good for you and for your future, because you need to veer and be the leader. And if you are going to be the leader and you don't understand yourself, you are not going to do anything. So I thank you so much. I thank you guys. Let's continue to be talking. Before 2022, we shall have been known where we are going to. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, everyone, for your contribution and keeping it at Mtembei TV. We really value your input and your contribution. Let's keep sharing this channel so that this information reaches to every other person. Until another session when we'll be meeting later on in the day, because
Bernard.
here it's already morning.
Bernard,
Yes.
you talked about someone leaving a number to be added to the WhatsApp group. I don't know, where is that? Is it right here in this chat?
Not in the open chat. There is a private chat.
Where is it?
It right on your, is it on your, you're using, are you on phone or on PC?
I'm using my phone.
You're using your phone. So
Okay,
right
so I
beside
got,
the studio,
yeah,
right beside the studio on the screen,
okay.
there is a place for private chat. Private chat. You click on that private chat and just insert your number.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. If you putting it on public, unless you are a public figure, you don't care whether the whole world has your number or not. That's when you can put on the open chat. But we encourage private chat so that we protect you as you protect us.
This private chat. I've seen Duke has added his number there. So do I add mine there?
Yes, add yours there.
So he's still gonna, the guys who are there on the private chat are still gonna see my number, right?
Only the people on the screen will see your number, not
All
the
right.
world. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let me do that right now.
Yeah, the privileged few.
All right.
Sawa.
Okay.
So we'll be meeting later on the WhatsApp group where you will be added, and then you will know what will be the topic for tonight if we'll come again live.
Okay.
Otherwise, God bless you. Enjoy your moment. Let's meet again later.
All right.
Thank you, Jesus.